Every man dreams of becoming a master of martial arts and dedicating his life to justice. The eagle spreads its wings in the sky, embodying the free fate of a hero. While wars rage in the universe, the world needs a mighty force, one that with a single punch can erase evil. His movements release incredible energy, and this fundamentally distinguishes him from an ordinary person. Many dream of such a flight, but not everyone is given to know true freedom. Against the backdrop of a blazing glow, a strong hand raises a heavy hammer above the anvil, forging a steel masterpiece. Above the city at the foot of the mountains, a clear morning blooms, coloring the sky with gentle golden hues. In the half-darkness of the forge, a young man works around him, heat and sparks from the glowing metal. The sun rises above the horizon, gently illuminating the tiled roofs and gardens that have just awakened from sleep. On a quiet street, two boys reenact a battle of mighty warriors. That is why the blacksmith fiercely spins in the whirl of smoke, where something unusual appears in the world filled with mysterious power. Children fight with sticks, dreaming of turning the game into real life. On the veranda, interrupting the conversation, a young blacksmith and an elder met. Both were examining new acupuncture needles on the table. The youth respectfully lifts the instruments, restraining his trembling before the exam. From nervousness, the boy's foot slides on the floor, almost breaking the solemnity of this extremely important moment for him. "I have finally finished working on these needles especially for you," said the youth under the watchful gaze of the master. Before him stood the huge Jin, the legendary doctor of the district. Against the backdrop of endless stars, a hand grips a needle, the sound of which can transform a dreamy boy into a true hero. The master carefully examines every detail of the needles, into which the blacksmith has put his soul. The doctor squints, the thin needle in his fingers suddenly glowed as if filled with hidden magical energy of the metal. The elder inquires about knowledge in medicine, the youth confidently replies. The youth's heart froze with amazement. The wise elder offered him to become an apprentice and grasp the secrets of healing. Looking at the butterflies in the sky, Mujin felt how his fate had turned upside down. Just a few months ago, the doctor's morning passed in deep peace and silence, while the city was only beginning to fill with the sounds of the day. The sun promises a day full of care for the health of people and herbs. You rewrite ancient scrolls at night to understand the wisdom of the ancestors by dawn without closing your eyes. The boy tidies up the yard and brings the teacher healing powders. Against the background of instruments, a confident hand takes a new needle, preparing for a complex and delicate healing procedure. The young doctor flawlessly marks points for future injections on the model. Above the city, the sunny morning returns, the beginning of a new stage in the life of a future great master. The doctor touches the child's shoulder with a needle, and he quietly groans. In the hospital, the wise Aesculapius examines the patient, who smiles, reassuring his mother that the needles do not hurt at all. The gray-bearded doctor hands the boy a treat for his brave behavior. The mother and son gratefully bow to the healer resting on the bench, while they meanwhile leave the bright hall of the hospital. The young man watches his father, whose gait is like a butterfly's dance. The elderly master looks at his son. He asks hopefully if he will ever achieve such high mastery. Mujin sets off on the road, promising his father to return with herbs. The young man swiftly runs through the crowd of the sunny city, where the noise of passers-by dispels the feeling of endless movement. Flying past the market, the boy greets the medicine seller, who smiles and strictly follows all medical advice. The merchant praises the best goods, but Mujin only waves cheerfully. The square buzzes with greetings. Shopkeepers know Mujin and gladly wave back at him. The young man rushes down the lively street, managing to exchange pleasantries with every passerby on his way. Focusing, Mujin at full speed crashes into the broad chest of a stranger. Before him stands a formidable warrior in a crimson aura, and his fierce gaze demands an explanation for such audacity. Overcome with horror, the boy begs the enraged giant to forgive him for the accidental carelessness. The giant rages, his eyes blaze with fire, and his voice promises the boy a harsh lesson. The thunder of the blow, Mujin flies to the ground, but even through the pain he dreams of the glory of a hero. On a sunny glade stands an old wooden hut, thickly covered with soft moss. Beaten Mujin, with a huge bruise on his forehead, looks pitiful under the continuous loud laughter rising in bursts. Chong Guak laughs to tears, urging his friend to put the second eye in for perfect symmetry. In Chong Guak's hut, he arranges a whole performance, skillfully mocking his friend's fright and the giant's fierce threats. Mujin rages, and the relentless friend offers to help him get another black eye. The verbal altercation between the boys fills the walls of the small hut with the noise of disputes. Mugen's scream, he groans from a new poke in the eye and demands his friend stop immediately. Now both young men sit humbly against the wall, with identical bruises on their faces. In the cozy room, Guak suddenly suggests to his friend to finally have a snack. He confidently holds a fly agaric, its spotted cap looks alluring and dangerous. Sitting on the floor, the young man offers his friend the poisonous mushroom as an unusual dinner. Mugen accuses his friend of mockery, and he insists that this rare mushroom costs a lot of money. The young man stops the blow upon hearing about magical visions and the chance to open the door to the world of special dreams. Guak breaks off a piece and convinces his friend that it is the key to unexplored possibilities. The herb gatherer promises Mugen the title of king, while he dares to swallow the fragment of the gift. Guak describes a vision of invincible power, and intrigued Mugen keenly catches every word. He tells of triumph over 100 warriors, insisting that the poison will not harm the body. Mugen swallows the entire mushroom in one gulp, trusting the promises of his eloquent friend. Guak shouts at such greed, and Mugen waits for a powerful effect. A mighty ruler appears in the imagination, blades fly around, and spirit and steel merge into a single harmony. Mugen's gaze becomes resolute. He believes that thanks to the mushroom he will become a legendary sword master. Guak tries to break free, warning of unpredictable consequences. Mugen firmly grips his friend and declares that as a doctor he fully controls his own body. Guak mumbles that the poison's effect is about to begin, and all that remains is to wait patiently. Mugen's gaze becomes glassy, but he stubbornly repeats a phrase about his experience in medicine. The boy is drooling, and his detached facial expression speaks of the onset of a deep drug-induced trance. The image of a friend doubles, while Mugen, like a broken toy, repeatedly insists to everyone about his profession. The black sky flashes with fiery butterflies. The young man's consciousness plunges into a realm of hallucinations. Silhouettes of weapons appear against the lava frozen in the air. In the fiery whirlwind appears a mighty blacksmith. His facial features strangely resemble a masculine version of Mugen. The master grips a massive hammer, and sparks of molten metal scatter around. The muscular body glistens with sweat, and a flame flickers in his eyes as he forges the sword blade. The master intently gazes at the steel while the fire casts deep shadows on his face. His face is covered with sweat from hard labor, yet confidence and a clear vision of the future blaze in his eyes. In the scorching forge, the master tirelessly forges the sword, occasionally raising his gaze to the sky as if seeking answers to secret questions of fate there. The hammer strikes the metal with a roar, but a piece chips off the nearly finished blade, and the entire work goes awry. The blacksmith looks disappointedly at the fragments, recalling a dream about living as a doctor. The fatigue is so heavy that reality blurs. The damaged sword breaks free from the master's hands and flies into the dark unknown. The master takes up work again. He needs to forge 5 perfect swords ordered by King Yue himself. He has no right to make a mistake. He believes that this blade will become his greatest creation and glorify his name for ages. Against the backdrop of the night sky, an ancient volcano suddenly awoke, filling everything around with an anxious glow and a sense of inevitable great changes. 5 legendary swords, forged over 20 years, fly in the cosmic heights among the parade of planets. Magical blades hover in space, radiating power to change the course of history. Among the weapons levitates the master himself in an aura of pure energy that holds him in the cold ether. The master's face shines with triumph. He has finally realized the cherished dream of all humanity, creating the perfect weapon for the gods themselves. The army of immortals watches as the legendary swords of the great master fall from the sky like a fiery rain. The man rushes along a path strewn with delicate sakura petals. At the celebration, men raise their cups, and on the table awaits a special chalice for the future winner. Heavenly angels lift into the air a carved table with a cup of divine drink for the true winner of the tournament. The master levitates in meditation, and his creations tremble from the excess of power raging within them. Countless hands raise cups in a single burst of joy. You have finally attained the dreamed paradise. A sakura flower spins in the air, like a symbol of the fleeting nature of this beautiful moment. A petal sticks to the eye of the angel girl, causing the sacred table in her hands to tilt dangerously and break the perfect balance. The precious cup slips from the hands and falls down, threatening to ruin the entire celebration. The master's face twists with anger because of a senseless mistake that shattered his peace. The young man regains consciousness on the ground next to the scattered herbs he collected with such great difficulty. The bag is overturned. He looks around confusedly, trying to recall everything. Cold drops of sweat run down his face. Under the roof of the house, mysterious energy sparkles, foretelling the approach of a great inevitable disaster. The enraged man shouts loudly, threatens the doctor with violence, and pours all his uncontrollable, terrible rage onto him. The angry man sharply turns around and walks away, leaving behind a heavy silence. The young man stares ahead despondently, feeling the bitter taste of disappointment after the collapse of all his plans. Mujin listens to the story of another herb gatherer with maximum concentration, trying to catch every word and grasp the essence of what happened. The boy still does not understand the logic of the events and his own role in this strange incident. The young man anxiously notices the sun has almost set beyond the horizon, and this day, full of shocks, is coming to an end. A friend says that Mujin imagined himself a great sword master and in that state decided to immediately return to the clinic walls. The teenagers converse near the clinic entrance and rejoice. The way home has finally turned out well. The comrades warmly say goodbye and go their separate ways under the evening city sky. Mujin remains alone, feeling despair from strange visions that do not let go of his consciousness. The boy suddenly raises his gaze upward and becomes focused. Something vitally important flashed in his head while sweat continues to roll down his cheeks. The ancient roof covered with hieroglyphs preserves the secrets of past generations. A thin acupuncture needle is confidently held in the hand, ready for precise medical intervention. In the sunlit courtyard, a gray-haired doctor calmly talks with Mujin. He has finally returned from his long travels. The son excitedly tells about his adventures, while the father intently studies the needle in his hand. The elderly doctor gives Mujin a wise answer, and he suddenly begins to think. The agitated young man questions his father about the strange guest, from whom emanated an unusual and alarming danger. A thin needle in the hands of the master flashes with energy, piercing the entire surrounding space with radiance. The young man feels weakness and grabs his temples, trying to hold back an attack of unbearable pain that literally tears his head apart. The pain becomes unbearable. Mujin closes his eyes and clenches his teeth. The boy tells the doctor the attack has finally receded and control over his body has returned to him. The master explains the governor's assistant complained about the excessive pain of acupuncture sessions that were conducted earlier. The doctor compares two needles, a new shiny one and an old bent one, showing the son the difference. Mujin is overwhelmed again. He literally feels powerful streams of unknown energy bursting from these ordinary instruments. Despite the fever, the boy tries to speak. Every sound is difficult for him. Mujin barely stands on his feet. His body trembles from the heat as he watches the needle in the hands of the experienced doctor. The young man suddenly grabs the old man's hand, firmly squeezing the fingers with the magical needle. Men stand in the middle of a sunny courtyard, and the tension between them turns an ordinary conversation into something fatal. Now in Mujin's hands gleams a new straight needle, while the doctor has only an old bent instrument left. He has lost his strength. In the eyes of the elderly man, genuine shock. He suddenly recalled something important from the past. Mujin's eyes flash with energy, his face tenses with power, and that is when the real magic begins. The young man's face contorts from tension, his forehead pales, and a feeling of unbearable discomfort spreads through his body. In one hand the man grips a perfect needle, and in the other a bent one, and from them emerges a radically different, tangible energy. Mujin walks through the crowd, examining the needles and listening to the resonance in his body. In the middle of the street, a thought pierces him. This hypersensitivity is his special magical property, which he had not even suspected. Pots are lined up on the counter. From them vibrates an invisible energy with a hum. A mustached warrior in a red kimono with a sword on his back tries to outshout the noise of the relentless crowd around. A sharp pain forces the boy to clutch his temples. Consciousness is veiled by fog. Mujin realizes his body reacts to every low-quality thing, turning its flaws into physical suffering. An old needle in the fingers throws chaotic energy. A piercing sound and extremely irritating noises accompany it incessantly. A mighty blacksmith with a satisfied face grips a heavy hammer and sweat drips from it. A teenager squeezes a bent needle and stubbornly proves something to the void, probably just the product of Mujin's sick imagination. The boy tries to understand. How does he know which master made this needle? Mujin tries to grasp the thread of truth, which constantly slips from his mind, leaving only doubts. Mujin abruptly quickens his pace, directing all determination to the search for answers. Above the city hangs a sunny sky, and against its background from the tall forge chimney rises a thick, overly heavy column of gray smoke. Near the square stands a large building with a courtyard, where in the very heart of the forge a fire blazes. 5 swords gleam in the sun with a steel shine and radiate pure energy. Mujin's eyes flash. He has finally unearthed what he has been searching for years. The young man presses the sword to his cheek. The flawless quality of the blade instantly soothes his inner irritation and physical pain. Passers-by look askance at the boy with fear, who in the middle of the street tightly embraces the cold steel. Mujin carefully studies the details of the handle, and a frightening suspicion is already forming in his mind. The boy is stunned. The reality around strangely began to intertwine with his ancient, mysterious dream. His eyes sparkle with energy. It bursts outward. The burly bearded man lifts a huge stone, showing his incredible physical strength. In the scorching haze of the forge, the muscular craftsman grips the sword's handle, from which a heavy and suffocating heat radiates meters around. In Mujin's visions, the blacksmith tirelessly forges tools, sewing a piece of his own living soul into each product. The boy seems to fall out of reality, studying the patterns on the handle with interest. His gaze sharpens. He searches for hidden meaning in the details that previously seemed ordinary and worthless to him. Mujin stops before the gate and sparks swirl in the air. They confirm that the true blacksmith's forge is very close. Could he really have gained secret knowledge during that strange dream? The boy's foot decisively steps over the threshold of the forge, cutting off ordinary life behind for the sake of an unknown and dangerous fate. Mujin walks forward, feeling how each step pushes him closer to unraveling his own gift and the hidden power of metal. The forge works at full power, filling the space with the rhythmic sounds of labor and smoke bursting from the tall chimney. The blacksmith shouts angrily, while Mujin calmly compares 2 needles. The enraged master continues to vent his anger, unwilling to listen to any excuses or explanations from the random stranger. In the middle of the yard, Mujin tries to calm the opponent, who stubbornly insists that he is no worse than his father. While being shouted at, the boy does not lose his temper, remains calm, analyzes the situation, and understands the true reason for the imperfection of the local products. The quality of the work has fallen because the current master has lost the true essence of the craft. Mujin ponders who could really have made those new needles. The blacksmith's anger melts away, replaced by a deep resentment. Depressed, he tries to defend his own skill before the stranger. The blacksmith issues a challenge to find among the weapons the masterpieces of his great father. A huge hand points to the warehouse, where swords lie in the shadows waiting for the one who can distinguish true art from forgery. The blacksmith's face twists into a grimace of uncertainty as he watches every move of the strange guest. Mujin confidently grabs the massive blade, showing the strength of a true connoisseur. Men freeze in tense silence as the young man shows the sword perfectly in sync with his inner state. The master explodes with rage. Mujin managed to instantly and flawlessly identify the best work of his late father. He cannot believe that this boy so easily unraveled the secrets of tempering. In his imagination, Mujin plays out a scenario where the proud blacksmith, under the pressure of irrefutable facts, is forced to admit his mistake. The master continues to shower threats, but Mujin remains silent and looks at him so intently that it only fuels even more questions. The stranger found all the father's works, and it painfully hits his pride. Both men approach the anvil, where the air trembles from the heat, and the conversation becomes even more serious and fateful. The blacksmith admits to mediocrity and raises the hammer, but his movements have already lost their former zeal. The man extends the hammer to Mujin, offering him to tame the steel himself. Against the backdrop of the wall, the master sprinkles instructions while the young man intercepts the tool, preparing for the first strike. The boy feels every atom of the metal, as if the steel itself is telling him exactly how to properly and skillfully work it. Mujin raises the hammer over the glowing metal for the decisive blow. The blacksmith looks with a sly smile, waiting for the confident boy with the hammer to crash into a complete failure. The master mockingly nudges the youth to forge the perfect needle, confident that he will only ruin the precious metal in vain. The boy tries to catch the rhythm of work amid creative tension. The work in the forge accelerates to a crazy pace, turning the space into a real field of fierce, loud battle. The Mujin blows the fire in the furnace with all his might, making the flame burst into a wild dance reflected in his eyes. By the furnace, every movement converges with the hellish heat straight from the very heart of the forge. The Mujin is focused on the process, trying to understand if he has enough strength to embody the idea into a real form. On the surface of the anvil lies a piece of glowing hot iron. It emits a dazzling light before the future transformation. The Mudjin raises the hammer and drives all his will and energy into the strike. The heated metal on the anvil awaits the touch, and the shape will change forever. The heavy hammer crashes into the steel with a thunder, striking sparks and making the very earth tremble from the incredible power of the blow. The blacksmith watches the work closely. His skepticism melts in the air where a true miracle is happening. The master notices a technique that does not belong to a human, and it looks like the dance of ancient gods. The young man confidently forges the metal. Every movement of his is precise to the bone and full of wild passion. The hammer movements become precise. Mujin seems to paint in the air, turning the blank into a work of art. Sparks snatch the young man's face from the darkness. He is completely immersed in the fiery element. Mujin smiles. The metal obeys his will, confirming the power of the strange method. The blacksmith does not understand how an amateur managed to reach such a level in just a few minutes. The master sees his own defeat, where he was just about to laugh at the boy's failure. Before him is not just a talented young man, but a true genius whose giftedness is boundless. Mujin's work sounds like a perfect symphony. Every hammer strike is a pure note. Through the smoke appears the image of the late master, as if the spirit came to watch the birth of a new genius. Mujin works frantically, and the master tries to rethink his own life. The blacksmith watches the young man's movements, acknowledging a power that surpasses all his dreams. The sword slowly loses its fiery color, maintaining perfect balance, incredible sharpness, and legendary-level craftsmanship. The blacksmith begs Mujin not to stop and to show even more secret mastery. The thin blade tip glistens, promising to become the perfect weapon in the hands of a worthy warrior. Mujin feels the weight of the hammer. It seems to have become an extension of his body. The blacksmith reaches out his hands to the blade, striving to touch the perfection he has just seen. The master begs to reforge his weapon because he can no longer use the old sword. Mujin proudly holds the hammer. His inner chaos has finally burst out. Smoke with mystical sparks marks the beginning of a new era for this workshop. The tip of the perfect needle emits healing and soothing light against the wall. The needle's tip gently touches the body, giving the patient instant relief. The patient shines with happiness, and the witness of the treatment is impressed by the quick result of the procedure. In line, they wash the miraculous needles that literally brought people back to life. New visitors spread rumors about tools that work real miracles. The clinic becomes cramped with people who came for healing and hope. Everyone wants to uncover the secret of the doctor, whose needles became legendary in a matter of days. A man with a thick beard appears in the frame, a stern face and piercing gaze. An endless queue of sufferers lined up near the entrance. They were urged on and brought every minute under the scorching sun. The city panorama shows crowds of people converging at one point from every narrow street. The sun floods the fields and roofs, painting a peaceful picture of a majestic day. Travelers climb the mountain road, breathing fresh air and enjoying the views. A giant statue in the mountains has held the peace of this picturesque valley for centuries. Wayfarers walk along the river, hiding from the sun and keeping their course toward their goal. On the clearing, structures are visible where people find shelter from the heat and enjoy the silence of nature. Tired travelers approach a lonely house in search of rest. Near the doorstep, men are talking about a visit to the doctor. Legends about his skill circulate even in these mountains. The man in the hat studies the cup, preparing to meet the travelers. From above, you can see two people approaching a man who is calmly resting on a bench near the house. The figure slowly rises and moves away from the house, disappearing forever into the thick, mysterious shadow of the surrounding trees. A crowd is bustling in front of the gate, and the sun reflects off the iron gates. The flow of people does not cease for a moment. They pour in from everywhere and fill every inch of free space in front of the huge and massive city gate. Disputes flare up in the queue. Tired people argue over every little thing. Frightened faces indicate something terrible is happening right now. Mujin peeks through the gates, shocked by the scene, disorder and strange behavior of the crowd. The cold blade of the sword presses against the throat, and the victim freezes. The warrior in the purple kimono pins the enemy to the ground, holding the sword right against the Adam's apple. The man's face is twisted with rage and despair. Mujin understands this bloody clash is the work of martial arts masters, not ordinary people. In the middle of the yard, a brutal fight unfolds. Energy tears the air with powerful discharges, raising chaos around. Mujin freezes as a drop of blood flies past him. The blow throws the man backward, painting a grim picture of defeat among bloody splashes. The boy drops to his knees and desperately presses his hands to the wound, trying to stop the bleeding and save his life. The enraged eye of the warrior foretells a new wave of uncontrolled violence. The wounded man lies on the ground and strange marks appear on his chest from which dark liquid oozes. Mujin studies the blood on the fabric, trying to determine the attacker's technique. The victor in purple walks away and Mujin watches him with a heavy gaze, sensing trouble. The boy freezes, important information overturns all his understanding of the events. The killer's face melts into a grim smile, and his laughter sounds like a death sentence. Mujin's eyes widen, the realization of the truth makes his heart beat much faster from unbearable anxiety. Before him appears the image of a demonic creature. The enemy transforms into a true devil in the flames. Mujin recalls terrifying rumors. Before him again the same ruthless killer of doctors, whose bloody massacre instills horror in the inhabitants of the entire country. Mujin recalls terrifying rumors. Before him again the same ruthless killer of doctors, whose bloody massacre instills horror in the inhabitants of the entire country. The boy froze near the column and watched something invisible in the sunny room with fascination. The doctor greeted the patient on the couch warmly, becoming for him the embodiment of true hope. A mighty tree on the hill stands out as a dark silhouette against the night sky. The sun gilds the hill, and the shadow of the tree falls on the dewy grass. Mujin sees in the giant the image of a father steadfast, resilient, and full of inexhaustible kindness. The face is distorted by a demonic grimace, and against the background of ominous clouds the eyes flash with a predatory otherworldly fire in a cunning smile. The man in the purple kimono froze, clutching a sword behind his back, and his eyes pulsed with a dangerous, mysterious light. In a whirlwind of energy emerges a strong hand, and around it in a wild dance whirl bright sparks and sharp acupuncture needles. The blow cuts through the air, the youth flies aside, and bright crimson drops of hot blood fly from his face. The figure of Mujin swiftly pierces the starry sky until a deadly beam of energy mercilessly breaks through his chest and leaves a bloody trail. The face is frozen in a silent scream. Energy beams mercilessly pierce the boy's body, who withers in fear and pain like a whirlwind. A creature with a devilish face rushes through the green glow, piercing the space with dazzling flashes of destructive power. Against the backdrop of twinkling stars, fingers manipulate needles, and around them rises a real storm of molten metal and light. Mujin's gaze is sharp as a blade. He is ready for the final battle. A warrior with a massive sword stands still before the entrance. Mujin motionlessly watches the figure in purple, who rapidly disappears into the distance. The boy falls to his knees in fear before the stranger with hair strictly tied in a bun. A desperate scream, Mujin calls out to his father with all his might, and his eyes fill with unbearable pain and anxiety. A commanding hand rests on the shoulder, and from this touch, bright energy beams full of power spread against the wall. The figure with the sword moves away, and Mujin is stunned, turning at the sudden strong touch. The man in blue clothing radiates calm but absolutely unbreakable confidence. On the cobblestone lies a body, and Mujin desperately begs the stranger in blue to stop the dangerous swordsman who is walking away. The man in blue respectfully bows his head. A quiet refusal hangs in the air. On the starry sky, the outline of a figure with a whip barely appears. She tightly grips the weapon's handle in her hand. Cold sweat, dilated pupils, horror from the sudden realization of a terrible, inevitable thought. The young man bows his head before the man whose words fall heavily, like stones into quiet and deep water. A palm and a blue sleeve descends on Mujin's shoulder, giving him support and hope in this difficult moment. Close up, a hand grips Mujin's shoulder, and the pale face reflects unbearable inner disappointment. The majestic hospital building with a high roof towers as a silent witness to the tense conversation under the open sky. The swordsman in purple draws complex passes in the air, releasing turbulent and powerful streams of energy. The heroes' faces contort with fear as they see the incredible power rapidly approaching them. The warrior in purple sees what is completely invisible to the ordinary human eye. A frightened gaze freezes on the sword's handle. It gleams ominously under the purple fabric. Fear on Mujin's face disappeared, and instead joy flared up as soon as he noticed the familiar movement of the stranger's hand. A heavy sigh of relief. The situation turned out not to be so bad after all. Mujin shudders, feeling the heavy palm of the man in the purple kimono on his own shoulder. Behind him rises a face with burning eyes, which asks the young man a fateful and troubling question. The swordsman scrutinizes Mujin intently while he, stammering, tries to find the right words to answer. The man squeezes the youth in a half-deadly embrace, and the massive sword each time reminds of the price of any mistake. From beneath the folds of fabric gleams the warrior's hilt, an almost divine destructive force. Mujin looks at his hand in horror, feeling cold sweat flooding his eyes. The warrior's fingers do not let go of the boy, whose gaze is already completely glassy from unbearable stress. The man in purple smiles tensely, but in his eyes coldness and cutting needles. Panorama of the city. A crowd near the hospital watches closely what is happening near the main gates. Above the roofs, under the clear sky, thick smoke rises from the forge's chimney. The warrior in purple froze in the middle of the yard, completely immersed in thoughts about his secret plans. The young blacksmith touches his cheek in surprise, while the warrior points at him and at Mujin, who stands nearby in complete confusion. The silence is broken by the loud laughter of the man in purple. He threw his head back and, ignoring the youths, simply laughed. The youths whisper confusedly, not understanding where this strange laughter came from. The man wipes tears from his eyes and shows the boys a gold coin, then throws them a provocative question. The boys froze with raised eyebrows, mesmerized by the gold that the swordsman offers them in his wide palm. On a pink background shines a heavy ingot of pure gold, shimmering with sun reflections. The blacksmith takes the precious metal, while the warrior closely watches their reaction. The man's gaze becomes sharp, as if trying to look straight into the souls of the young craftsmen. They discuss the deadlines for the order, while the swordsman watches every gesture and word of the young craftsman with distrust. Mujin excitedly promises to complete everything on time, not taking his eyes off the shining ingot. Mujin tightly grips the gold, focused only on a perfect result. The blacksmith confirms the words of his friend, and the satisfied young man already feels the weight of the future task. All three agree on the final details of the deal in the middle of the courtyard, while the gold in Mujin's hands becomes the pledge of their success. The swordsman sharply raises his hand. The air around instantly becomes heavy and cold. The man in the shadow pushes back the sword's hilt, reminding the boys of his true nature. The boy instantly turned pale, recalling the danger and unpredictability of the man with whom they had just made this risky deal. The blacksmith gets to work and the warrior sits on a chair, patiently preparing to wait. A skeptical smile on the warrior's face reveals deep doubts about the young master's abilities. A column of smoke rose over the city. Work on the needles finally started. Flames burst from the chimney, and the space fills with energy from the frantic work at the anvil. The glowing coal crackles as it flies into the furnace, fanning the heat to an incredible temperature needed to melt the steel. Mujin works the bellows under the watchful eye of the man in purple robes. The swordsman imagines the perfect needles, pondering how complex this jewelry process is. Sweating profusely, half-naked Mujin relentlessly strikes the iron with a hammer, which the blacksmith firmly holds with massive tongs. The warrior crossed his arms over his chest and scrutinized every blow to the metal. The swordsman's face twisted. He was struck by the skill of an ordinary assistant doctor. The sounds of the blows spread across the square while thick smoke engulfed the neighboring roofs. A strong male hand lifts the heavy blacksmith's hammer against the backdrop of glowing sparks flying everywhere like fiery stars. The swordsman does not take his eyes off the metal, which emits an almost magical light and heat. He did not expect to see such passion for the craft in ordinary city boys. Mujin still mercilessly strikes the iron until the metal finally yields to the will and strong force of this young master. The process is clear, dividing into parts, breaking off pieces, and the final smashing of elements. Mujin is fully immersed in the rhythm of work and pays no attention to the heat around. In the warrior's eyes flickers the silhouette of the boy like an ancient spirit of fire. Finally, ordinary smoke poured from the chimney, and the heated atmosphere in the forge slowly began to cool, thus the work ended. Tired but happy, Mujin wipes sweat and rejoices that the task was successfully completed. The warrior looks at the young man with satisfaction and admits his mistake. Mujin clenches the gold in his hand. It is his reward for exhausting work in the hot forge. The boy looks straight into the swordsman's eyes and asks what the true purpose of creating such dangerous and specific tools is. The man smiles mysteriously, but his cold gaze pierces the young man to the very bones. The boy freezes by the wall, hesitating before a difficult choice. The men discuss matters while Mujin sinks into his own anxious thoughts. The swordsman presses on his own, not paying a step to the doubts and fear clearly read on the boy's face. From the touch to the hilt, energy bursts out and fills the forge with dazzling light. The warrior folds his fingers in a gesture between them. A powerful energy cluster flashes in a moment. The young men watch in fascination, the streams of power swirling around the warrior and holding a strong barrier. The swordsman does not take his eyes off Mujin. He stands wet with sweat and feels with every cell the incredible pressure of another's will. Drops of water on the tile, a silent proof of a tense moment of waiting. The blacksmith flinches, sharp needles instantly pierce his bare shoulder. Around, sakura petals and sparks fly as the blacksmith looks at his own hands in confusion. A wave covered the smithy. It lifted objects and made the air vibrate from the excess magical power of the mysterious sword. The warrior watches the chaos with satisfaction, demonstrating his complete superiority. Mujin froze in the very center of the storm, trying to comprehend everything seen with tense silence. The building with curved roofs silently towers over the city, hiding its secrets in the shadows of balconies. In his imagination, he is a hero of legends, confidently frozen in a battle pose. The swordsman embraces Mujin by the shoulder and tells details while the blacksmith stands in a cloud of energy and sharp needles. Mujin thoughtfully considers the warrior's words despite fatigue and anxiety. The swordsman asks a direct question and looks intently at Mujin, who tries to find the strength within himself for a correct and worthy answer. The conversation continues. The warrior closed his eyes to concentrate and listens carefully to the young man's explanation. Mujin inquires about secrets, and the swordsman watches every change in his gaze. Hearing the news, the young man opened his mouth in genuine surprise, confused. The warrior explains the purpose of the needle, and Mujin is mesmerized, not taking his eyes off his hands. The conversation grows more serious. Both men immerse themselves in the intricacies of using the newly created weapon. The swordsman tensed, checking the reaction of his new young pupil. Mujin decisively steps over the threshold of the red gates with hieroglyphs, feeling anxiety from the unknown. The boy climbs the stairs, clenching his fist. His eyes are a mixture of fear and stubborn determination to reach the very end. A joyful thought seized Mujin. He laughs, dreaming of future triumph. He imagines scenes of martial arts where his strikes cut through the air swiftly and lethally. Mujin's imaginary images perform combat moves, showing an unbreakable spirit. Mujin exhales focusedly during a strike, fully dedicating himself to training body and mind. But the reality is different. Mujin lies unhappily on the ground, and above him stands the teacher, looking at his bitter failure. Mujin bows low to the doctor, apologizing for the long absence at home. The father looks gently at his son, while the son bows his head and feels responsibility towards the family. When the doctor touched the son's shoulders, a spark of true mutual understanding instantly ignited between them. Suddenly, the doctor's body shudders from a strong fever. Mujin barely manages to catch his father, who suddenly became very ill. The doctor's face paled from pain, while Mujin feverishly racks his brain on how to help his father. The old man talks about his fear for his son as they recover from a severe attack. Leaning on his son's strong shoulder, the father slowly heads to the entrance, seeking the long-awaited shelter within the walls of his native hospital. The healer's face is clouded with thoughts before the fateful conversation. Despite his weakness, the old man watches his son intently, and in his gaze is impatient expectation. They stop right in front of the clinic entrance, freeze, preparing to finally step over the threshold that is destined to forever change their usual, measured life. Suddenly, the father rushes deep into the yard, throwing the young man into confusion. Turning back, the old man stuns Mujin with news from which the boy's eyebrows shoot up. In the old man's hands, silver ingots mysteriously glisten, from which a soft glow barely trembles in the golden rays of the evening sunlight. Mujin clutches the treasure confusedly, not understanding why his father gave him these riches right now. The doctor explains to his son, the time has come to set out on the road to become a man. The father continues to give instructions, and Mujin tries to comprehend the scale of the serious changes ahead in his own life fate. The young man's speech is full of doubts, and the sweat on his temples reveals his fear of the unknown. The doctor's confident gesture breaks the hesitation. This is the only path to the future. Looking his son straight in the eyes, the father fervently convinces him of the importance of this step, though the boy listens with great doubt in his soul. Mujin suddenly realized a truth he had never even dared to dream of before. In a forest clearing, an old tree firmly bites into the ground and casts a shadow on the grass. The boy looks at the giant and quietly reflects on his father's incredible endurance. Mujin's face shines with the awareness of a new mission until he finally understands something extremely important against the backdrop of the blue, endless sky. Hundreds of yellow butterflies swirl around, filling the forest with magic and happiness. The old trunk becomes the center of the world, from where a new legend begins. From the lush crown, clouds of golden butterflies and sparks scatter, heralding the beginning of a great journey and future magnificent achievements. Through the endless space like comets, bright clusters of energy rush by. These, Mujin in meditation, around him swirl energy flows and leaves. Against the sky, the young man's face radiates calm, eyes closed and hair playing in the wind. The frame focuses on the young man's eye in it, extreme concentration and intense mental work on something extraordinarily important. Mujin sits in the lotus position, surrounded on all sides by a dense radiant cocoon of power. The silence of the forest is broken only by a light rustle. A ripe acorn detaches from the branch and falls down. Feeling a blow on the crown, Mujin raises his gaze upward and contemplates the fateful, recalling in his thoughts his distant native home. On a branch, a man in purple crouches watching the young man. Mujin jumps up while the stranger jumps down in a wild whirlwind of energy. The man in purple freezes before the young man. His gaze is full of irony as he slowly utters some mysterious words. The young man takes a fighting stance with a smile and responds joyfully to the opponent. Mujin dreams of the power of a mighty master, but in reality, he remains an ordinary boy who simply tells this story. A silvery gleam suddenly cuts through the air. The elegant sword of the stranger swiftly pierces the transparent space. The weapon unexpectedly ends up in the young man's hands, and he stunnedly examines the perfect, cold steel of the blade. A huge log falls from above like heavenly punishment. The sun dims, and the air trembles from the incredible weight. The master skillfully catches the wood and takes a stance, challenging the boy to a fight. The master's gaze becomes sterner. He tightly grips the stick before the fierce clash on the sunny glade. The frightened Mujin is reflected in the cold blade of the sword. The young man draws the blade while the opponent calmly instructs with a stick in his hands. Mujin closes his eyes for a moment, imagining how with one lightning-fast move he cuts the hem of the enemy's purple dress. Fanatical dreaminess flashes in the boy's eyes. In his thoughts, he relentlessly approaches the enemy with a giant sword that weighs much more than the strongest rock. The stranger whistles carefreely, showing complete indifference to the boy's actions. The master blows ironically on his index finger, showing surprise at the youth's audacity. The man's boot firmly sinks into the thick grass, and from this movement, a powerful wave of pure energy spreads through the ground. Mujin's face tenses. He lunges forward sharply. The boy strikes desperately, but the master easily deflects the attack with a stick. An energy flash at the point of contact between the blade and the wood captures the moment of highest confrontation in this clearing. The angry youth presses with all his might, but the simple stick seems unbreakable to him. Mujin's eyes widen with complete confusion and sudden realization of his own powerlessness. The master holds the stick above his head, deflecting the sword's futile blows. The boy rushes like a blurred shadow, shouting from immense tension as if all his muscles are about to burst. Powerful pillars of energy rise around Mujin, and on his face the imprint of supernatural strength. A close-up shows the boy's dilated pupils the moment when he has completely exhausted all his inner resources. The warrior stands unwavering amid the storm as Mujin's sword flies past. Mujin tumbles head over heels through the blue streams, and his confused scream drowns in the roar of the energy storm. Far in the mountains above the forest, thick smoke rises, and remnants of battle spells scatter into the sky. The body cannot withstand the tension. Trembling hands press into the grass, and the boy is incessantly nauseated from the strong shock. The youth kneels while the master calmly watches his weakness. Mujin begins to cry loudly, pouring out pain and disappointment over the defeat. The master laughs cheerfully against the sky. He is sincerely pleased with the lesson. The youth stands by the blade, stuck in disappointment. The plan has completely failed. A sharp strike of the stick on the crown makes the boy's head jerk in pain. The master waves the stick in the sky, trying to convey a truth that the student is unable to comprehend. Mujin, trembling with fear, holds the sword against an ordinary stick that relentlessly moves toward him. Sweat streams down the youth. He breathes heavily, searching for a way out of the losing fight. Two figures froze, Mujin in a fighting stance against the master with an old stick which in his hands looks like a formidable weapon. A spark of concentration flares in the boy's eyes. He is gathering strength for the final attempt. The warrior's foot stamps into the ground. The air trembles from a powerful explosion of force. Mujin leaps with a sword, but the enemy again raises the stick for defense. The sword whistles as it strikes the tree. The master watches the force of the blow tensely. Mujin laughs, finally understanding the essence of the cunning art. Among the lilac waves, the man in purple slowly retreats, looking extraordinarily majestic and calm. Mujin freezes. A strange energy of true insight flashes in the area of his third eye. The exhausted youth falls face down into the grass. His sword lies aside and remnants of magic swirl around. Turning onto his back, the boy looks at the sky, holds his head, and thinks about fate. The boy sits on the grass next to the sword, while the teacher crouches to talk about future trials and duty. The youth receives another blow to the head with the stick. He shudders, and for a moment listens to the mentor. Mujin analyzes the lesson learned against the backdrop of the high sky. His gaze burns with deep reflections on his own strength. The boy listens to the master's explanation, who swings the stick broadly. Exhausted, Mujin leaned his hands on his knees and swallowed air heavily. The master strokes his beard contentedly and laughs, pleased with the student's progress. Mujin's body trembles from powerful energy discharges that temper his spirit. In the imagined scene against the sky, Mujin receives an instructive blow from the stick, the strictness and inevitability of his training. Both warriors simultaneously turn toward a suspicious noise from the forest thicket. Through the branches creeps a mysterious figure, its outlines like an exhausted person in tattered clothes. Only legs in tattered clothes are visible, while the heroes cautiously fix their gaze on the unexpected guest. A tanned young man in gray-brown robes with carelessly tied hair appears in the clearing. In close-up, the traveler's belt, 3 bizarre knots immediately catch the eyes of both heroes with their strange, unnatural shape. Mujin and the master scrutinize the guest, trying to discern his intentions and where he came from. A tan boy folds his hands in greeting and begins the story. 3 heroes walk through a glade. The young man eagerly tells his story, while Mujin and the teacher attentively catch every word. The guide's face slips into sadness. He bows his head, recalling the terrible events that forever changed the life of his native settlement. A tragedy appears before the eyes, a wall of fire, fresh graves, and men dragging the bodies of the dead on wooden stretchers through the smoke. A large procession of people, dragging their belongings behind them, slowly trudged along the road, escaping from an unknown disaster. The young man's face is full of sorrow. He looks into the void and continues his mournful story. The boy recalls the doctor of his settlement. His image helps to recreate the details of those terrible events. The young man sincerely thanks his companions for their help, bowing against the backdrop of majestic and sharp mountain peaks. A view opens up to the heroes, lakes spread far away, and the settlement sprawled on picturesque hills ahead. The travelers examine the buildings, preparing for what awaits them inside. A gray-haired man warmly welcomes the travelers and invites them to enter the premises. The heroes enter the house behind the boy, who has finally led them to their destination. A boy lies on the floor, his body covered with blisters, and the fever mercilessly burns him. Mujin searches for a pulse in the teenager, under the tense gazes of everyone gathered in the room. The young man raises his palm. Cold sweat runs down his temples. He feels how the disease relentlessly takes the child's life. In Mujin's imagination, elements collided, the icy moisture of the illness and the destructive fire of the fever. Mujin concentrates deeply, immersing himself in thoughts about the nature of this disease. The man talks about the child's symptoms while Mujin sits by the patient on his knees, closely studying the patient's condition and his exhausted body. Mujin bows his head. The weight of responsibility presses on him under the watchful gaze of the mentor, who silently awaits his professional decision. The master's face trembles with fear. He realizes that this disease is deadly dangerous for everyone gathered in this cramped, stuffy room. Mujin turns to the teacher with a question. His gaze reveals his extreme focus on saving the teenager. All the characters gathered around the bed and tried together to diagnose in a tense conversation. The master in purple sinks into thought, rubs his chin, and analyzes the complex medical situation. Mujin's face shows confusion from what he heard. Sweat runs down his forehead as he tries to pull himself together. The young man decisively opens his backpack near the patient, while the others silently watch as he prepares everything. Under the light of the wooden building, a thin acupuncture needle glistens. Its tip emits a magical glow. Mujin's hand trembles with excitement as he prepares for the procedure and tries to compose himself. The master in purple points to the necessary spot on the boy's leg and gives the apprentice an extremely important and precise piece of advice. The mentor's hand begins to release powerful energy, strengthening Mujin in his complex and responsible work. Mujin's eyes widen both from surprise and concentration. He feels the support of the master's power. In Mujin's visions, the sick teenager is now surrounded by protective energies glowing against the darkness. The imaginary Mujin leans over the child with a needle in his hands, surrounded by clusters of power that help him heal. A spasm runs across the boy's face, and an explosion of powerful red energy flashes near his forehead. The hero's hands work on the patient's leg, while an important dialogue about the course of treatment continues between them. Mujin carefully drives the needle into the flesh. The others present freeze in anticipation, not taking their eyes off the patient. Mujin's figure against the starry sky looks like the embodiment of hope. He is fully immersed in magical healing. The needles are already stuck in the child's head, and the master in purple is closely watching every change in her condition. Exhausted, Mujin wipes sweat from his forehead, while the other heroes anxiously wait to see what will happen to the little one next. Mujin's gaze is fixed on the patient. He watches every detail intently, despite his fatigue. Suddenly, the boy begins to move or tremble. His face is covered with blisters, and large drops of sweat appear one after another. Close-up of Mujin's frightened face, he looks tensely, trying to understand how the body is reacting. The boy starts coughing harshly with red energy, a sign of the critical phase of the internal struggle. Mujin's eyes are wide open. Surprise and fear shake him as he sees what is unfolding before him at this decisive moment. The teenager finally calms down, the cough subsides, and the body, pierced with needles, finds the long-awaited peace. Everyone in the room is intently watching the child, trying to catch any slightest changes in her condition. Mujin's face finally shows relief. He exhales a clump of energy and feels the weight lift from his shoulders. The surprised young man feels the master's hand on his shoulder as if it stops him at the moment of greatest exhaustion. The man in purple stands over Mujin, placing a hand on his shoulder while the young man looks up at him full of questions. The master looks down at the apprentice and tells him something extremely important about the next actions and the boy's condition. A happy smile flashes on Mujin's face. Despite fatigue and sweat, he looks quite satisfied. The last rays of the sun fall on the mountains, and the figure of the man is in a radiant cocoon. This is a symbol of the greatness of a completed deed. 3 men walk past wooden houses. Ahead goes a mustached peasant, half-turned to his companions to tell about the disaster that befell their settlement. The sun floods the road with long shadows, and Mujin with a backpack and the swordsman in purple clothes follow the guide deep into the village up to the giant trees. Against the background of an old building, Mujin freezes from what he heard, a sincere surprise on his face. The companion in purple maintains an unshakable calm and vigilance. Stopping in the middle of a sandy street, the father of the rescued child, wiping tears of gratitude, confesses, if not for the doctor, the boy would have long been no longer among the living. Having exhausted words of thanks, the host hospitably invites the rescuers to rest in a small house, then politely bows and leaves the guests alone. In the abandoned dwelling reigns emptiness. Mujin and his companion inspect the room where a child's doll, abandoned by someone, lies lonely on the dusty floor. The man in purple slowly bypasses the gloomy room, carefully looking into old cabinets whose fronts still hold naive and bright children's drawings. In the silence of the silent room, the warrior stops by a lonely wooden table and tries to see through the empty furniture the stories of the people who lived here before. The heavy boot of the stranger stops almost right next to the doll. He freezes, fixing his gaze on the toy that became a silent witness to someone's suddenly broken fate. The man's face tenses and his gaze becomes deep and focused, as if he is trying to unravel the mystery of this place, immersed in his own heavy thoughts. The frame focuses on the warrior's face. Furrowed brows and a sharp gleam in his eyes reveal a sudden epiphany, as if he has finally remembered an extremely important, troubling detail. While Mujin intently checks the contents of his backpack, the man picks up a doll from the floor and examines it carefully, holding it over the table as if it were key evidence in the case. Frowning, the swordsman sharply shifts his gaze to the doctor and sternly replies to him, not letting go of the found toy with his strong, weapon-hardened hands. Mujin helplessly shrugs and shakes his head, unable to agree with the companion's arguments, who has already approached closely for a serious, tense conversation. On a small round table, a modest dinner lights up. Fragrant shashlik, chicken, and fresh salad await the tired travelers, offering a brief respite. Seated on a brick elevation, the men begin their meal, yet even during eating, they are not released from the conversation about the strange events happening around. Emotional Mujin, mouth open in surprise, asks an important question, to which his companion with a bowl in hand responds with a restrained but entirely approving nod. The man's confident hand tilts the pitcher, warm milk pours into the bowl, and Mujin already reaches forward impatiently, eager to quench his thirst after the long journey. Holding the drink in his hands, the young doctor with genuine curiosity in his eyes again addresses the senior comrade, trying to extract the truth about this strange settlement. The warrior's silhouette fills the space. he continues the conversation without taking his eyes off the doll he placed on the table, as if it were also a full-fledged interlocutor in their secret dialogue. Against the window background, Mujin's face suddenly changes. He freezes with the bowl in his hands, asking another question that now seems critically important to him. Suddenly, the boy sharply turns his head towards the darkness outside the window. His hearing caught a strange, alien sound, and it cut through the silence of the abandoned wooden house. From the street, you can see the frightened Mujin pressing against the window and anxiously peering into the night darkness, where a suspicious and extremely dangerous sound just rang out. Evening twilight rapidly covers the settlement. Heavy clouds draw over the sky and evoke a sense of inevitable trouble lurking between the silent wooden walls. Against the backdrop of distant mountains unfolds the panorama of the village. Its twisted water bodies and sandy spits look cold and alien in the last rays of the day. Mujin froze in a thoughtful pose against the window, completely immersed in himself and trying to unravel the mystery hidden in the walls of this house. Before the boy's eyes again floats the image of a sick child. He feverishly analyzes every symptom, trying to understand the nature of the ailment he had to treat. In the half-darkness of the room, the man in purple and Mujin sit on the floor and have a quiet, focused conversation about things that trouble them. The evening sun breaks through the window, catching Mujin's shocked eyes from the darkness. He just heard from his companion an extremely unexpected, perhaps even dangerous message. The warrior sits with his back to us, not taking his eyes off the abandoned doll on the table, while his voice pulls and slowly unwinds the thread of a gloomy and ancient story. The camera focuses on the wooden table. The doll girl sits with her head bowed, and in this silent, abandoned room she looks painfully lonely. Sitting on the bed opposite his companion, Mujin attentively listens to the tragic confession of the man in purple about the very misfortune that once tore his family to pieces. Suddenly, the warrior strangely brightened up. He clenches the bowl, a bloody smile on his lips. Mujin focuses even more, sensing the hidden pain in this laughter. Wide open doors scatter rays onto scattered clothes and a doll. Everything around screams that the inhabitants fled here blindly, gripped by panic. In the glow of a bright morning, a figure with long hair emerges on the threshold, decisively turns around, and walks away from the house where only memories and junk remain. Against the backdrop of the sunset, a man strikingly resembling our hero, but with longer hair, approaches a massive gated entrance to a mysterious town. The pink-purple sky shades the silhouette of a wooden pole, on which a paper lantern quietly sways, decorated with mysterious hieroglyphs that call travelers. A handsome foreigner stumbles upon a disgusting old man. This skinny man with warts and a rat-like bite looks extremely repulsive in his dirty gray clothes. The young warrior's face is covered with drops of sweat, and his gaze reveals extreme concentration. It seems before us is the same man in purple, only in the prime of his youth. A scene unfolds near the house. A hideous mustachioed man brazenly hangs on a box, while a young boy in purple kneels before him in a sign of submission or pleading. On a golden background, the face of a toy girl appears again. Her sullen expression further emphasizes the bitterness of the story about the irreversible losses this house has suffered. The warrior confesses his wife and daughter died not because of poverty, but because there was no doctor and healing herbs. Meanwhile, Mujin silently shares this heavy burden of truth with him. With a painful smile on his face, the man explains, it was this personal tragedy that once forced him to abandon the warrior's path and dedicate his life to the art of healing. Sitting by the wooden wall, he sadly adds that over many years of wandering, the images of his dearest people have almost faded from his memory, leaving only emptiness in his heart. Mujin thoughtfully looks out the window while his companion wipes his face with his hand and cannot take his eyes off the doll that constantly reminds him of everything he once lost. Through the window from the street, the figure of Mujin is visible. He is gazing into the distance, and the silhouette of a man in purple who is motionless in the depths of the empty room. The morning fog slowly rises over the settlement, enveloping the mountains and bodies of water with a ghostly haze, while the sun is just beginning to illuminate the sandy hills. The man in purple decisively declares that he will personally inspect every corner of the village to find at least some clue that explains the strange behavior of the inhabitants. Villagers have gathered on the street near the house. The warrior orders Mujin not to waste time, and the young man confidently nods, promising that everything will be under control. The morning silence is suddenly broken by a sharp sound. Against the backdrop of trees, a pig's snout emerges, and loud grunting makes the heroes instantly shudder from surprise. Under the open sky, a huge enclosure has spread out where dozens of pigs are crowding, and Mujin along with his companions stand frozen by the fence, tensely watching the animals. Mujin bends low over the stone well, gazing into the dark gray, almost steel-like surface of the water, trying to find at least some hint in this depth. In the semi-darkness of the basement, cluttered with sacks and vats, Mujin crouches near the find and intently studies the object in his hand under the watchful gaze of an old villager. Passing by a gloomy wooden building, Mujin sharply pulls on the brakes, stops, and asks his companions if the old Zhang lived here, who was the first to fall ill from the unknown disease. The companions confirm the doctor's suspicion. This lonely homestead on the outskirts really belongs to the first victim of the epidemic, and from this, the anxiety that already hangs in the heavy air only grows. Two contours flash in consciousness, cold blue and fiery orange. Someone reflects on the nature of ailments, some chill the body to the bone, others burn it from within. Before the eyes flashes a sinister red clump of energy with metastasis tentacles, deadly chi, born in stench and darkness, but it is neither in the well nor in the barn. Bowing his head, Mujin thinks feverishly. Every plague has its epicenter. From there it mercilessly spreads outward, like ripples on water. In the middle of the street, a tense dialogue unfolds. Mujin tries to extract every detail from the locals, who exactly fell ill next and how the disease developed from the very beginning. An old villager, lowering his eyes, recalls the terrible days, and a young man with a bandage adds an important detail. The disease consumed the western part of the settlement much faster than the eastern part. Mujin freezes in the middle of the road and compares the two parts of the village. His mind searches for the very fatal difference that caused the disease to choose the western direction. The boy with the bandage suggests that the cause lies in the balance of yin and yang energies, but he is stopped by another question. Why were the children, past whom they passed without fear, the first victims? Mujin proposes a logical version. Children always play together, and their favorite place was always the stream flowing on the western outskirts of this unfortunate village. The doctor's face twists with a sudden guess. If the well in the east dried up during the spring drought, then the only source of water for all the inhabitants was precisely that stream. Mujin breaks out in sweat from the terrifying conclusion. The first to fall ill were those who most often took water from the brook, and the drought only drove people into the trap of the deadly element. The shot reveals a panorama of the noisy stream. It rushes swiftly between rocks and sandy banks, densely overgrown with grass and wild shrubs hiding its secret. While the companions keep their distance, Mujin kneels right by the water and intently watches every sparkle on the surface flowing down the hillside. The stream looks deceptively safe. Through the crystal-clear water, every pebble and every green stem swaying on the bottom under the current is visible. Mujin touches the water and feels neither turbidity nor suspicious smell, but all the facts indisputably point to this clean-looking mountain stream. The doctor's face hardens. He realizes that only one method remains the most dangerous to test his theory and learn the truth about the state of this clear water. The old man and the young man with the bandage flinch at the unexpected splash. In the silence of the forest, the sound of water flew like a shot and made their hearts beat faster from anxious anticipation. Mujin decisively raises his cupped hands of water to his face, closes his eyes, and takes a sip, risking his own life to save the entire settlement. The companions watch in horror as Mujin freezes in a meditation pose. He plunges into inner silence and tries to feel how the ingested water affects his body. Wrapped in streams of bright energy, the doctor sinks into a deep trance. His face is calm, but inner tension bursts to the limit in search of hostile force. On the bank of the stream reigns silence. The young man asks if the old man has ever seen such powerful technique. The grandfather only shakes his head, stunned by the power of chi energy. On the bank of the brook, Mujin freezes in the lotus pose. Behind him stand the young man and the gray-haired old man, holding their breath at how great doctors can control their inner energy. Mujin fully immerses himself. His face radiates extreme concentration, and his hair flies from the powerful surge of force that visualizes the work of his organs. In a close-up of internal systems, it is visible how ominous red chi energy gathers near the intestines, the deadly imprint of the ingested water. In his imagination, Mujin sees how this identical poison torments the boy he saved, and finally comes to the conclusion that the source of the disease is hidden precisely in this brook. Mugen's gaze sharpens, pulsating streams of light radiate from his pupils, a moment of true enlightenment when the doctor deciphers the mystery of the epidemic's origin. The young man and the grandfather watch tensely every breath of Mugen, shuddering from the realization of the terrible truth he has just uncovered in his trance. Suddenly turning to his companions, Mugen authoritatively waves his hand forward. He shouts an order to gather immediately and move deeper into the forest, following the flow of the treacherous water. Above the majestic mountains, a clear, cloudless sky spread out, but below, just above the tops of the dense forest, a ghostly, anxious fog trembles and thickens. The bright haze slowly descends on the forest thickets, hiding the foot of the cliffs and creating a sense of an invisible obstacle that will lie in wait for the brave in the mountain lowland. The trio of heroes walks along the hill where the stream's bank grows steeper with each step, and every step forces the travelers to maintain incredible vigilance and give their all. The stream suddenly widens, turning into a raging river. The men, supporting each other, carefully jump over slippery stones, trying not to fall into the water. Cutting through the forest, Mugen feels the air thicken and press. Every breath comes with pain, as if nature itself resists their advance. After the doctor, his exhausted companions barely keep up. The old father and the young man breathe heavily, feeling their strength melt step by step in this suffocating forest. Mugen releases a wave of bright energy around him like an invisible radar. His eyes intently scan the space, trying to find the epicenter of the invisible strike. Stopping on a narrow path, Mugen asks his comrades how they feel. They grimly nod. They feel the oppressive influence of something alien and evil just the same. The group continues their way through the thickets along the current. Mugen confidently asserts that they are very close to the goal, despite the unbearable tension hanging over everything. The road draws them deeper into the forest, where dead silence is frozen between the trees, and the figures of the men against the backdrop of giant trunks and stones look small and defenseless. Suddenly the air is colored a poisonous purple. It becomes so thick that the travelers are forced to stop, stunned by this abnormal chi force. Mugen, dripping with sweat, tightly pinches his nose with his hand. The stench of rot hits his face, and the sight of dying trees suggests the source of the disease is somewhere very close. Before them unfolds a terrifying scene, a wide clearing, completely enveloped in a purple fog that slowly devours the forest like a living and ravenous creature. Trying not to inhale the poison, the heroes crouch and slowly advance into the foggy clearing, leaving behind the relatively safe zone of tall forest trees. Mugen's face twists with rage and disgust. He feels every cell of his body protesting against being in the very epicenter of the deadly stench. Suddenly, the maw of a dark cave gapes before them, and from it bursts forth powerful clouds of purple energy carrying the spirit of decay and an ancient curse. Mugen and his companions approach the very entrance of the grotto, covering their faces with the edges of their clothing. Purple steam seeps directly from beneath the ground and literally melts under their feet. The ground becomes unstable and turns into a swamp that collapses under their boots. Mugen barely keeps his balance, surrounding himself with the protective glow of a bright white discharge. In the purple haze, Mugen and his comrades break through the chaos, clutching at every step and trying to hold on against gusts of energy that seek to knock them down. With an angry face and burning eyes, Mugen makes the final discovery. Beneath this poisoned earth, something terrible is buried. It is the very source of all the trouble. Sunlight barely penetrates through narrow windows, carving out shelves with dried roots and clay vats from the darkness. Here the life of herbs meets death. On the table, among rags, scattered seeds, and crushed fruits lie, and nearby stands a marble mortar. It holds a thick aroma of medicine, too unusual for the suffocating streets. Mugen froze in the middle of the storeroom with open doors, clutching the mortar in one hand and carefully lifting the find with the other, examining it with utmost attention. The young man's gaze slides upward all the way to the ceiling, where linen bags with herbs are hung. His face lights up with satisfaction, because every found plant is a step toward salvation. Dark pink bundles swaying under the roof conceal a mysterious power. Here, the death of plants becomes the key to life, capable of healing the most severe ailment. Mugen tightly grips the wooden handle like a spear. His muscles tense and sweat runs down his face as heavy chunks of dirt rise around from the fierce labor. Instead of living earth beneath his feet, a purple slime has spread, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. This place is soaked only with pain and inevitable suffering. In the depths of the dug pit, among sticky purple mud, the bones of dead beasts and fish remains eerily white, and everything has turned into a continuous cemetery of nature. Leaning on a long stick, Mudjin gloomily watches this heap of remains, trying to understand which madman could have gathered so much death in one place. At the foot of the cliff where a stream babbles, 3 men with sticks in their hands sway over the abyss, trying to unravel the mystery of these terrible graveyards. Mighty tree crowns sink into the purple haze spreading through the forest, raising suffocating murk and a heavy, poisonous smell that takes one's breath away. Breathing heavily and wiping sweat, Mudjin turns to his companions. He demands to immediately pull the remains from the pits so that the poison does not seep into the clean waters of the stream. The elder man and the young man, overcoming disgust, descend into the pit under Mudjin's watchful eye. He is ready at any moment to come to his comrade's aid. The boy with the bandage, shuddering from what he has seen, asks his father who could have been so cruel as to commit this mass murder and bury the evidence here. While the men drag the slippery carcass of the animal to the surface, Mudjin comprehends a terrible truth. Even one drop of this corpse poison is deadly dangerous. Before the eyes appears a skull wrapped in violet flame. Instead of eyes burns rage. The settlement where Mudjin came to save a child now looks ominous. The mountain in the background seems washed with blood, and the riverbanks are covered with a crimson, anxious fog. Standing over the pit, the young man realizes the appearance of these dead strangely coincided in time with the moment when the last drop of water in the village well suddenly dried up. Mudjin's figure shudders with rage amid the violet smoke. He understands this is not just misfortune, it is a cold-blooded, planned extermination of all living things. Soiled with mud and exhausted from work, the villagers freeze at the bottom of the pit, catching every word of Mudjin. His voice now sounds especially serious and threatening. Suddenly Mudjin sharply turns around, tensing every nerve. In the forest silence, a suspicious crack of a branch sounded, causing the heart to tremble with danger. 3 men froze in amazement, staring into the thicket, from where a stranger's figure slowly emerges from the fog. Only one confident leg is visible so far. Before them emerges a stout man in a pink robe and a strange hat. A sharp knife gleams in his hands, and behind his back a mysterious basket swings heavily. The fat man's face twists with rage. He tears off a handkerchief and shouts, cursing the uninvited guests for destroying his months-long bloody work. The heroes' bodies are pierced by a tremor from a terrible suspicion. Could it be that the one who was supposed to give healing and hope turned out to be a real executioner and the source of all this death? Mudjin's gaze hardens ice cold, and his eyebrows angrily knit over the bridge of his nose. He understands that Dr. Yen not only knew about the poison, he deliberately profited from the deaths, extracting money from the unfortunate victims. In Mudjin's thoughts, the image of the doctor splits. The fat man's friendly mask slips off, revealing the true devilish face of a demon who only pretended to be a merciful healer for profit. Before the eyes appears the disgusting likeness of a doctor, a gluttonous pig swallowing silver. Mudjin is nauseated by the thought that the boundless greed of this creature nearly wiped an entire settlement off the face of the earth. Dr. Yen no longer hides. He squints maliciously, clutching a knife in his hand, and the removed scarf around his neck indicates the game of secrecy is over, and the time for open hostility has come. Mudjin freezes in a fighting stance in the middle of the purple swamp, firmly gripping a stick. His body trembles with rage, and a single thought in his head demands immediate retribution against the unscrupulous executioner. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the father of the sick boy, the young man focuses as he prepares to leap. In his gaze, the fat man in the pink robe is the root of all evil that must be uprooted. An old man, holding a stick in one hand and the torn head of a dead goat in the other, shouts madly at the doctor, asking how he managed to turn human sorrow into a bloody business. In the suffocating purple fog, the father swings his dreadful burden at Dr. Yen, but the fat man deftly dodges the blow and wears a contemptuous, evil smile on his face. The doctor squints disdainfully and grits his teeth, saying he always considered himself a good man. He just wanted to take his deserved share of gold at the end of this long game with death. The old peasant's face twists with uncontrollable anger. He cannot believe his own ears and, asking again which exact doku this monster dares to speak of, watches as people perish around him. The old man rages fiercely. His gaze burns with fire and a cry of despair bursts from his chest. He reminds the killer of every lost life, the one he traded for the shine of coins, without a drop of remorse. The enraged doctor stands against the very heart of a powerful vortex of energy rushing straight at him. From the tension and unexpected force of resistance, drops of fear run down his sweaty face. Chunks of purple mud scatter in all directions under the pressure of incredible force, flooding the air with heavy clumps of dirt, the beginning of an inevitable and brutal battle. The eyes of the old man glow with inhuman fury. He no longer restrains his despair, turning every word into a battle cry that tears the silence of the poisonous forest in half. The head of a dead goat, launched by the firm hand of the old man, rushes over the crown of Dr. Yen, making him flinch from the very proximity of retribution, which literally breathes down his neck. Dr. Yen smiles defiantly as two burly bandits with axes emerge from the fog. He shouts that the fate of the peasants does not concern him because they dared to spoil his grand plan. Mujin, together with the young man and the enraged father, stand as an unshakable wall against the enemy. Their faces burn with readiness to fight to the last breath, despite the numerical superiority of the bandits. The doctor points with his thumb toward the pit of corpses and promises. Today the bodies of Mujin and his friends will replenish this graveyard, because the lives of the poor are not worth a broken penny to him. Yen's face twists into a devilish grimace. He openly declares that they do not deserve to live, and he will personally throw them into the very mud they so stubbornly shoveled. Amid the purple haze, three brave men grip their sticks tighter, challenging the doctor and his henchmen. Their hearts beat in unison, preparing for a clash where there is no place for fear. Hired killers with cold eyes and heavy weapons step forward, preparing to deal with the old peasant who dared to challenge their master killer. Suddenly everything changes. The old man's gaze becomes completely black, and his figure radiates such a terrible power that the air around begins to vibrate from his devastating wrath. The foot of the elderly man strikes the purple earth with such force that waves of pure energy spread from the impact, raising clouds of dirt and making the ground tremble. The faces of the bandits instantly pale with fright. They see something that makes their hearts freeze with unexpected horror, which they did not expect to encounter in this village. Four special knots unfold on the old man's belt, a sign of belonging to a powerful caste. Seeing it, the mercenaries immediately understand they have gotten involved in a battle with the wrong person. The face of the boy with the headband turns into a mask of extreme concentration. He sternly warns Mujin that their skills will not be enough to protect him during the escape if they get involved in the fight. Mujin freezes, stunned by what he hears. In his frightened eyes is surprise when he hears the proposal to defend the settlement side by side with Yu Chun, the same eccentric doctor he knew. An imaginary picture emerges before his eyes. Under the canopy of a giant tree, the old master calmly shares wisdom, while the young man trains with a stick, recalling how the generosity of the settlement's inhabitants saved them from hunger, and how they never hesitated to beg for alms. On a dark purple background, shrouded in ominous fog, the figure of an elderly warrior radiates a threatening aura. Gripping the stick, he stands motionless in a battle stance and continues his fatal, relentless countdown. In the young man's memories, he and the old man sit on the shore of a body of water opposite the settlement. He swears, when the time comes, they will fight without hesitation to repay the inhabitants for their kindness with their strength and lives. In the purple haze, Dr. Yen and his two heavily armed henchmen stand frozen in the mud. Tensely catching every sound of the old warrior's voice, he continues counting down the last seconds until the bloody reckoning begins. Three defenders stand shoulder to shoulder against the enemy horde that has already launched an attack. Mujin hears the bandits' threats. They promise to leave them no chance of escape if they dare to flee. The face of the elderly guardian is covered by his own hand, decisively stretched forward. This gesture, full of hidden power, reinforces the strange glow in his eyes that foretells an inevitable storm. Two mercenaries, one with a bandana and an axe, the other with a bun and a battle axe, burst from their place and break through streams of energy with a shout. The fate of their opponents is already decided, and the enemies themselves have made this deadly choice. In a surge of incredible energy, shaking the ground beneath their feet, Mujin and the boy with the headband are frightened but determined. They gather all their inner strength for the first strike, preparing for the clash. The old warrior, armed only with a stick, leaps into the sky and flies directly toward two armed bandits. The space around them flashes with streams of battle energy, turning the battlefield into an arena of deadly dance. Powerful whirlwinds lift Mujin and tear him from the ground. He looks down in surprise, feeling strong streams of energy carrying him upward, far from the epicenter of the first clash. While the guardian on the purple mud prepares to meet the enemies, behind him, the boy with the headband also sharply rises into the air. Wild streams of energy cover him from all sides, lifting him higher and higher. Mujin suddenly hangs in the air almost upside down. His hair is blown by the wind, and his eyes, widened with astonishment, stare at his comrades, begging them to run and save themselves while there is still a chance. On the purple ground, the old warrior freezes in a battle stance, gripping a stick. Two mercenaries rush at him like enraged beasts, their own energy vortices squeezing and swirling them, and behind them emerges the ominous figure of Dr. Yen. The young man with a headband, engulfed in turbulent streams of blue energy, swiftly rises upward. His hands are stretched above his head, and his face is frozen with an expression of surprise at his own power and speed carrying him to the skies. The eyes of two bandits blaze with frenzied fire. They rush forward in a wild rhythm, surrounded by powerful auras, ready to tear apart anyone who stands in their way to loot. The old guardian and the young man with a headband, armed with sticks, fly through the air with battle cries toward the enemies. Their gazes are aimed at the opponents, and their bodies are tense, ready to catch a deadly blow. In the purple fog, Mujin's figure performs a breathtaking somersault in the air. He flies, trying to control himself and orient in this chaos of martial arts. Two defenders of the settlement with sticks in their hands rush toward two bandits, who with their heavy weapons fly at them like two deadly meteors, ready for a devastating collision in the air. Mujin, continuing his flight, feels drops of tension running down his sweaty face. He thinks feverishly, if they all strike together, maybe there will be a chance for victory. Flying upward headfirst, Mujin feels the space around him fill with new, extraordinarily powerful energy. The expression on his face instantly changes, and his eyebrows furrow angrily over the bridge of his nose. The face of one of the attackers with a topknot twists with rage. He flies in the air, raising a heavy axe above himself, ready to bring down a devastating blow on his victim. Mujin, continuing to rush through the air, witnesses this terrible scene. His gaze sharpens sharply, absorbing every detail of the approaching deadly threat. The moment of truth arrives. The old guardian with a stick engages in a fierce duel with the bandit in a bandana, and the young man with a headband takes the blow from the mercenary with the axe, and a fierce battle for life unfolds. Mujin's flight ends with a hard landing. He crashes into the shore, and the impact with the ground sends a sharp pain through his entire body, taking his breath away. The face of the young man with the headband in the heat of battle radiates primal rage. He clenches his teeth so tightly that the tendons play on his cheeks, and he puts all his hatred into every lightning-fast movement. Above the mirror-like surface of the stream, in the midst of a violet haze, men's legs rush by colossal streams of energy cut through the fog like blazing blades. The young man with the headband continues the deadly dance. His eyes blaze with anger, and his lips are pressed into a thin line as he frantically attacks the enemy with an unceasing flow of movements. Mujin rushes along the forest path between giant trees, trying to break away as far as possible. He feverishly convinces himself that this retreat is the only logical way in such a situation. The boy's figure blurs from the furious speed of running. He tries to drown out the voice of conscience with thoughts that he is simply following the comrade's order to save his own life. Breathing heavily, Mujin focuses on the main thing. He must survive at any cost to deliver the message to the settlement and warn the people about the deadly threat. A terrifying vision flashes before his eyes. The bottom of a pit where, among the corpses of animals, lie the bloodied heads of the old warrior, the young man, and Mujin himself, with lifeless, glassy eyes. In this imaginary pit reigns the chaos of death. Chopped parts of human bodies mixed with dirt and blood, and a severed hand reminds of the terrible fate awaiting those who remain. Mujin stops in a sunlit glade, catches his breath. Bitterly he thinks about his weakness. If he were a true master, he would not have had to flee disgracefully. In the darkness of his subconscious, the image of Dr. Yu Chun emerges, an eccentric martial arts master, a figure turned away, radiating calm and unattainable power. Sweat floods Mujin's eyes as he stands in the middle of the forest. The image of Yu Chun does not give him peace, turning into a symbol of the courage and skill he so desperately lacks now. Against the backdrop of a deep starry sky, the young man sees three: Yu Chun, the old guardian, and the boy with the headband. They stand shoulder to shoulder and look into infinity like a true fighting family. Mujin realizes a terrible thing. His friends consciously chose an uneven fight, although they are not masters of the highest level. Their dedication to the settlement proved stronger than the fear of death. Mujin's lonely figure among the tall trees looks broken. He stands with his head lowered, and the feeling of guilt presses on his heart like a heavy stone and tears it apart from within. Men's boots touch the purple earth again, where the fog becomes thicker. The legs feel a strange vibration, whether from the trembling of the earth or from a sudden surge of inner energy. Suddenly, Mujin's gaze changes. He sharply turns over his shoulder, his eyebrows knit in anger, and a warlike fire flashes in his eyes. He no longer intends to run away. The tall crowns of the trees support the cloudless sunny sky, and through the forest silence strange sounds burst in, desperate laughter, then muffled blows against the trunks. Mujin rushes swiftly through the forest thicket like a living projectile. His figure is enveloped by powerful streams of energy that cut the air around his heated body. The boy's face is maximally focused. Heavy drops of sweat run down his temples as he looks intently forward, trying to calculate the exact source of the sound. Mujin does not slow down his run. His eyebrows are angrily furrowed toward the bridge of his nose, and his gaze is iron concentration on the goal. Sweat blurs his vision, but he continues to rush at a furious pace. Ahead, a light flickered. The forest was finally left behind. At that moment, he remembered how he defended a child from the Qing Chen sect. Then he was beaten, but the pride of the master proved stronger than the pain. The boy's body is tense to the limit. Every muscle works ahead of time. He completely drives away doubts, engraving in his mind the only truth: a true warrior will never allow himself to think like a coward. If only this path did not end, if only the fight had ceased before my arrival. A treacherous thought flashed in Mujin's head as he approached the dangerous clearing. The path widens and visible streams of combat energy burst around the trunks. The boy clearly understands. If he turns around and runs now, the ghost of that shame will catch him forever. Towering trees part, revealing the path to the epicenter of the clash. Loud sounds of struggle become clear, and a dangerous vibration from steel strikes is felt in the air. Mujin freezes in the thicket, breathing heavily. His gaze is fixed on the bloody spectacle. A gang of robbers has surrounded the brave young man with a stick and the exhausted elderly master. The young man with a headband rushes like a whirlwind. His stick draws complex arcs in the air. Each strike flashes with energy that stops the enemy's assault. The elderly master with long mustaches fights at the limit of his strength, fists clenched until the joints turn white. His face is distorted with rage, and his hair flutters in the wind from powerful bursts of inner strength. Mujin watches from an ambush, seeing how deep wounds bleed men dry. His heart pounds in his chest as he searches for a way out of this deadly trap. On the purple ground unfolds a brutal dance of death. Bandits with heavy axes fiercely attack the young man and the old man, trying to break their desperate defense with a single blow. The figures of the defenders are exhausted. Their movements are no longer the Sameth. Lightness has disappeared under the weight of fatigue, yet they still grip their weapons, preparing for their last breath. The young man's face in the bandage paled from exhaustion, sweat flooding his eyes, yet he still keeps his gaze on the enemy with unwavering determination, although every second of the fight costs him incredible effort. The frenzied accomplice of Dr. M swings a huge axe, preparing a decisive blow. His eyes are bloodshot, and his gaze is aimed straight at the heart of the exhausted boy with a stick. Against the backdrop of purple fog, two fates converge. A bandit lunges into attack, and a young man tries to deflect the blow. Around them, the space cracks from the collision of colossal volumes of energy. One of the attackers falls to his knee, couldn't withstand the tension. While the young man with the bandage flies backward, he tries to stay on his feet after the devastating blow of the enemy's axe. "How tired I am of you, damn bandits!" shouts the boy, gritting his teeth. His stick trembles under the weight of the axe embedded in the tree, but he does not retreat. The air is torn by the clatter of metal and the crack of wood. Three fighters have locked in a tight circle. One mistake and it's the end, and the tension has already reached a critical limit. The robber's eyes burn with the fire of murder. He repeatedly attacks the boy, whose face is covered with dust and sweat, but his gaze is still sharp and focused on every movement of the enemy. The axe whistles through the air, drawing deadly circles around the defender. The youth skillfully maneuvers, holding the stick against blows capable of splitting stone. At the moment of weapon clash, the youth's face contorts from extreme effort, his mouth twisted in a silent scream, and his dilated pupils reflect the approach of deadly steel. The bandit swings again and laughs through his teeth. "You're tougher than you look, ragamuffin." His blow flies with the full weight of rage, promising to end this long battle. The bandit with a bun skillfully draws eights in the air with his heavy axe, while the youth with the bandage barely manages to dodge. The attacker mocks, demanding to show the skill he boasted of earlier. The axe blade whistles through the air and strikes the youth's body. Bright red drops of blood burst from the deep wound, leaving a painful mark on his exhausted body. At the moment of stick and axe clash, the youth's face becomes a mask of extreme effort. He moves at the limit of human capabilities, trying to hold back the devastating power of the enemy's weapon. The enraged robber raises his massive weapon above his head. Again, his face shows animal bloodlust and iron confidence that he is about to finish off the wounded opponent. The youth is knocked to the ground. He covers himself with the stick from a blow that strikes directly into the wood. Meanwhile, the old master, fending off the burly bandit, desperately calls the student, "Jusain." The master sharply looks over his shoulder. His face burns with anger and tension. He shouts at the top of his lungs, orders Jusain to immediately pull himself together and rise from his knees for their mutual survival. On a saturated green background flashes the energetic embodiment of the old master's will, sparks of power glitter. But this vision is immediately cut through by the cold steel of enemy weapons. In the midst of the purple fog, the bandit raises the axe right above the master's face. He desperately turns away from the blow until the enemy mockingly asks if he is not too old to worry about others at such a moment. The master falls to the ground, supporting himself with his hands and gasping heavily for air. Right in front of him, an enraged bandit running up knocks Jusana down with a powerful punch, forcing him to fall again onto the purple soil. The bandit in a bandana glances over his shoulder with a beastly look, his eyes glowing ominously beneath furrowed brows. Baring his teeth, he asks if these two will fight to the very end. The face of the elderly man is covered in sweat, but his gaze remains firm. He raspily replies that it is better to be dirty than a dead victim, and that it is still more honest than the evil carried by the bandits. In the foreground, a bandit in a bandana fiercely swings an axe and clenches his fist, confidently declaring, "The old man and his apprentice are doomed. They must come to terms with their inevitable death." The master kneels on one knee, holding onto the ground, but his eyes do not look away from the enemy with unwavering stubbornness. The bandit only laughs and threatens to turn their bodies into fertilizer for this forest. The old master's gaze becomes thoughtful. Sweat trickles down his forehead as he listens to the surrounding noise. Perhaps in the heat of battle he caught something. Finally, a plan matured in his mind. The old man's face changes instantly. His eyebrows furrow angrily and his gaze fixes on something important ahead. He has already made a final decision, and it can turn the course of this uneven confrontation. Jusin takes off into the air again in a combat stance, tightly gripping the stick. His eyes shine with pure hatred, teeth clenched, and every movement aimed at destroying the enemy before him. In the thick fog, a fierce slaughter continues. Jusin maneuvers desperately while the bandit keeps pressing the old master, but the elderly warrior firmly declares that he will not surrender so easily. On the purple land lies a lonely fragment of a shattered staff, once a reliable weapon of the defenders, and now a symbol of their critical situation in this battle. The bandit makes a powerful leap with a loud battle cry, aiming at the master. The old man sharply jumps aside, swiftly flying to the remains of his staff lying on the ground. The bandit's face in the bandana distorts with rage. Clenching the axe tightly in one hand, he yells at the old man, angry because the latter still has the audacity to resist and defend his life. In the air, the bandit catches up with the master and with a powerful strike shatters his staff into small fragments. The old warrior at the last moment tucks in and makes a swift somersault, avoiding death. The bandit repeatedly rushes into attack, shouting, "Die!" And the master, even while falling, does not take his eyes off the enemy, watches every move over his shoulder and immediately prepares to defend. The master's head is covered with energy flows and his face radiates absolute concentration. Despite fatigue and sweat, a new, insidious plan already flickers in his confident gaze. Jusin does not stop fighting, frozen in a defensive stance before the bandit with a bun. He continuously swings his weapon, one attack after another crashing down on the exhausted young man. While Jusin's eyes blaze with anger and drops of blood fly from his stick, another drama unfolds behind him. A bandit in a bandana jumps at the master, but he skillfully dodges the blow again. Against a purple ground, a man's hand desperately bites into the earth, fingers tightly grasp roots and dirt, seeking support for the final surge. In the center of the fight, Juseng kicks the enemy while holding a stick ready. As the old master jumps away from another bandit, the heavy axe of the bandit crashes into the ground with a roar, raising a cloud of dust. The face of the elderly warrior is tense to the limit, his eyebrows are furrowed and his eyes are fixed straight ahead. He moves relentlessly, ignoring the fatigue that clouds his vision. In his memory, a recollection emerges, a peaceful village painted with the yellow-orange hues of the sunset, and on the riverbank, an old craftsman quietly sits next to Juseng, still very small. The master leaps high, surrounded by a golden glow of energy. In his hand, he clutches a piece of root, and Mudha is preparing to use them as his last weapon of despair. Outrage and shock are visible on the bandit's face under the bandana. He screams in surprise because a piece of dirt hit him right in the face, blinding him for a moment. The old warrior lunges at the bandit with an axe midair, grabbing him by the shoulders with all his weight and trying to knock him to the ground. Chaos erupts against a purple background. Juseng knocks one attacker off his feet with a precise kick, forcing him to fall on his back along with his massive sekira. The enraged bandit strikes the master with the axe right in the back. The air bursts with splashes of blood, but the old man still firmly holds the enemy, sacrificing himself for the sake of his student. Juseng freezes in horror, his eyes widen, his heart skips a beat. He instantly realizes the terrible price the teacher is paying for his chance at salvation. The young man's gaze sharply loses its blur and locks onto the wounded figure of the teacher. Time seems to stretch and doubts in his mind fade, giving way to cold determination. The steel of the axe crunches into the master's flesh, tearing through clothes and skin. Streams of blood scatter in all directions, forever marking this moment with irreversible tragedy. The old master's hands clasp behind the bandit's back in a strong, unbreakable lock. He squeezes his fingers with such force it seems the bones themselves might snap. The master lets out a frantic scream of pain as blood continues to flow from his severed back. He grips the enemy in deadly embraces and does not allow him to strike again. Juseng's face hardens with concentration. Despite the pain in his heart, he understands. The teacher's sacrifice cannot be in vain, so he must finish this fight here and now. The old man's eyes darken from inhuman strain. They become living shackles for the bandit. The robber desperately struggles to break free, but the master's steel hands hold him tight. The master's face, distorted by pain and drenched in blood, his teeth clenched tightly. For the last time, he calls his student's name and gives him his final command in this life. Close-up clenched, bloodied teeth of the old man. He hoarsely says that it is time to repay people for food and kindness, protecting the weak at the cost of life. Juseng flies into the air like an angry god of war. He raises the stick high above his head, putting all his hatred and desperate hope into the upcoming strike. The face of the bandit, the one the old man holds, is twisted with animal fear. He sees death approaching but cannot move, bound by the iron will of the wounded master. The mortally exhausted master breathes heavily. Blood flows from his mouth, mixing with sweat. He is already on the verge of fainting but holds on only thanks to superhuman strength of spirit. In the purple fog, Juseng flies at the enemy while another bandit chases after him. The young man ignores the danger behind, fully focused on the target ahead. Juseng tightly grips the stick and directs the blow straight to the head of the bandit in the bandana. Meanwhile, another attacker has already raised an axe, trying to intercept the young man in midair. The young man fights off one enemy while simultaneously trying to cover the wounded master. The bandit with the axe receives a powerful blow to the jaw and momentarily loses orientation. Mugen suddenly slips out of the shadows with a face twisted in rage. In one hand, he grips a heavy stone, and the other is already ready for a devastating throw toward the enemies. The bandit with a bun on his head falls to the ground with a dull groan. The heavy stone hits him right in the face, crushing it into a bloody pulp. The bandit only manages to curse Dr. Yem. Juseng lets out a furious scream, releasing a colossal wave of energy. His eyes blaze with beastly fury, and his sweat-soaked figure rushes like an angry whirlwind to protect the teacher. Juseng's heavy stick crashes with devastating force into the head of the bandit in the bandana. From shock, his eyes open wide and he collapses helplessly to the ground, dropping his weapon. In the middle of the clearing, the finale of the drama unfolds. Jusin freezes in a fighting stance after the strike. The master still holds another enemy, and Mujin runs out of the forest while Dr. Yem coldly watches them from afar. Against the backdrop of purple fog, everything mixed together. One bandit lies motionless in the grass, another falls along with the wounded master, who never released his embrace, and in the distance emerges the ominous figure of Dr. Yem. Blood drips from the shattered club of Jusin directly onto the purple ground. The boy breathes heavily, and behind him, the stunned Mujin clenches his fists from the horror he has seen. Mujin's face expresses deep shock, sweat streams down his cheeks, and in his eyes restrained pain and compassion for the wounded heroes who sacrificed themselves for justice. Suddenly Mujin's pupils dilate with surprise. He freezes, noticing among the fog the one whose appearance seemed impossible in this cursed place. The last bandit with an axe leaps desperately at Mujin, shouting that the boy was wrong. He chose death instead of fleeing this battlefield. Mujin stands firm, raising a stone for the final blow while the wind scatters his hair. This is the moment before the clash where life weighs no more than a breath. Suddenly the air is cut by something incredibly fast, an invisible flash that rushes like a whirlwind over the clearing with a whistle that makes the heart stop. Mujin looks up in surprise, trying to understand what force intervened in the fight and saved him from the deadly axe strike. Before Mujin, who still clenches his stone, stands not the attacker but Dr. Yuchun. He has just landed like a deity descended from the heavens into this purple fog. The legs of the eccentric doctor in purple robes confidently stamp the ground, and his hand casually but firmly grips a long shining sword. It still vibrates after the strike. Yuchun barely turns his head toward Mujin and throws a brief phrase. He says the boy has traveled too long and dangerous a path to finally find the true source of the disease. The scene on the clearing is horrifying. The beheaded body of the bandit lies in a pool of blood next to a severed hand, and Yuchun calmly stands beside the stunned Mujin while Jusin mourns the teacher. Ahead, the entrance to a cave under a rock entwined with roots is visible. The ground around it rots and crumbles, poisoning all living things. It is here that the source of the Black Plague hides. Jusin kneels, trembling with sobs. He presses the bloodied body of the master to himself, and his tears mix with the blood of the one who became dearer than a father. Yuchun's gaze becomes sharp and cold like steel. He surveys the place of tragedy, and his face shows deep anger and contempt for those who caused this sorrow. Hiding his hands behind his back, Dr. Yuchun asks Mujin if ordinary bandits are really behind this crime. The boy responds furiously. The main culprit is Dr. Yem. The figure of Dr. Yem turns into a pitiful sight. His body trembles with horror, his teeth chatter, and his fingers clench convulsively as soon as he sees true power before him. Yuchun instantly appears behind the killer. He places his hand on his head and presses down. Dr. Yem begins to hiccup from paralyzing fear, vainly trying to find any escape. With boundless contempt, Yuchun pushes the scoundrel into the mud. Dr. Yem's basket flies off and he humiliatingly sprawls in the dirt under the icy gaze of the eccentric doctor. Dr. Yem kneels and does not raise his eyes while Mujin towers over him with clenched fists, and Yuchun sternly interrogates why he created this terrible plague. "Did you really do this just for money?" Mujin shouts at the villain's face, and he panics, covering his head with his hands and begging for mercy he does not deserve. Yuchun coldly looks at the sprawled enemy, restraining Mujin with a commanding hand. He asks one single question and the boy gasps, "What is the true goal of this madness?" Dr. Yem looks pitiful. His sweaty face is twisted with panic. He is afraid even to raise his eyes, hiding his head behind trembling hands from every word of Yuchun. The attacker begs for mercy, assuring Yuchun that he, as a true master, will appreciate his gift medicine for cultivation, more valuable than the lives of all the inhabitants of this settlement. Folding his hands in a pleading gesture, Yem trembles from every breath of wind. He hoarsely asks if the great Yuchun has ever heard of the legendary and ominous Black Peony. Mujin is stunned, sweat appears on his forehead, and his mouth involuntarily opens from what he has just heard. What he is about to learn goes beyond his worst expectations. Against the backdrop of the endless starry sky blooms the Black Peony, a flower that feeds on the dark energy of the world. It stands alongside the mythical snow ginseng and the pills of immortality. Before his eyes appears a gloomy battlefield under a gray sky. The ground is covered with mangled weapons and the bodies of warriors whose lives were cut short in a bloody dance for the sake of others' ambitions. From the eye socket of the skull of the fallen hero, right through the blood-stained clothing, a delicate flower sprouts. the black peony is a beautiful and at the same time terrible plant that feeds on death. Dr. Yem, sitting in the mud, desperately waves his hand aside and swears he will give this treasure to Yuchun and Mujin if they agree to preserve his worthless life. Yuchun sinks into thought, his face becoming focused, while Mujin, standing behind him, tries to comprehend the scale of the crime this killer has dared to commit. A trembling finger points to the entrance of the cave, from the depths of which a strange, otherworldly light breaks through. Long roots hang from the cliff like the tentacles of a monster guarding its treasure. The magical flower pulses again with energy against the blue-violet sky. Waves of power radiate from it that can lift a warrior to the heavens and at the same time destroy his soul. Is it really her, the black peony? Mujin asks barely audibly, his eyes widening with horror as his heart pounds with the realization of the price people paid for this plant. Mujin explodes with rage, raises his fist over the doctor and suddenly realizes Yem deliberately lured them here, hoping to buy his freedom at the cost of this cursed flower. The boy jerks sharply as a heavy hand falls on his shoulder from Yuchun. The doctor does not allow him to carry out the reprisal, looking at the situation much more deeply and insightfully. Yuchun explains to Mujin the treachery of the enemy. An ordinary person who tries to tear off the peony will instantly die from the excess of deadly energy that this treacherous serpent relies on. Yem's face pales again. He realizes that his plan has been exposed. Sweat blinds him and the fear of Yuchun turns into a true agony of awaiting judgment. The killer bows while Yuchun reveals his scheme. The disease was only needed to turn the settlement into a cemetery and feed the flower with human death. While they argue, Jusin mourns the master alone. His tears drip into a pool of blood, and desperate sobbing breaks the silence of the glade where life has just gone out forever. Yem hits his forehead on the ground, assuring that he would never dare to poison such great masters. He wails that the peony is too complex for him and that he only wanted to survive. Against a deep blue background, Yuchun's face looks cold and penetrating. He barely turns his head, noticing that Yem's knowledge is too deep for an ordinary doctor from a god-forgotten mountain village. Wrapped in purple mist, Yem trembles all over, sitting in the mud. He babbles, trying to justify that his knowledge is just a random trick he once learned. Yuchun stands under a starry greenish-blue sky, surrounded by the glow of the majestic black peony which he calmly holds in his hand. Streams of energy burst behind his back and his voice rings like a verdict. Yem must die. The killer's face twists in incredible shock. He looks at Yuchun and cannot believe his own eyes. He holds the deadly flower with bare hands, not showing fear for a moment. The world around Yem begins to spin. Drops of sweat fly aside, and the space fills with clouds of black energy and splashes of molten red blood, for the criminal time has stopped forever. With one swift sword stroke, Yuchun cuts off Dr. Yem's head while Mujin stands nearby watching. Powerful streams of blood soar upward, marking the end of the bloody deception. In the purple mist of the forest, Mujin and Yuchun stand over the finale of this drama. At their feet in the mud lies Yem's severed head, whose empty gaze has finally frozen in eternity. Yuchun raises the black peony to the sky and watches as magical vibrations emanate from it. He puts a full stop to this story, proclaiming that everyone chooses the moment of their own death and Yem has made his choice. The misty mountains and forest thickets stand frozen in silent sorrow, while a bitter reflection lingers in the air about why such inhuman doctors appear again and again in this world. The dark passage to the cave, entwined with the roots of ancient trees, hides inside a mysterious light breaking through the petals of the mystical black peony. On the cold ground rests a severed male head wearing a traditional hat, and nearby thick red blood spreads, testifying to a recent brutal execution. In the ravaged clearing, Yuchun holds the black peony and reflects. Knowledge of medicine does not yet grant the right to be called a doctor, while Mujin listens carefully to his words. Against the backdrop of the ghostly forest, Mujin anxiously gazes at the face of the eccentric doctor and asks if he is all right. The doctor firmly holds a deadly flower in his hands. Turning over his shoulder against the misty trees, Yuchun replies to Mujin. He is perfectly fine because he earned his high title of doctor not in random gambling games. While Mujin leans over the young man holding the old man with long mustaches on his lap, Yuchun orders him to take the unfortunate away and leave, promising to tame the flower's poison on his own. Mujin gently touches the shoulder of the grieving boy, trying to soothe his sobbing, but cannot tear his astonished gaze away from the figure of the doctor in purple robes. Yuchun freezes in a lotus pose, holding the flower on his legs, eyes closed, yet such powerful energy pulses around him that visible waves lift the edges of his long robe. Mujin's face contorts with a mixture of wonder and genuine horror as he sees the beginning of an incredible process unfolding right before his eyes against the backdrop of the mountains. Between the doctor's palms folded at chest level bursts a turbulent stream of violet energy. It is fueled by the power of the black peony and rises up his arms. On the clearing, clubs of violet glow rage, through which Mujin tries to break through to the doctor, but an invisible barrier makes him tremble from supernatural pressure. A man's boot confidently stands in the mud, which has turned violet due to magical energy streams piercing the very ground beneath the meditating master's feet. Mujin freezes with a frightened expression, tilts his head to the shoulder, and gazes into the huge vortices of energy rising within him like a swarm of silent questions. At the bottom of a deep pit, among the remains of dead animals, heavy clouds of dark violet power spread and rush, filling the surrounding space with a sense of inevitable threat and death. Through thick fog under a gray-violet sky, stars barely flicker while Mujin realizes. The eccentric doctor forcibly draws all the poison spilled in the air into himself. Giant vortices of pink-violet flame whirl in the air, rapidly ascending toward Yuchun, from whom dazzling, extraordinarily bright light begins to surge. Mujin barely stands on his feet, trying to keep balance under the blows of the energetic wind. It blows his hair and forcefully knocks him down. Enveloped by the energy flow, Mujin covers his face with his hands, choking on the terrible stench of poison, and his eyes reflect absolute shock from what he has seen. Streams of dark energy merge into a single blue-pink whirl, twisting around one point, forming a mighty funnel of incredible destructive and magical power. In the empty eye sockets of a donkey's skull at the bottom of the pit, violet tongues of magical flame dance, caught by a furious vortex that leaves no chance to all living things around. Drops of sweat fall from Mujin's face, whose eyes have widened from incredible tension, while the furious wind mercilessly strikes his face against the backdrop of violet glow. Near the cave, an epic scene unfolds. Yuchun stands in the center of an energy storm, and Mujin, with a young man and an old man behind him, freeze, watching as it continues. Mujin is forced to cover himself with both hands from the unbearable pressure, trying to stand his ground while Dr. Yuchun continues his dangerous ritual amid the whirlwind. Yuchun's face remains perfectly calm in a state of deep meditation as the wind wildly blows his hair, emphasizing his iron will and concentration. Heavy drops of sweat slowly run down Mujin's face as he tensely gazes toward the doctor and feverishly guesses whether this is the final completion of the ritual. Mujin's focused gaze is fixed on the space before him. He wipes the sweat and mentally checks if he has missed any important detail. On a clear blue background, among shimmering stars and transparent glass polyhedrons, a peony flower shines majestically, emitting magical light. Yuchun, with a triumphant smile, shows the peony that has changed color to a gentle lilac and extends it to Mujin, offering him to take and enjoy the harmony of pure chi energy. Extending the flower to the surprised young man, the doctor explains that he himself purified it from deadly poison, so now this rare gift can be safely consumed. Mujin holds the peony confusedly against the backdrop of majestic mountains, while Yuchun assures him that he fully deserved this treasure because he managed to unravel the cunning plan of Dr. Yem. The eccentric doctor's face shines with satisfaction as he casually informs Mujin that for his own purposes he only needed the extract of the collected poison. Mujin freezes, staring at the amazing flower in his hands, and sinks into deep reflections about everything he had to endure in the last few minutes. Glancing over his shoulder, Mujin sees the young man in the clearing. He cannot hold back and sobs incessantly over the old man's body, while nearby on the grass fresh bloodstains darken. Against the backdrop of the misty forest, Yuchun looks at Mujin with a kind but slightly surprised expression as Mujin suddenly decides to return the priceless magical flower to him. Standing in the middle of the clearing, Mujin stretches the peony back and confesses. He returned only out of fear that he would be called a coward, although he could have just thrown one stone. Mujin's face fills with bitter disappointment. He gloomily lowers his head while Yuchun calmly listens to his sincere confession about the true course of events. Yuchun warmly gestures towards Mujin, but he suddenly sharply turns his head to the other side, his attention caught by a strange movement or unexpected sound behind. Mujin sees how the young man with a headband finally rises to his feet, and firmly ties the body of an old man with long mustaches to his back with wide ropes. While Mujin stands still holding the peony in his hands, Yuchun confidently walks away, throwing in at the end that admitting a mistake and returning is the act of a true brave person. Walking against the backdrop of mountain peaks, the doctor cheerfully remarks, "You can run away anytime, but the most important thing is not to turn away from responsibility at the last decisive moment." Mujin freezes with an extremely serious expression, trying to absorb every word spoken to him by this strange but wise eccentric doctor in purple. Under the luxurious gray-pink sky, the golden peony explodes with bright sparks, scattering magical glitter around like real stardust. Yuchun continues sharing the secrets of existence, but suddenly his inspired speech is interrupted by a loud, distinct crunching sound very close to him. The doctor instantly stops and asks with disbelief if it was really Mujin who just ate that very flower, and the young man calmly confirms. The doctor's frightened exclamation that he should not have rushed makes Mujin start to justify himself. He understood Yuchun's words as a direct instruction to act. Mujin's face twists with fear as he reminds the doctor about the promised absence of side effects, and suddenly he hears a strange and loud rumbling in his own stomach. Above the crowns of ancient trees and over the mountains shrouded in fog, a powerful wave of energy spreads, accompanied by a desperate, excessively loud human scream. In the silence of the forest, where a wide path stretches between mighty trunks, the heavy panting of people tiredly making their way through dense forest thickets is clearly heard. Yuchun walks along the path, dragging loads behind him, while simultaneously arguing with Mujin for having drunk the cultivation elixir without knowing any proper breathing techniques. The eccentric doctor's face burns with anger. He walks beside and sternly lectures Mujin on how to properly place the foot and breathe according to the black turtle method. On the wide path, Yuchun wearily drags the loads, grumbling angrily at Mujin's request to repeat the lesson, and calls the young man clever yet at the same time an incredible fool. The doctor explains in detail how to connect the qi of the earth and lungs in the center of the abdomen, driving the flow along the spine axis to safely expel the energy of the poisonous black peony. Mujin desperately shouts that he is trying to do everything correctly, but Yuchun sharply cuts him off, orders him to immediately be silent and fully concentrate on the technique. From inhuman tension, Mujin's face contorts. He begins to tremble violently, and horror is visible in his dilated eyes from the uncontrolled processes in his body. Thick steam bursts from the young man's mouth, sweat streams down his forehead, and each heavy step in the men's boot pulls him into a complex and exhausting magical exercise. Yuchun freezes cautiously, noticing how a strange blue energy begins to pulse around his student, a sign that deep internal changes are starting. A sturdy men's boot confidently presses into the forest ground, placing another step in the correct rhythm, the foundation of the ancient cultivation method. Mujin rushes through the forest, a bright blue glow spreads above him like a fiery element, while the wind wildly scatters his hair and washes away drops of sweat. Turning to the young man, Dr. Yuchun thoughtfully considers that he will be able to fully organize Qi's rebellious energy even before they reach the first settlement. A small squad makes its way through the forest. Ahead are the doctor with the stretcher and the radiant Mujin, and behind is the exhausted boy carrying the wounded old teacher on his shoulders. The frightened Mujin feels an unprecedented power inside himself. His mouth is open in a silent scream, and his body burns in a pillar of pure blue energy. Against a bright blue background, Yuchun intently watches the student, sensing his genuine amazement at how powerful and effective the magical energy has turned out to be. On a wide clearing, the angry Yuchun presses for the continuation of exercises, while the blood-stained young man with the old man on his back sluggishly and wearily trails behind his companions. Mujin groans from stomach pain, trying to slip out of the duty to carry the wounded, while the blood-stained boy attentively listens to their endless argument. The road finally leads the travelers out of the forest thicket into open space, and before the tired heroes unfolds a majestic panorama of distant mountains. The sky above the heroes takes on incredible shades of yellow, and pink the color foretells important changes and the end of their difficult and dangerous journey. The residents of the mountain village poured onto the street anxiously and intrigued. They gazed into the sky, against which the figures of unexpected and strange guests were already emerging. In the open square, Mujin widely spreads his arms before the crowd, while Yuchun and the exhausted Jusin with the wounded on his back silently await the villagers' reaction. Inspired, Mujin loudly announces to the people the victory over the source of the disease, naming Jusin and the old man as heroes who helped overcome the culprits of the trouble. The joyful crowd bursts into applause and shouts of gratitude, yet the face of the young Jusin remains gloomy, incredibly tired from the suffered hardships. Happy people surround the doctor and Mujin with a tight circle, while Jusin with his heavy burden remains aside and instantly feels complete loneliness. Mujin sincerely rejoices together with the settlement's inhabitants, not noticing how seriously and intently the mysterious doctor in purple observes all this spectacle. Amid the general festivities and bright sky, Yuchun's gaze suddenly dims. He turns away from the crowd and plunges into his own difficult thoughts. Under the fiery sky, Jusin humbly bows his head in prayer, carrying the old man on his back, while around him stirs someone else's celebration, to which he has no concern. In the square in front of wooden houses under the bright sky, a crowd of peasants continues to joyfully celebrate their unexpected liberation, while the mountains silently watch the festivities. Jusin, without removing the old man with long mustaches from his back, thoughtfully looks at the happy people and the neat little houses of the settlement, feeling like a stranger at this festival of life. The celebration ended. In the empty square, only Jusin remains with the heavy burden on his shoulders, standing lonely near abandoned loads and scattered bottles. Jusin looks back one last time at the place of recent festivities, turns around and, firmly holding the elderly man on his back, slowly leaves the square, heading in an unknown direction. The evening sky burns with yellow-purple colors over the multicolored mountain ridges. At the foot, wooden houses are cozily nestled, reflected in the mirror-like surface of the water. Morning light softly falls on the green-gray mountain slopes, and at their foot, separated from the world by a body of water cut by thin sandy spits, the settlement awakens. A clear blue sky spreads over the forest-covered mountains, and above the roofs of wooden houses rises a mysterious column, either steam or powerful energy. A man's boot firmly stands on the ground next to a heavy stick, the end of which is wrapped in a pulsating column of light green energy, a sign that training is about to begin. In the clearing in front of the brick stands with boiling pots, Mujin trains, frozen in a fighting stance with a stick burning with green energy and intently looking forward. At a frantic training pace, Mujin swings the energy stick in front of the boiling pots, moving so fast that it seems as if he is in several places at once. Mujin carefully examines his stick, trying to reproduce the teacher's movements and attempts to twist complex steps in different directions, honing his footwork technique. Mujin suddenly lands on his knees before the pots, throws back his head and shudders with a calling cry, but suddenly Yuchun appears behind and angrily remarks that the student is shaking dust into the medicine. Surprised, Mujin listens to Yuchun's order to immediately prepare for a long journey, confusedly objecting that there are still sick people in the village who need the doctor's help. Mujin dreamily raises his eyes to the sky, imagining himself as a hero surrounded by joyful girls among sakura petals, and thinks, it would be nice to stay here a few more days. Yuchun sharply tears apart the student's sweet dreams and immediately scolds. They came here only at the request of a poor man. And Mujin asks if the teacher has seen where the young man with the old man on his back disappeared. Mujin's face twists with horror and amazement as soon as he hears Yuchun's suggestion that the poor man has already buried his master and is starving somewhere, although his act was heroic. In Mujin's imagination appears a terrifying image of Jusin against a blood-red background in tongues of flame. The young man holds a stick dripping with blood and his eyes glow with a frenzied fire. Against the greenery, Yuchun coldly explains to Mujin, the poor man who killed the master is no longer just a poor man. It does not matter whether it was just or not, he becomes a dangerous threat. Against the dark blue sky, Yuchun attentively listens to Mujin's gloomy reflections, who stands nearby and, lowering his head, sinks into deep sorrow and doubts about what he heard from the teacher. The pots continue to boil on the brick stands while the men endlessly chatter about what it really means to take someone's life and what consequences it will entail. The landscape of the morning brown-green mountains froze in silent grandeur. At the foot lay a wooden settlement, and all this is reflected in a body of water with sandy spits. Under the bright sunny sky, a crowd of happy peasants joyfully waves their hands in farewell to Mujin and Yuchun, and ahead of everyone stands a boy who has just recovered from a serious illness. Mujin, with a backpack on his back, cheerfully turns to the crowd, waves goodbye, and Yuchun, holding a shield behind his back, confidently looks ahead at the wide sandy path. Illuminated by the first rays of the morning sun flooding the mountains and settlement, Mudzin with a backpack and Yuchun head along the wide sandy path, leaving the hospitable people behind forever. Along the dense forest, against the backdrop of majestic mountains and bright sky, Mudzin strides confidently with a backpack over his shoulders. Holding onto the man in purple, he carries a shield on his back. The travelers delve into the forest thickets. Dr. Yuchun confidently walks ahead with a shield, and behind him hurries Mudzin with a heavy backpack of medicines and supplies on his shoulders. Against the backdrop of the bright sky and mountain peaks, Yuchun suddenly slows down, and Mudzin, peeking from behind his back, freezes in deep surprise and in inexplicable anxiety. Mudzin's face twists with embarrassment. He opens his eyes wide and barely parts his mouth, as if about to ask his companion what strange sight has unfolded before them. The men continue along the wide forest road. During the conversation, they find out, very close by there is an old cemetery where eternal peace reigns. In a wide clearing in the forest, small round burial mounds are visible. In front of them, Dr. Yuchun and Mudzin freeze, silently gazing at these mute witnesses of the past. A sunbeam brightly pierces a single mound, near which on the ground lie two fragments of a broken staff, the former weapon or support of the one who rests here. Against the backdrop of a cloudless blue sky and green hills, the hands of Mudzin and Yuchun fold into a humble prayer gesture, and they pay tribute to the memory of the fallen. In the middle of a clearing framed by misty mountains and dense forest, Mudzin and Yuchun kneel and, resting their palms on the ground, say a quiet and sincere memorial prayer. Yuchun stands motionless under the azure sky, while Mudzin, standing nearby, looks attentively and inquisitively at the teacher's face, trying to decipher his inner state. The face of Dr. Yuchun is frozen in deep concentration. He has lowered his head and closed his eyes, immersed in his own thoughts against the backdrop of transparent mountain hills and trees. While Yuchun kneels near the cemetery, Mudzin, sitting nearby, suddenly turns sharply and notices the familiar figure of the young man Jusin, who unexpectedly appeared in the clearing. Jusin freezes under the bright sky in a prayerful pose. He sincerely thanks for the rescue and wholeheartedly wishes his rescuers success and an easy journey in the future. Dr. Yuchun continues to stand motionless before the grave of the old man with long mustaches, and behind him Mudzin asks Jusin if he has been hungry since last night. Mudzin extends a bundle of food to Jusin, and he gratefully accepts the unexpected help, feeling warmth and care from his former adversary. Mudzin asks Jusin what he plans next. The young man, holding the food in his hands, says he will stay in the village. It is the only place he can call home. Standing by the fresh grave of his teacher, Jusin whispers to Mudzin that poor people already know how to survive and adapt to any life conditions. In Mudzin's imagination, the bloody image of Jusin flashes again against the backdrop of a joyful crowd. He bitterly weighs the terrible price that must be paid for a taken life. Jusin looks extremely confused and surprised when he suddenly hears from the travelers an offer to go with them, so he distrustfully asks where exactly they are calling him. Joyful Mudzin calls Jusin to the place where he can be himself without judgmental looks, assuring him that the old master Hong would definitely approve of this choice. Two figures, smiling Mudzin and embarrassed Jusin, stand under the clear sky, while Mudzin eagerly persuades Yuchun, hoping for his agreement to take a companion. By the grave of the old teacher, Jusin and Mudzin freeze in a brief conversation, trying to comprehend the new perspectives that opened before them on this momentous morning. Jusin suddenly realizes Yuchun has already begun to move away from them. He watches the doctor with fear and surprise, begging him to wait and not go so fast. Jusin and Mudzin rush with all their might along the forest road, chasing after the teacher. Mudzin, with a backpack on his back, assures Yuchun on the go that they will not let him go alone. Yuchun hears Mudzin complaining to the new companion about his impatience, seeing before him the frowning face of the student and the sincerely surprised look of Jusin, who are watching him. Three men, Yuchun, Mudzin, and Jusin, walk along the wide road away from the cemetery. Mudzin confidently declares that they are now one team and does not forget about training. The lonely grave of the elderly master with long mustaches rests at the foot of the hill, and next to it lies a memorial staff split in half, covered with mysterious hieroglyphs. Two fragments of the staff lie on the ground near the travelers and eloquently testify. Here lies Jian, a true hero who, despite his poverty, earned eternal memory. Dr. Yuchun, without stopping, barely turns his head back and throws over his shoulder to his young companion's one but meaningful word, Luyang. The morning haze slowly rises over the majestic river, and in the middle of it on an island towers an impregnable settlement, surrounded by a strong stone wall. In a forest clearing, the figure of Dr. Yuchun looks majestic. He skillfully maneuvers the sword, while Mujin and Jusun listen intently to his lesson about the true essence of the weapon. Yuchun swiftly soars into the blue starry sky. His movements become lightning fast, and the blade of the sword draws patterns in the air of a form the teacher calls by the refined name Wasp. The master continues to spin the dance of death under the night sky, drawing a perfect circle in the air. These incredibly fast and deadly movements are called Ivy. The eccentric doctor radiates powerful energy, his eyes blazing with strength, and his clothes flutter in the wind as he performs a circular technique called Summit. Mujin and Jusang stand in fighting stances on the clearing, holding swords, watching as Yuchun smoothly descends from the heavens surrounded by bright energy sparks. In the night air against the backdrop of a dark forest pulses a huge cluster of pure power. A dazzling white glow flickers inside like a whirlwind, and at the edges shimmers violet. Under the whirlwind of shining energy, Yuchun tightly grips his sword and prepares to attack, while his students try to master the complex art of combat weapon handling. Dr. Yuchun barely turns his head to the boys, and in his interested gaze is a challenge. He asks if they can repeat such a complex technique on their own. The faces of the youths against the night sky look exhausted. Sweat floods their eyes, and their gaze reveals a complete loss of strength after an incredibly hard training. Angry Mujin cuts in with a shout, saliva flying from his mouth and his eyes wide with rage. He does not understand how the teacher can demand such perfection from him. On the clearing, Jusang silently watches the harsh exchange between teacher and student, where Mujin proves the impossibility of destroying a tree in such a short training period. Jusang looks at the mountains with fear and amazement. Sweat rolls down his face because he understands how complex and dangerous the things Yuchun tries to explain are. Mujin again takes a stance and waits for the teacher's evaluation, while Jusang tries to repeat the sword movements and awkwardly asks for advice due to his own clumsiness. Under the bright sky, Yuchun continues methodically correcting every movement of Mujin, who despite fatigue tries to grasp at least some difference between the complex attack forms. Jusun closely watches every step and movement of his comrade's legs, trying to learn all the master's instructions in order to later perform this technique correctly himself. Jusun's gaze softens for a moment. It becomes dreamy and satisfied. He admires the beauty of nature and the very calm amidst the exhausting day of combat training. A quarrel flares up again in the clearing. Yuchun demands impeccable posture and respect and threatens Mujin for disobedience with sending him to the very heart of the terrible icy hell. The morning training is in full swing. The young men leap into the air from strong palm strikes, wave their arms, and try to maintain balance. Under the tall trees, Mujin and Jusun desperately jump, resorting to the purple cloud step technique, and their faces are already distorted from excessive effort. Mujin lies motionless on the grass, arms and legs spread out, eyes closed, and a huge bump shines on his head, the result of an unsuccessful combat maneuver. Yuchun, with a victorious look, raises Jusun's hand up, proclaiming him the winner after 30 fierce fights, while he tries to hold on heroically. Tired, Jusun wipes sweat from his forehead, but in his eyes is deep concentration. He reflects on the strange and strong bond that has arisen between Yuchun and Mujin. Mujin rages again, threatening the teacher with a real attack, but Yuchun only laughs cheerfully in response. He is confident that the student is still too weak for such a challenge. Watching this scene, Jusun quietly concludes, despite the continuous quarrels and shouts, there is a true relationship of a wise teacher and a loyal student between these two. Jusun stands at the forest edge and watches the funny quarrel between Mujin and Yuchun. It seems to him as if they are an uncle and nephew. The figures of the heroes clearly stand out against the mountain sky, and their faces glow with sincere joy from mutual respect and warmth. Mujin focusedly performs complex exercises, sweat streams abundantly down his face, while Yuchun, with hidden kindness, closely watches the student. In the forest clearing, Yuchun laughs loudly and demands that Mujin repeat the form, while he, like an angry child, stomps his feet on the ground in fury. Jusun's head in profile against the greenery, he froze in thought, silently analyzing this sincere dialogue between the master and his pupil. Joyful Jusun on a light background looks inspired. He fingers the knots on his belt, immersed in pleasant memories. The sun slowly rises over the mountain settlement, reflecting in the river where long ago Hun Jian and little Jusin once sat. The picture of a peaceful morning impresses with grandeur. A mighty river encircles an island, and behind high walls a cozy settlement is securely hidden. Heavy raindrops drum on the tiles of the majestic building's roofs, while thick gray clouds cover the sky above the fortress. The massive city gate stands as the last line of defense. Travelers pass through it, hiding from the approaching bad weather. On the rain-soaked square, Jusin bowed his head in prayer, thanking his friends, and Yuchun promised that fate would surely grant them a new meeting. In the downpour, Yuchun advises Jusin to change his name to avoid danger from those who know about Hun Jian's tragedy and death. The humble figure of Jusin froze in the middle of the city square under the pouring rain. The young man expresses his boundless gratitude one last time. The city comes alive under the roar of the downpour. Passers-by hurry about their business, and among the crowd, Jusin turns and waves goodbye to his friends one last time. The silhouette of Jusin slowly fades in the distance amid the rainy square, yet he still continues waving his hand to his companions. The bad weather intensifies, the residents are forced to seek shelter, and the fortress walls reliably protect them from the wind and cold streams of water. Mujin's sad face reflects his state. He slowly lowers his hand, feeling a strange emptiness from the fact that his friend has left. Yuchun instantly reads the disappointment on the student's face. They stand shoulder to shoulder, and around them the outlines of buildings blur in the rain. Mujin admits Jusin became his first true friend after he left Sichuan, and this loss resonates with pain. Mujin's face twists with offense, but there is also irony in his eyes, as the doctor declares, the student will never win against Jusin in a duel. The angry youth tries to prove his strength. He gestures sharply and insists that last time he was one step away from triumph. Yuchun confidently walks down the street, ordering Mujin to be silent while he tries to find out exactly where they are heading. Through the veil of rain, part of the massive roof of the building appears, above the entrance to which proudly hangs a sign, Fen Family Forge. Before them stands an elderly blacksmith with a hardened body and wise eyes. He asks if they intend to rent his forge. Yuchun silently watches the situation, and Mujin stands nearby. Folding his hands in a pleading gesture, he shows with his whole appearance that he is asking. Against the backdrop of the building, the figures of Yuchun and Mujin promise the blacksmith an unusual reward, a chance to see the master at work, implying Mujin's hidden talent. In the spacious and clean courtyard of the smithy, on the even stone floor, a calm conversation unfolds between the travelers and the elderly host, who listens attentively to the guests. Under the cozy canopy stand bamboo furniture, and the old blacksmith, having agreed to the strange proposal, slowly steps aside while Yuchun and Mujin prepare to work. Mujin's face simultaneously shines with success and reveals genuine surprise. He feverishly runs through how exactly their plan worked and why the host so easily let them near the furnace. Yuchun pushes Mujin toward the blazing fire, while simultaneously negotiating with the host about firewood and materials in exchange for making a small farm sickle. Mujin's figure by the smithy wall radiates dissatisfaction and concentration, while Yuchun laughs heartily, loudly declaring that the first official order has already been accepted. Mujin drags a bundle of firewood under his arm and grumbles that he has become an attraction for the teacher, but Yuchun orders him to stop whining and immediately get to work on the sickle. Standing against the backdrop of the rainy street, Yuchun instructively raises a finger and reminds the boy that he must repay with his own labor for a whole month of exhausting training. Mujin freezes before the blazing furnace, silently pondering the master's words, and finally agrees. Such payment for combat science is quite fair and honest. The old blacksmith dozes under the canopy, listening to the rain beating down, while inside the smithy Mujin embarrassedly admits to Yuchun that he has never done anything like this before. Standing aside, the elderly master carefully watches the conversation near the furnace, noting with interest that the young man is taking up making a sickle for the first time in his life. From the smithy's chimney, smoke rises into the gray sky. The blacksmith looks at it with hope and secretly prays that the blacksmith god is not angry because his forge has stood idle for so long. The old man with a wart on his nose falls silent and listens intently to the inner sounds of the workshop, where finally the first confident and clear strike of the heavy metal hammer resounds. Holding the cup with the drink, the blacksmith reflects. The rhythm of the hammer perfectly blends with the sound of the rain. In Mujin, he sees the potential to become, if not a legend, then an amazing craftsman. Glancing at the rainy street, the old blacksmith plunges into his own past. He recalls his youthful years when he was full of ambitions and for a moment sadly lowers his gray head. Suddenly, the master's gaze becomes sharp and his eyes widen from a sudden revelation. He guesses something extremely important, and this radically changes his attitude. In a swift flight against the backdrop of a blue-violet starry sky shines a forged Sikhleth symbol of perfect form and the spirit strength of the young man who created it. The elderly blacksmith squeezes the finished tool in his hand with amazement, looks extremely embarrassed as the tired hands of Mujin appear before him, extending the product. Mujin holds a shiny sickle and awkwardly asks if he did everything right, while the old man's trembling hands only confirm the incredible quality of this first work in the boy's life. Mujin's hand touches the very stream of molten energy coming from the furnace, while on the other side of the frame the blacksmith's hand firmly grips the forged sickle against the heat. The old master's face suddenly changes. He sharply raises his hand up, and Mujin freezes in astonishment and complete incomprehension of what the blacksmith is about to do. The master with darkened eyes suddenly starts swinging the sickle in the air, and the frightened Mujin jumps aside, trying to escape from an accidental injury that the blade might cause. On a purple background emerges the face of an elderly blacksmith with a distinctive wart. Now his eyes appear completely black, without the usual human gleam. Against the stone floor in a close-up, the corner and legs of a bamboo chair are shown. They are tied extremely tightly and securely with thick and strong rope. A part of the bamboo table barely holds on strong shackles, while bright sparks of energy fly off the chair, accompanied by a powerful and tangible flow of strength. Under the forge's canopy, against the backdrop of rain, the elderly blacksmith confidently maneuvers the sickle, while the surprised Mujin watches, and Yuchun calmly stands by the blazing furnace. The old master with darkened eyes continues his dangerous dance with the weapon, and suddenly Mujin realizes, before him is not just a craftsman, a true martial arts master. Yuchun impassively watches the events, arms crossed over his chest, while the blacksmith sharply jumps aside, throwing Mujin into complete stupor from such incredible speed. On the wet road under the rain lies a neatly severed corner of a bamboo chair, and in the air buzzes Mujin's confused question. Where is Master Fen rushing to so urgently? Dr. Yuchun calmly orders the apprentice to immediately prepare to forge a real sword, because the mysterious guests are already very close, and a wave of sincere misunderstanding rises in Mujin. Against the backdrop of a rain-covered street, Mujin's face flashes with shock. The teacher's words that one must forget about waiting and act immediately sound to him like thunder from a clear sky. Mujin's eyes widen with genuine horror as grim silhouettes of enemies appear in his imagination, and Yuchun's voice coldly confirms, the dangerous guests have already arrived at the place. The boy's face twists with tension, he breathes heavily, and large drops of sweat roll down his cheeks as he tries to comprehend the scale of the disaster approaching them. On an anxious purple background, enraged bandits with bare swords emerge. Their eyes blaze with fury, and thick steam bursts from their mouths like wild, enraged beasts. Bloodthirsty criminals with predatory smiles close in around the old blacksmith, delighting in their find, yet their burning gazes foretell nothing good for either the master or his accidental guests. The blacksmith's face with a wart on his nose becomes stern and detached, and his eyes, two impenetrable black spots, radiate only cold, resolute readiness for battle. The old hand firmly grips the sickle forged by Mujin, and suddenly it bursts with magical light, transforming into a formidable weapon in the hands of an experienced martial arts fighter. Mujin stands in front of the forge building with a frightened face. A silent question is frozen in his eyes. How could an ordinary peasant's tool change so drastically? One of the bandits, gripping a sword from which sparks fly, fiercely asks how the young man managed to create a weapon that cuts through the best blades of the famous masters of Chunkin without any damage. Another robber with an axe in his hands gasps with greed. Saliva drips from his mouth, his eyes spark with fury as he demands to reveal the secret of creating the perfect blade. On a purple background, the second bandit, trembling with excitement, tightly clutches a double-bladed axe and is ready at any moment to rush into attack to possess the magical weapon. The third enemy, on an orange-yellow background, smiles maliciously and grips a heavy club. His disheveled hair is tied with a dirty rag, and his eyes burn with the fire of uncontrollable hatred. The shining sickle, forged by Mujin's hands, cuts through the yellow air, leaving behind a bright trail of pure energy that pulses and repels all hostility in its path. Among the rainbow waves of power, the old blacksmith triumphantly raises his hand with the sickle and proclaims at the top of his lungs that Mujin has managed to create a truly perfect and invincible weapon. Enraged men with broken weapons in their hands rush forward, faces twisted in a scream, and in their eyes a desperate desire to get something extraordinarily valuable at any cost. The old blacksmith leads this furious charge. He opens his mouth wide in a warlike shout, firmly holding the sickle, while behind him rages an angry wave of armed men. Mujin looks at this scene against the backdrop of the night sky and realizes with horror, this entire crowd is running straight at him to forcibly extract the secrets of his unique blacksmithing technique. Against the background of fiery energy, the inflamed men demand the boy forge swords and axes for them. Each shouts their order, trying to break through the crowd to the new master. Mujin's face contorts with despair and nausea. Cold sweat floods his eyes as he helplessly watches this uncontrollable and deadly dangerous mass of people approaching. At the decisive moment, Dr. Yuchun decisively steps forward, shielding the embarrassed Mujin from the angry crowd, and becomes an unshakable wall between the apprentice and the group of pursuers. Yuchun stands firmly before the agitated crowd, covering the apprentice. Before him appears the old Master Feng, casting a questioning and expectant look at the doctor. Dr. Yuchun's hand confidently rises upward, palm to the sky, freezing in a purple haze of energy that electrified the air around the entrance to the forge. Yuchun, with a sly smile on his face, addresses the men, offering each to lay out 2 silver coins for the exceptional opportunity to see Mujin's work with their own eyes. The doctor's palm remains open and extended forward, eloquently pushing the crowd to the thought that knowledge and the spectacle of skill must always be paid for with ringing coin. A real trade unfolds in front of the forge. Mujin watches stunned from the threshold as Yuchun collects money from the men and the old blacksmith, who crowd in anticipation of a miracle. Above the city, surrounded by high walls, a storm rages. Heavy raindrops beat on the tiles, and from the forge's chimney rises a thick yellow-black column of smoke into the gray sky. The lonely figure of young Jusin slowly walks along the stone pavement under the pouring rain. He moves forward and does not even try to find shelter from the cold downpour. Against the backdrop of luxurious multi-story buildings and closed food stalls, Jusin looks like a stranger stubbornly ignoring the bad weather, immersed in his own mysterious goals. Suddenly, Jusin stops sharply. His face tenses and his gaze darts to the side as if he sensed danger or caught something familiar in the city noise. The boy walks along neat streets past expensive houses and a picturesque bridge over a stream, replaying in his mind the words of teacher Hun Jian about how everything in this city looks majestic. Streams of rain run down Jusin's inspired face. He does not feel the cold, entirely absorbed in thoughts about the mysterious hemp field that the master once told him about. The cityscape reveals a man-made stream. Under the arch of the old bridge, in the shade, a strange gathering of people is lurking, and Jusang feels their presence is far too suspicious. Jusang tightly grips the tip of his belt, on which several knots are tied, realizing that this sign reveals his belonging to the famous but poor sect of the impoverished. A warm memory surfaces in the boy's mind. A smiling teacher proudly and lovingly hands him the very same belt, guiding him on the path of a true warrior and faithful friend. Memories of the mentor make Jusang stop in the middle of the rainy street. Through pain and determination, he clenches the belt in his fist, feeling the heavy responsibility settle on his shoulders. Walking along the city stream, Jusang firmly decides to find at least someone who might have known his late master Hun Jian in this vast and unfamiliar city. Against the backdrop of a leaden rainy sky stands a multi-story building with a traditional roof decorated with shining Chinese lanterns, from which grateful shouts of unknown guests are heard. In the middle of the rain-soaked street, the tavern owner with a flattering smile sees off a group of warriors, assuring in a sweet voice that their establishment is always sincerely glad to welcome students of the beggar's sect. On the dark pink robe of the neat owner, the belt stands out clearly. 3 knots are tied at the end, a sign of his special status in this hierarchy. Against the backdrop of majestic city architecture, under the relentless rain, Jusang stands motionless. Respectfully folding his hands in a greeting gesture, he restrains his true thoughts behind calmness. Crossing the road, the young man moves away from the noisy crowd and recalls rumors that the sect operated on this street, and he understands. After 20 years, his teacher's name could have been forgotten. The street drowns in the downpour and the dazzling light of long lanterns, while Juseng gloomily reflects on how the current sect differs from Hun Jian's descriptions. He is disgusted by the tavern owner's greed. The owner in the pink robe confidently spins a gold coin between his fingers and in a businesslike tone explains that joining the Chongqing branch requires a considerable fee. Supposedly, it is easy to earn through work. Passing by the bright lanterns, the thoughtful Juseng comes to a bitter conclusion. Even to be officially considered poor in this secular faction, one must first have a lot of money in their pocket. The young man wanders alone along the almost empty road, vainly looking for a place to hide from the rain, and increasingly doubts that anyone in this city remembers his famous mentor. Heavy streams of water continuously flow from the pointed roof canopy, breaking on the cobblestones and muffling the gloomy atmosphere of fruitless searches right in the heart of the downpour. An elderly man by the building wall decisively shakes his head and raises his index finger, making it clear to Juseng that he has never heard of the legendary hemp poor man. Another poor man fleeing the bad weather under a neighboring roof only shrugs in response to the boy's words, although the boy persistently reminds him, it all happened 2 decades ago. The crowd by the wall, in which a woman with a baby stands, only silently shakes their heads. The name of the foreknot elder of the sect means nothing to them and sounds foreign. Juseng continues to wander the city in search of any clue about Hong Jian, but as he approaches another group of poor people, he mentally prepares for another failure and silence. The boy slowly walks along the river, coming out from under the bridge where the destitute huddle, and politely thanks them for the conversation, despite the hope of finding the teacher gradually fading. Stopping by the cold stone wall, Juseng freezes and looks thoughtfully for a long time at an old piece of the mentor's belt. He tightly clutches it in his palms. Suddenly, the boy shudders from surprise when a frightened poor man runs swiftly past him under the bridge, desperately clutching his head as if escaping from an invisible danger. Through the veil of rain, Juseng watches the soaked figure of the man from whom water streams down, while he howls in a trembling voice about the unbearable cold that pierces to the bone. The young man's face reflects deep thought and slight hesitation. He intently gazes at the unfortunate poor man, as if deciding whether to ask him the same question once more. A skinny man with sunken cheeks and infinitely sad eyes, hearing the call of Juseng, slowly turns around, like one exhausted by the continuous struggle for survival. Respectfully bowing his head in greeting, Juseng asks the stranger with hope about the hemp poor man with 4 knots, explaining that he lived in these parts about 20 years ago. The boy's face instantly lights up with uncontrollable inspiration as soon as he hears the poor man begin to recall the man who had 4 knots and was 10 years older than him. Seeing Juseng's exuberant joy, the frightened poor man recoils, trying to avoid contact with the youth who excitedly shouted, "This is exactly the person he is looking for." The exhausted man skeptically asks if it is really about that attractive beggar who wandered endlessly in the hemp fields, and Juseng promptly and unequivocally confirms every word. A joyful smile instantly disappears from the youth's face, replaced by bitter disappointment. He learns that the poor man had only 1 knot, so this is a completely different person. In the middle of the majestic city, under the veil of a heavy downpour, Juseng stood motionless on the bridge, feeling like a stranger among the crowd of poor people whose fate was intertwined in gloomy silence. On the embankment echoes a cruel lie. The hemp poor man was just a lazy scoundrel who never mastered martial arts, wasting his life in the fields. Seized by a sudden surge of anger and despair, Juseng bolts from his place and madly rushes along the stone embankment, while the rain tries to stop him with its cold blows. Huge raindrops break on the surface of the river, and the boy recalls the story about the theft of a mysterious thing and old grandmother Jen, the one who might know the true truth about his teacher. Water mercilessly runs down the boy's face and hair, soaking through his bandage until each drop becomes heavier with the realization of a possible betrayal by the one he trusted. Black clouds completely covered the sky, leaving only faint blue glimmers, and through the rumble of the storm come intermittent shouts of passersby. They are amazed at the strange behavior of the lonely youth. The face of Juseng is distorted by unbearable pain and disappointment. He looks at a piece of an old belt as the rain streams mix with his first still invisible tears. On the riverbank under the stormy sky, the boy falls to his knees, leans over the symbol of his belonging to the sect, and through clenched teeth utters curses at the late master. Trembling from cold and rage, he feverishly tries to untie the knots on the belt, but his numb fingers do not obey, they only tighten the knots of his own fate and disappointment. Gasping from the downpour, Jusin bites into the coarse fabric with his teeth, once again feeling how he earned these knots through endurance and hunger, and now understands how worthless this reward was. The torn pieces of Master Hun Jian's belt, which once seemed sacred, now lie abandoned in a dirty puddle, slowly dissolving under the blows of the merciless rain. The young man frantically stomps on the remnants of the fabric, recalling his 15th year of life, and the third knot now, it seems to him, just another step in a great and long lie. Clenching the scraps of the past in his fist, Jusin finally understands why Hun Jian's techniques were so imperfect. His teacher simply had nothing to pass on to his student. Soaked to the bone, he raises his eyes to the sky and screams in unbearable anger, cursing the lying teacher whose life turned out to be nothing but a series of fabricated stories and empty promises. Suddenly, the dark sky is cut by a dazzling white-blue lightning, momentarily illuminating the figure of the youth, and his inner world collapses faster than the electric discharge fades. On the bank of the great city, Jusin continues to expel curses with a scream, feeling how anger tears his body from within. He gave his life to a man who simply used him. His hand tightly grips Hun Jian's belt as if wanting to strangle the very memory of the years spent under the care of one who turned out to be a common fraud in rags. The stormy downpour over the river intensifies, hiding the boy standing right at the edge of the shore, struggling with the desire to erase his past once and for all in the murky waters. Jusin slowly raises his hand up, holding the belt of his so-called teacher, and gazes into the river's current, which mercilessly passes him by, like life itself that has already gone past. Under the stormy sky, the young man looks tiny, standing with his hand raised, as if showing the heavens the sign of his betrayal and hopes for the last time, hopes that never came true. Falling to his knees again, he bows his head while the rain mercilessly beats on his shoulders, and the raised hand with the teacher's belt slowly lowers down to the very surface of the turbulent water. Jusin curses, choking on despair, because what hurts him most is not the lie itself, but the fact that he cannot even look his teacher in the eyes and ask why the teacher has long been dead. Standing at the very edge of the shore where the water foams from the heavy downpour, the young man slowly leans down and dips one hand into the cold river surface, saying goodbye to the past. His fingers finally unclench, and he allows the river water to take away the last thing that connected him with Hun Jian, the old belt with knots that no longer have any meaning. Jusin's face contorts with unbearable pain, and finally true tears flow from his eyes, impossible to distinguish from the raindrops flooding everything around. Jusin's fingers weakly open in the icy water, and the swift current instantly carries away Hun Jian's old belt, forever taking the symbol of discipleship into the unknown. The stormy sky burns with dark purple and black colors, tearing the space with fierce lightning strikes, while the wall of relentless rain tries to wash away the remnants of past life. Broken and oppressed by the weight of truth, the young man slides down to the very ground in a hopeless impulse, resembling a person praying among the ruins of his own faith. Heavy clouds finally begin to disperse, revealing light gray patches in the sky, the first sign that the exhausting night storm is coming to an end. Against the backdrop of the slowly brightening sky, a massive roof and a wall with a clear sign, Fen Family Forge, emerge, promising stability in this changing world. Mujin, whose eyes shine with sincere satisfaction, confidently holds a newly forged massive sword in his hands, announcing the successful completion of today's hard work. The forge yard explodes with the enthusiastic shouts of men. They stubbornly demand the master to continue working, to admire his unparalleled talent for just a moment longer. The old blacksmith with a characteristic wart on his nose decisively drives the unruly crowd out the door, giving the tired Mujin the much-needed moment of peace by the forge. While the spectators disperse, the old man grumbles about the absence of Dr. Yuchun, and meanwhile among the passers-by, Jusin freezes his gaze glued to the figure of the master in the yard. Mujin's face is washed with sweat in the rays of the blazing furnace, but suddenly surprise transforms his expression when he recognizes an old acquaintance and loudly calls out Jusin's name. Against the backdrop of the cold gray sky, the face of a young man emerges, a vacant gaze, endlessly tired from the night's emotional shock. Under the clear blue sky that came after the rain, the sign of the Fen Family Forge quietly sways, signaling the beginning of a new, difficult conversation between two friends. Filled with bitter disappointment, Jusin slowly reveals to Mujin the terrible truth about the real face of Hong Jian, what he had to hear from random passersby. Mujin listens sympathetically to the story about the hemp-poor man sitting on a bench in front of the forge, while the sight of his crushed friend breaks his heart with hopelessness. Worried about his companion's condition, the master intently looks into Jusin's face and directly, without any hint of concealment, asks if he has had even a crumb of food in his mouth all this time. Jusin replies that he received some food from a little girl Kasim, who lives under the same bridge and shares with him the poverty and gloomy days of a wandering life. Looking at the cold wall, the boy admitted he had no appetite, but the sincerity of another poor man did not allow him to reject the outstretched helping hand. Mujin's face twists for a moment from the realization of his own tactlessness, and he mentally slaps himself on the conscience for not immediately seeing the depth of his friend's distress. Mujin indignantly reminds Jusin that he no longer belongs to the beggar's sect and decisively calls him to follow, not wanting to see his friend in such a miserable state. Jusin throws a questioning look, and Mujin, without hesitation, declares, "The time has come to wash off all this humiliating dirt and regain human dignity." The master's gaze against the backdrop of the blazing heat of the furnace becomes playful and filled with unshakable confidence that they are capable of overcoming any trials of fate. The night sky darkens to a deep dark blue, and among the sparse clouds majestically emerges the round blue sphere of the moon, illuminating the city with a calm glow. The tavern building, decorated with dozens of shining lanterns, attracts the attention of passers-by, and from its open windows sounds of cheerful music and laughter burst onto the street. Inside reigns a festive atmosphere. On the illuminated podium sings a beauty with a lute, and skillful waiters quickly carry orders between the floors of the cozy establishment. In the depths of the noisy hall, at one of the distant tables, among exquisite dishes and drinks sit two friends, Mujin and the young man who finally found shelter. The charming singer playing the lute leads a melody against the backdrop of a luxurious canopy, and magical sparks fly around her in the air like twinkling little stars. The renewed Jusin in elegant attire and with a new hairstyle stands confused in the middle of the tavern, clutching a cup in his hand and not believing in the luxury around him. Before the young man spread a banquet table, golden roasted fish, appetizing chickens, and huge trays completely filled with pork ribs and juicy shashlik. Seeing fear in his friend's eyes, Mujin loudly calls his name, forcibly turning Jusin back to reality and finally urging him to enjoy the moment. Friends greedily empty the cups, and while the satisfied Mujin savors the drink, Jusin with slight fear suggests feasting as if this evening is the last in their lives. In the large hall of the tavern, the revelry rages. Mujin continues to party to the fullest, while Jusin, overfilled with food, has already weakly slid away from the table. Suddenly, the party becomes truly hot. From the spicy food or strong drink, tongues of real flame burst from the mouths of both boys, dazzling the guests. The girl on the podium throws a very dissatisfied look toward the noisy company, irritably thinking that these two are making too much noise in her establishment. Jusin cheerfully winks at his friend, praising the incredible taste of the dishes, but Mujin laughs and reminds him, not long ago he was almost sick from overeating. Mujin mocks Dr. Yuchun, giving him a title for gambling, and Jusin in response jokes about the teacher's anger, risking a friendly blow of the 1,000 palms. By the wall on a bright red tablecloth stands a large jug alone, like a silent call. Do not stop and keep this crazy evening going. Despite the rumble in the hall, the singer's face remains composed. She continues to sing the melody, trying to ignore the antics of strange visitors. Jusin, fired up with excitement, puts 2 empty plates to his head instead of ears and amusingly makes a monkey face to the approving laughter of his companion. Mujin puffs his cheeks, trying to break the world record for eating dumplings, while Jusin behind him almost chokes with laughter watching this spectacle. On the red fabric of the table now towers a whole pile of empty pots, eloquently testifying to how grand this unexpected banquet turned out to be. On the bright red tablecloth remain only empty pots and scattered crumbs of food, and the silence is filled with the loud, rhythmic hiccups of one of the friends. Satisfied, Jusin and Mujin sit at the table and feel an incredible heaviness in their stomachs, until Jusin suddenly asks how it is customary to pay here. Realizing from Mujin that the payment is made with real money, Jusin tries to estimate the price of the banquet and despairingly reminds himself that he doesn't have a single penny. Jusen's face bursts into sudden laughter when Mujin admits that his pockets are empty too. It turns out they both remain ordinary poor men. The frightened singer with the lute freezes in place as soon as she hears the boy's frank confession. They have no way to pay for such a luxurious dinner. Imagining themselves as funny fat men from overeating, the friends shout about their poverty throughout the hall, shocking the tavern visitors with their candid sincerity. Despite the lack of money, the boys continue to joke about Dr. Yuchun and scream throughout the tavern that it now officially belongs to the beggars' sect. Mujin bursts into loud laughter, and Jusen is pierced by cold sweat from fear, and he watches in horror as the crowd in the center of the hall reacts. While Jusen trembles with fright under the singer's watchful gaze, Mujin only confidently chuckles, making everyone around hold their breath in anticipation of the outcome. Suddenly, Jusen notices that the chair next to him is empty. Mujin disappeared instantly, only managing to throw a brief assurance in farewell, everything will be fine. Mujin appears by the wall, wrapped in mysterious streams of energy, and with a triumphant smile promises, now he will settle the issue of paying the bill. In one hand, the master still holds a pot with a drink, and with the other he swiftly pulls a sharp steel knife from his sleeve, gripping the handle tightly. The singer's face distorts with horror. She watches every movement of Mujin with wide eyes, and shiny sparks dance anxiously around her. With a happy, confident expression on his face, Mujin raises a metal dagger to his eyes and carefully examines the blade as if it were the very coin for payment. On a deep purple background, cold steel flashes. The sharp blade of the dagger glistens, heralding the start of a dangerous act. The tavern singer froze in horror, clutching her lute tightly to her chest, and sincere numbness froze in her eyes. While the girl watches, Mujin holds a pot with a drink in one hand and cuts through the air with incredibly fast combat movements with the other. Angry Juseng bursts out shouting, trying to drown out the noise, and spits at Mujin. What the hell is he doing with this crazy dance? The crowd around buzzes. Some brand the warrior a drunkard, others demand the continuation of the spectacle, and Juseng only watches the chaos with fear. Mujin's eyes blaze with otherworldly light, while behind his back stunned Juseng and a tavern worker try to understand what is happening. Ignoring everyone, Mujin continues his invisible fight, skillfully combining holding the jug with lightning-fast strikes of the sharp dagger. Only the stern profile of the warrior and his hand firmly gripping the weapon's hilt stand out against the rough stone wall of the old tavern. Mujin's gaze grows heavier, and his eyes flash with a sinister red fire, while the hand with the blade draws deadly patterns in the air. With every movement of the warrior, pieces of dark energy scatter, and the tavern worker panics, calling the guards to stop this magic. Mujin moves at the edge of human capabilities. He is swept up by a whirlpool of black power, as if fighting an entire army of invisible ghostly enemies at once. Through the tavern hall, guards burst in headlong, eager to subdue the warrior, while the frightened Juseng retreats as far as possible from the epicenter of events. From the balconies come mocking shouts of amused spectators, and the guard sternly demands to stop this drunken spectacle in the middle of the establishment. By the wall where music once played, Mujin froze with a jug in his hands, and on the surface behind him appeared a mysterious, newly created drawing. The warrior slowly raises the pot, preparing for a sip, under the watchful and hostile gazes of two guards who have already approached closely. The gleam of steel and splashes of the drink merge in one dance as Mujin begins pouring the liquid in a circle, performing complex combat moves. The faces of the guards stretch in astonishment. They do not know how to react to this strange mixture of martial art and outright madness. Juseng and another random witness froze in tension, not averting their gaze from Mujin. His presence presses on everyone in this hall. Against the backdrop of the wall with the image of the divine face, Mujin finally exhales and takes a long, confident sip straight from the pot. Slightly drunk but with a firm voice, the warrior asks if he should stop, because that is exactly how he intends to pay for his rest. Pointing a dagger at the guards, Mujin instantly changes their tone. They begin to justify themselves, saying they just wanted to find out why the music stopped. The singer, obeying the warrior's strict order not to spoil the guard's mood, touches the strings. Aganth hall fills with trembling sounds. The tavern visitors sit with open mouth, stunned at how quickly the deadly threat turned into a strange performance. Against the backdrop of multi-tiered balconies, Mujin falls back into rhythm. Sparks fly from his blade, illuminating the darkest corners of the bustling tavern. The final flash and the gleaming dagger blade disappears in a swift motion, leaving behind only the whistle of sliced air and a quiet echo. Mujin focuses his gaze to the maximum, trying to catch the perfect trajectory and precisely aim the shining tip of the dagger right at the very essence of the stone. While the girl continues singing under the awning, the warrior diligently works the dagger near the back wall of the podium, skillfully carving complex and mysterious patterns. The entire tavern hall freezes and gazes at the strange spectacle, and Juseng stands tensely opposite the stage, not taking his eyes off every movement of his comrade. The work is finished. Mujin's hand against the wall triumphantly raises the dagger tip upwards, showing everyone present the result of his incredible labor. With a sharp and confident movement, the warrior directs the blade vertically upward, as if cutting through the very air, preparing the audience for something truly grand. A sudden surge of unknown energy pierces the darkness of the hall. A bright flash tears every corner from the gloom and forces the visitors to hold their breath from what they see. In the shining stream against the blurred interior of the tavern emerges the majestic hand of God holding a flower between the fingers, and a golden divine crown is outlined. On the wall appears a figure of Buddha filled with grandeur. The radiant image emits calm and instantly changes the surrounding atmosphere to reverently solemn. Mujin looks with curiosity into the empty drink pot, probably sincerely regretting that the tasty liquid ended right at the moment of his creative triumph. The shining face of God Shiva impresses with balance and calm. He looks at the noisy tavern through the prism of divine wisdom and eternal peace. The tavern building shines with lanterns against the night sky, and inside the promise of Mujin thunders firmly. With this masterpiece, he will fully pay the bill. A thick fog settles on the stone streets of the big city while passers-by ponder the teacher who promised. Skill will always find gratitude. Standing under the streetlights, Mujin and Juseng cautiously converse about the teacher's words that the effect of the 1,000 hands of Buddha will truly be stunning. Mujin imagines a crowd of men with burning ice fly in the air, ready to give all their property and even animals to thank him for his work. Inspired by his own success, the warrior friendly embraces Juseng by the shoulders, conspiratorially looking into his eyes with a feeling of true triumph and joy. The tavern owner addresses Mr. Tan, admiringly calling his work divine until Mujin's faithful dagger habitually flies back to his hand. The warrior carefully examines the weapon in his own hand, listening to the surprised conversations of people who do not believe such a masterpiece was created in just 2 hours. Mujin climbs a bamboo ladder to the balcony while the owner promises friends to prepare the best dumplings for the road so they won't be hungry. Under a rain umbrella, the warrior sits on the edge of the bridge and watches from above as Juseng below distributes free food to the poor living in damp slums. Juseng hands a hot dish to little son, the one who once fed him, and asks the girl to eat well while an elderly man patiently waits his turn. From above on the wall, Mujin hides from the rain and warmly watches as his friend sincerely wishes health to the little girl. Under the umbrella, Mujin's face lights up with joy. Finally, he sees on Juseng's face that very true, inspired smile that had been absent for so long. Heavy clouds covered the sky over the great city, and a thick downpour washes the empty streets and rooftops of buildings, spreading a melancholic calm. While the storm rages outside, friends peacefully sleep on beds under a reliable canopy, finally getting a chance to rest after long and exhausting adventures. In the morning, they sluggishly grind through hangovers and the need for rest after daily visits to taverns. They have completely lost count, and days, like hours, get lost. In a spacious room with large windows, Mujin and Juseng have a leisurely conversation, trying to figure out why the rumble of rain so strongly pulls them back to the tavern. Mujin laughs and agrees with his companion, not rushing to get out of bed and enjoying the coziness of the room while the storm relentlessly rages outside. Through the noise of the gray downpour, Juseng suddenly shudders and raises his head in surprise, because he clearly hears someone from the street desperately calling his name, Hun Juseng. The young men simultaneously look out the window and through the dense wall of rain see the figure of a person who is trying with the last of his strength to attract their attention. Before them appears the tired and completely soaked face of a poor man named Samgu. It is immediately clear from him that some inevitable trouble has occurred. Against the backdrop of the gloomy sky, a disturbing story unfolds about the disappearance of sons. The girl always warned about her route and was afraid to go far in such bad weather. Frightened and extremely nervous, Samgu barely restrains trembling, assuming the worst. little Sasun could have been captured by cruel and ruthless river bandits. The figures of Jusang and Samgu froze under the rain near the building, while the young man tensely clarifies whether river robbers could really be behind this disappearance. A gloomy picture appears before their eyes. Against the backdrop of purple clouds, bandits with fiery eyes and heavy axes lurk right by the dark river water. Angry Samgu clenches his fist and talks about witnesses of the kidnapping and about terrible rumors. The masters, they say, buy small children for their dark purposes. The man's face shows deep despair and primal fear. He is terrified to death that little Sasun might have already become another victim of these beasts. Jusin sympathetically places a hand on the grieving Samgu's shoulder, confidently promising his sect brother that he will definitely deal with this terrible situation. Jusin's gaze becomes resolute. He knows exactly who can help, so he asks Samgu not to get worked up prematurely, but just to wait a little for good news. Raindrops run down Samgu's face and hope flashes in his eyes. He sincerely thanks for the help and solemnly promises to also try to talk to his superiors. Under the rainy sky stands a tavern lit by lanterns from which a sober warning comes. One should not expect too much from the leadership of the poor sect. Outraged, Jusin sharply asks how they can be so indifferent since they are members of the poor sect and must stand up for each other in such times. The tavern owner, with the sect's sign on his belt, leans heavily on the table and says they cannot risk people without ironclad evidence of kidnapping. The man sadly shakes his head, wipes sweat from his face, and laments that an extremely difficult season has begun, which literally ties their hands. Jusin frowns thoughtfully, recalling the owner's hospitality in the past, and suspects that his current attitude has changed precisely because he lacks power nodes. The owner explains that the spring rainy season in Chongqing is a time of maximum tension, because this year the downpours are much stronger than ever before. Jusin listens cautiously to the story and immediately notices the owner's characteristic gesture, a raised palm, the meaning of which he instantly and unmistakably reads. In the well-lit hall of the tavern, Jusang actively gestures, standing in front of a large window and trying to reach the conscience of his cold interlocutor. The tavern building is drowning in a gray downpour, and through the second-floor window, figures can be seen arguing about the inevitable Yangtze River flood and the great danger. The serious owner talks about floods, because of which every member of the sect must build barricades instead of fighting armed river bandits. Alert Jusang carefully replays what he heard in his head, understanding, due to the disaster, there are simply no free people in the sect to save the little girl. On the stone embankment near the bridge where the poor huddle, Jusang talks with Samgu. The tavern owner's words cannot be trusted even a bit. Jusang's face is soaked with sincere sympathy as he looks at Samgu, who at this moment is mercilessly shaking from experienced grief and injustice. Hiding from the rain on the embankment, the men continue their conversation. Barricades are being built upstairs, and the owners do not care about the fate of the destitute people. Against the background of the stone wall near the bridge, Jusang looks extremely surprised and tries to squeeze out at least some arguments to refute Samgu's gloomy words. Looking at the rainy city, Jusang fervently argues that martial arts masters should have at least a basic sense of justice. On the anxious purple-red background, Samgu shudders from bitter sobs and asks what sense of justice ordinary bandits can have at all. Samgu says that in recent decades he has never heard about conflicts between bandits and the sect, so they will not risk their lives for a random poor person. Under the cloudy sky, Samgu cries and says that poor sect members are only afraid to lose their masks and status, while other poor people hurry to calm him down. Jusin remembers himself as a child next to teacher Hongyun and the face of the old poor man with sunken cheeks, who told him about those cursed knots. Angry Jusin turns over the thought in his head that all this about the noble poor was a lie, but at the same time presses himself and convinces himself he should not feel guilty about it. Standing on the embankment, the young man watches as the poor under the bridge entertain Samgu, advising simply to believe the sect because Jusin was the only one who listened to them. Jusin opens an umbrella to run out into the downpour. He is upset and thinks that this is not his duty. He has already done more than enough in the settlement. Through the rain, along the wall under the bridge, Jusin walks, and towards him comes a random person in thistle clothing. A bizarre appearance makes her look like a mushroom. On the wet embankment, Jusin, immersed in his own thoughts, compares himself to this passerby in her strange outfit. She really resembles a large mushroom. As the downpour intensifies, Jusin moves away from the bridge, but suddenly the random passerby in the mushroom clothing stops and slowly turns to him. On the embankment, only the legs and reed clothing of the mushroom person who turned to Jusin are visible, while Jusin at this time has already moved away from the bridge under the umbrella. Jusin instantly freezes as soon as he hears a sharp shout, "Hey you Jusin, the one who seeks the hemp poor." The stranger's voice cuts through the roar of the heavy rain. Before him stands an old woman in a reed cloak, Grandma Yen. She sternly scolds Jusin, asking what exactly is his relationship with Ma Zhangyu. Hearing the teacher's name, Jusin thinks that even that is a lie. He tells Grandma that he was just a petty thief who disappeared. Huge drops of rain drip from Grandma Yen's clothing as she seriously interrogates what exactly this man stole and why Jusin even thought he was a thief. The figures of the woman and the young man froze on the embankment under the downpour while the grandmother told Jusin that the poor man from the hemp field had actually never stolen anything. Jusin's face tightens with tension. Suddenly, he suspects something very bad. This hemp poor man might have stolen not gold, but a living person. On the stone embankment, under a dense curtain of cold rain, the figures of Jusin and Grandmother Yen froze. Their conversation cuts through the quiet noise of the water. Jusin does not hide his genuine surprise at the news that Ma Zhangyu dared to steal a person, and the grandmother confirms this with a barely noticeable nod. Heavy drops drip from the brim of Grandmother Yen's hat as she recalls events from 20 years ago about the split between factions in the sect of the poor. In the twilight of the rain appear the images of the leaders, a red-faced old man from the central region and a stern poor man from Winter Hill, who divided power. Under the black sky, two groups of people came together. Former unity and harmony were completely crushed by accumulated grievances and uncontrollable emotions. Memories blaze with the glow of an ancient fight. Minor disputes between faction members suddenly escalated into a real bloody confrontation. Two men fiercely clutch each other by the collars against the backdrop of fire, marking the death of the poor man from the hill and the final expulsion of his supporters. On a purple fiery background lie scattered bodies and broken swords, and among the dead lies a man whose face terrifyingly resembles Jusin himself. Amid the chaos and bloodied steel, the poor man from the hemp field broke free from the trap, taking with him the only son of the fallen comrade. On that fateful day, the sun broke through the clouds and illuminated the young Ma Zhangyu. He carefully pressed a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes to his chest. Jusin stands under an umbrella from which water drips. His eyes darken with heavy thoughts and his clenched lips reveal inner tension and anger. The figure of Grandma Yen sharply emerges against the gloomy sky as she meets Jusin's gaze, and he asks for the real name of the deceased. Against the noise of the river, a short answer bursts out. The real name of the one who once held Winter Hill in his hands is Hun Jun. Grandma Yen doubts that Jusin is looking for Hun Jun's son specifically, so she prepares to leave, leaving the boy alone with his heavy reflections. She turns toward the city and finally throws a request. If Jusin ever meets Ma Zhangyu, let him know that she is waiting for him. When the old woman looked back, the embankment was empty. Jusin instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a lonely umbrella on the stones. The boy stands in the middle of the downpour and his body trembles with rage. Ma Zhangyu's whole life was a complete lie, from his name to his martial arts. Raindrops and bitter tears of realization flow down Jusin's face. His entire past reality turned out to be a fabrication. He freezes on the riverbank, shuddering from the emotional pain that tears him apart inside, stronger than any physical blow from an enemy. Drenched in despair, Jusin lowers his hands into the cold river water as if trying to wash away from memory all the falsehood he has known so far. With a frantic scream, he dives into the stream, seeking salvation in the watery element from thoughts that prevent him from breathing and thinking clearly. His gaze becomes glassy and sightless, and the streams of water on his face mix with rage, and he transforms into a truly furious beast. The blurred figure of the young man above the river surface desperately grabs water with his hands, trying to catch at least some hold in this sea of lies. Leaning in the water near the very shore, Jusin rummages on the bottom, ignoring the cold rain and the piercing wind that hits his back. He lifts long, slippery algae above himself, and only one obsessive thought pulses in his head about the knots that defined his status. Jusin stands knee-deep in the cold river, exposing his face to the endless downpour, and desperately whispers the names of the knots that tear his soul apart. Not far from the shore where the eroded earth merges with the water, the figure of the young man suddenly disappears into the waves, completely plunging into the river abyss. Only the empty earthen shore near the hill remains a silent witness to the tragedy, while the rain relentlessly lashes the surface of the dark river. Suddenly, the water surface breaks, Jusang surfaces and greedily gulps air, but the fire in his heart has not yet been extinguished by the cold. Unable to withstand the pressure of thoughts, he again plunges into the murky water at the foot of the hill, searching there for answers or at least a moment of peace. Jusang swims deeply underwater through transparent currents, puffing his cheeks with air and desperately paddling his hands among thousands of silvery bubbles. His eyes wide open underwater, he intently gazes into the river darkness while whirlpools of oxygen bubbles swirl around him. In memory emerges the image of young Hong Jian under the clear sky, holding an infant in his hands. He vowed to protect him at the cost of the 4 knots of the mountain guard. On a warm golden background appears the face of the baby with thick eyebrows and black hair, in which even then the features of the future Jusang were recognized. The memory transports to a small settlement at the foot of the cliffs. Hun Jian freezes before the sandy spits and looks at the quiet wooden huts. A young mother with a baby in her arms shudders in fear when Hun Jian appears in the doorway with a screaming child and 3 knots on his belt. On the sunny shore, a gray-haired teacher carefully wipes little Jusang after bathing, while the child tries to catch a bright butterfly. Years pass, old Hun Jian ties a knot on the belt of his 10-year-old student and gently explains something, while the boy eagerly devours his dinner. Little Jusang triumphantly raises a stick above his head, and his teacher amusingly sprawls on the sand pretending to have suffered a crushing defeat from the boy. The scene changes to horror. Bloodied fragments of Hun Jian's stick lie on the ground, revealing the terrible truth about the real purpose of those knots. Before his eyes appears the teacher's face distorted by pain in the last moment of life. He went to death only to become a shield for Jusang. With every deeper breath, Jusang understands. Each knot that Hun Jian tied was not a sign of power, but a sacred talisman for his pupil. At the very bottom, tangled in thick seaweed, the old belt with 3 knots faintly glimmers, only material memory of the teacher. Jusang's hands confidently cut through the water, reaching through a cloud of bubbles toward the relicto, finally take what rightfully belongs to him by memory. Firmly clutching the belt in his fist, the young man turns and swiftly swims toward the light, breaking through the thickness of the river water all the way to the surface. Underwater, his face becomes serious and determined again. Now he knows exactly who he is and why his only mentor gave his life. Transparent water boils turbulently from thousands of oxygen bubbles, accompanying every step of Jusang on the path to his new true rebirth. A tense face with full, air-filled cheeks approaches the boundary of 2 worlds, where the rainy sky awaits the return of the true heir. The river's thickness fills with light and foam as Jusang overcomes the last meters, feeling how the weight of the past finally turns into his strength. Suddenly, the movement stops. A violet figure freezes motionless in the depths with raised hands as if the water has forever taken him into its embrace. In the turbulent river currents appears an imaginary, as if split, figure of Mujin. His desperate scream cuts through the noise of the water and the rumble of a distant thunderstorm. Finally, the sky softens. Through yellow-pink clouds, the first sun rays break through, illuminating 2 weary figures on the damp riverbank. Jusang and Mujin heavily pant on the ground while the former frantically presses the found belt to his chest, the only treasure left from the teacher. Mujin squints displeased from the sun, grumbles at his companion, and does not understand why he went into the water to ruin his clothes in such terrible weather. Sitting on the sand, Mujin seriously gazes at Jusang. He is shaking, but his wet hand holds the old belt tighter than any most precious weapon. Mujin's gaze becomes questioning. Against the backdrop of the golden sky, he tries to comprehend what exactly has radically changed in his companion's eyes. The sky finally clears, winning with gentle pink shades, and the gentle light after the storm promises at least a short respite from dangers. Jusang triumphantly raises a clenched fist with the Hun Jian belt and, looking into the heights, asks Mujin one last time to become his reliable ally. River water reflects the golden sunlight, and Mujin ironically teases his friend, as if he just saved his life, so what else could he demand? Jusang's face lights up with inspiration. He proposes a desperate plan to Mujin to rescue So-sun together from the captivity of ruthless river bandits. Mujin freezes in silent amazement, trying to comprehend the madness of this idea, while the sun sharpens every wrinkle of doubt on his face. The yellow-blue sky with light pink clouds briefly offers an illusion of calm before the start of a new, even more dangerous adventure. A hand grips the dagger's hilt, and at that moment a barely noticeable but powerful energy flows from the blade, revealing he is ready for battle. The landscape changes abruptly. At the foot of tall mountains, under a new wave of relentless rain, a solitary two-story wooden building stands tall. Under the gloomy sky, a group of people bends under the weight of sandbags and hurriedly builds a dam, trying to tame the raging river element. From the mountain heights, one can see the turbulent stream and the roofs of the inn, nestled along the road under the continuous pressure of water. Hiding behind a huge stone, Jusin grips a heavy stick while Mujin quietly asks if he has a simpler rescue plan. Pressed against the wet rock, the friends watch the enemies. Mujin anxiously finds out if they really will have to fight the entire horde. The young men carefully peer into the windows of the two-story house, assuming that So-sun is held there, and prepare for a secret infiltration inside. Mujin notices that their clean clothes will instantly reveal them as outsiders, and Jusin, without hesitation, suggests either smearing themselves with mud or even undressing completely. Suddenly, both sharply turn over their shoulders. Behind their backs, a suspicious sound is heard, and the boys' hearts race in a crazy rhythm. Figures grow on the hill under umbrellas. Patrolmen curse the bad weather, dreaming of working better on the dam rather than wandering these slopes. Jusin and Mujin literally press themselves into the stone, holding their breath and tightly gripping their weapons as the enemy patrol passes very close. True horror is red in the boys' eyes. They freeze, preparing for the worst because every extra rustle could be their last. Two armed guards in wide hats and cloaks suspiciously survey the area. Their gazes are sharp as blades and full of distrust. Through the dense curtain of rain, patrolmen slowly make their way along the forest path, their silhouettes barely outlined among the wet tree trunks. Mujin's face is twisted with tension, and drops of sweat mixed with rain run down his cheeks. He feverishly thinks that a fight with a whole squad is certain death. The boy's fingers noticeably tremble as he presses the cold steel of the dagger to himself with all his might, trying to tame the inner primal fear. Secretly watching the enemy from an ambush, Mujin concludes, now is best to hold his breath and wait until the patrol disappears from sight. Crouching near the old wooden bridge, the friends whisper in argument. Mujin suggests hiding under the decking, but Jusin already understands they won't both fit there. Suddenly, Mujin flinches. Through the noise of the downpour, a suspicious rustle reaches him. His gaze sharpens and becomes frightened, and his heart skips a beat. Jusin is the first to slip under the wooden beams of the bridge, pressing into the wet earth. His face is tense, and every nerve is stretched like a bowstring. The sheltered boy desperately gestures to Mujin, ordering him to immediately split up and take position on the other side of the huge stone boulder. Mujin scans his friend's movements with his eyes, urging himself with the thought that the roar of the downpour reliably hides their actions, and involuntarily admires Jusin's cleverness. In the silence, a heavy step sounds. A man's foot in a rough reed sandal steps onto the first step of the bridge. Water splashes. Two hunters in wide raincoats descend the crossing, tightly gripping heavy axes and carefully scanning every bush with their gaze in search of strangers. The friends found themselves on opposite sides of the bridge, Jusin crouched behind a hill and Mujin pressed against a stone, holding his breath under the watchful eyes of the patrolmen. Jusin, without leaving the shadow of the bushes, makes another sharp gesture, coordinating their further actions and preparing his comrade for the decisive moment. Mujin cautiously peeks out from cover and firmly raises his thumb. Everything is going surprisingly smoothly, and he already begins to believe in the success of their sortie. Suddenly, everything sharply gets out of control. Jusin's face twists from an unexpected blow or someone's iron grip. Mujin looks at the scene in horror. His eyes widen as soon as he realizes he has been exposed, and the sweat on his forehead immediately chills. One of the guards suddenly throws his head back and notices a swift shadow above him cutting through the rainy haze right over his hat. The second patrolman also manages only to raise his gaze and immediately sees an inevitable and rapid threat falling on him from the sky. Jusin flies into the air like an enraged demon. A wild scream bursts from his chest, and in his hands he raises a heavy stick to strike. The silhouettes of the enemies freeze for a moment against the backdrop of rain flashes before all the fury and strength of the enraged youth crash down on them. Jusin's eyes blaze with true shalom. He no longer hides, he puts all his anger into this swift and merciless attack. With one powerful swing, he knocks both patrolmen off the hill, while Mujin is already flying across the bridge to help, clutching his weapon. After a short but fierce clash, Jusin breathes heavily, his body trembling from exhaustion and adrenaline under the cold streams of water. The boy intently looks at the defeated enemies, trying to recognize among them the infamous Hound twins, about whom terrifying rumors circulated. Exhausted Jusin stands in the middle of the downpour, his gaze clouded with fatigue, and every cell of his body screams from the experienced shock. Mujin, looking at this madness, only grimaces with rage and despair. He is absolutely sure that his friend is a real idiot. The face of the guard under the brim of his hat burns with fury. He stares wildly and roars, threatening to smash the head of anyone who stands in his way. Two grim figures of armed guards in heavy rain gear stand motionless amid the bad weather, like sinister statues lurking for their prey. Frightened Mujin freezes under their heavy gaze. His suppressed figure twitches from uncontrollable trembling, and deep helplessness is frozen in his eyes. The heavy thudding steps of men's shoes echo dully off the wooden bridge as an unknown person rapidly storms the stairs, cutting through the damp air in a frantic running rhythm. Mujin, with an angry face, rushes to Jusin's aid, desperately shouting his name and ordering him to immediately come to his senses and escape. The guard, not slowing for a moment in his swift movement, sharply widens his eyes in surprise and rage. He confidently shouts, catching the gaze of another audacious attacker who dared to challenge them. A fierce fight breaks out on the shore. One bandit raises a sword over Jusang, while another, with a contemptuous cry, sobs at Mujin, considering the young man completely inexperienced. The guard in the raincoat swings a heavy blade, his face twists into a beastly grimace, and his voice sounds like a death sentence he promises instant retribution. Mujin's face truly burns with warrior's anger, although deep in his soul he becomes horrified by the realization that this desperate surge leads straight to the abyss. Mujin's pupils dilate with horror, but in his frozen gaze there is still visible iron will. He clearly understands that retreating backward is certain death. Before his eyes appears the image of Dr. Yuchun. He calmly demonstrates the complex Turo technique. These instructions emerge from Mujin's memory at the most critical moment. Swinging the sword at a furious pace, the enraged guard in the raincoat screams wildly, trying to crush the young opponent's resistance with a single blow. In Mujin's pupil, the enemy is reflected while the Turo scheme is etched in his thoughts. A low stance, a wide swing cutting through the void, and a lightning-fast lunge forward. The fighters merge into a deadly machine. Mujin recalls the lesson about 3 deceptive strikes after them. The blade must uncontrollably burst upward and pierce the enemy's defense. Mujin presses to the ground beneath the guard's feet, waiting for the very moment when the opponent falters to deliver the decisive blow right to the enemy's heart center. The blade mercilessly cuts into the bandit's chest, and the next moment heavy red drops of blood scatter from his body, mixing with the streams of cold rain. Mujin's hand, stretched to the limit, tightly grips the dagger's hilt. He has already deeply pierced the enemy's chest and stopped his attack forever. The second bandit, in a wild leap, swings his sword and shouts threats. His figure in the raincoat hangs in the air, preparing to unleash all his fury on the young man. Mujin's gaze becomes extremely focused and sharp. He cold-bloodedly watches the attacker's movements and realizes that the enemy has finally made a fatal mistake. In the whirlwind of a lightning-fast clash, the bandit tries to strike from above, but Mujin technically performs his first deceptive move from below, confusing his opponent. The guard in the hat looks down arrogantly at the young man, not even suspecting that Mujin's next move is not another attack, but a carefully prepared deadly trap. The sharp blade of the dagger cuts through the bamboo hat with a characteristic sound, and a fountain of crimson splashes flies into the air, blinding the wounded bandit. Before the eyes of the bandit, stunned by surprise, the cold gleam of metal and a bloody mist flicker. This marks the end of his unpunished reign. Mujin freezes with a frightened face and wide-open eyes, breathing heavily and trying to grasp the reality of the just-committed bloody massacre. The sword, raised high in the young man's hand, gleams against the backdrop of the gloomy forest, and from its tip slowly drips the hot blood of the defeated enemy onto the damp ground. Mujin stands frozen over the fallen enemy with raised weapon, his gaze fixed on the motionless body, and his whole being trembles with a slight, uncontrollable shiver. A hot drop of someone else's blood slowly runs down the young man's cheek, leaving a sticky trail. Only now does he realize that he is completely stained with crimson. Mujin's figure changes. Now he is dressed in the rough armor of the slain guard. On him, it looks like a foreign and gloomy masquerade of death. Two young men in trophy raincoats freeze behind wooden crates, intently watching the two-story building. They calculate, while everyone is on the dam, they will manage to sneak around each house unnoticed. Hiding under the wide brims of a stranger's hat, the boy nervously feels the fabric of his new cloak, trying to get used to the unusual weight and the smell of wet leather. In the pouring rain, Juseng sharply pushes Mujin on the shoulder, demanding immediate focus. Any delay on enemy territory could turn into a fatal mistake for them. In bandit clothing, they whisper-argue under the wall of rain. Juseng insists, real spies must sit quietly like mice in a burrow, not expose themselves. Moving through the yard, the partners almost quarrel over misunderstanding gestures. Mujin tries to explain something, but Juseng orders him to shut up so as not to ruin the infiltration. Near the half-open door of a wooden building, the youths make a promise to themselves, to act swiftly and silently, find Sasun and disappear from here without unnecessary bloodshed. The room is filled with jars and boxes, but inside not a soul. Juseng finally explodes, demanding that Mujin stop shouting the names of techniques during every attack. Entering inside, Mujin justifies himself. Supposedly, that's exactly how he was taught. He reminds his friend how recently he shouted that he almost summoned all the bandits of the district on their heads. They move half-bent under the rain, holding weapons at the ready. Juseng mocks the title of master that an impressed enemy gave Mujin, hinting at his trembling hands. Against the backdrop of a massive structure, the dispute about skill does not subside. Juseng boasts of victories from last month, but Mujin sharply cuts him off and orders silence before the entrance. Under the downpour, Juseng confidently offers a bet of 5 silver coins, claiming the building is empty, but Mujin aptly reminds his friend of his empty wallet and chronic poverty. Mujin coldly ignores jokes about his poverty and orders Juseng to shut his mouth. The time for empty talk is over. The moment for real work has come. Two dark silhouettes with weapons in their hands freeze on the threshold of the last room. They were already ready to believe in success, but suddenly abruptly stop at what they saw. On the wooden floor, the legs in woven reed sandals and short pants are clearly visible. Without a doubt, those they tried so hard to avoid stand before them. In the center of the room at the table sits a man with scars and a defiant look, and before him, another bandit is bent in a wine pose. They are just discussing the terrible work of the patrol. The faces of Mujin and Juseng instantly harden with tension. Fear grabs them, along with the understanding their presence in this dwelling is no longer a secret to the enemy. Over the river, a storm rages. The old building sinks into darkness. Yet even through the noise of the powerful downpour, muffled blows are clearly heard cut through the silence of the night room. The two-story house shudders from the blows of the storm, but inside unfolds its own drama. The fight does not subside, and the sounds of fierce confrontation thunder within the walls of the hideout. Carefully peeking out from behind the massive gates onto the street, the youths quickly scan the space around the building and try to determine if an ambush awaits them outside. In the pouring rain, the heroes finally pull 2 thoroughly beaten and tightly bound bandits out of the building, who vainly try to offer any resistance. The figures of the captives writhe fiercely, trying to tear the bonds on their hands and feet, but the knots hold tight. Their faces are twisted with powerless anger and hatred. The bandit with a scar sees the sharp tip of a sword right before his nose, and his companion with a bump on his head freezes under the barrel of a heavy clubin. Their eyes, true horror finally settles. Under the gloomy foundation of the old building, which stands on high wooden piles, Mujin and Juseng loom over the bound bandits, clutching cold weapons in their hands. Locked in reed cloaks, the youths fiercely interrogate the prisoners, demanding immediately to reveal where the little girl with 2 ponytails is hiding, or else they will cut them to pieces. Against the backdrop of the turbulent river, a tense scene unfolds. The armed heroes lie in wait over the enemies sprawled on the sand, trying to extract the truth about the fate of the kidnapped child. Mujin's face twists from the audacity he heard. The bandit is only mocking his attempts to appear formidable, claiming that the boy has not yet seen true horror. Captain Chan Sanch, whose face is covered with numerous battle scars, disdainfully throws at the youth. For intimidating a killer of 10 people, ordinary torture will not be enough. Mujin feels bitter disappointment. He truly hoped that just the sight of a sharp sword at the throat would be enough to make the experienced robber talk. The boy's fingers grip the sword hilt tightly, the tip aimed directly at the audacious captain. and in the youth's soul smolders a troubling realization of his own powerlessness. Under the brim of the reed hat, Mujin tensely weighs how to break the enemy's will, while behind his back the dark river rustles and the rain incessantly drums on the wooden piles. Standing under the massive foundation, the partners look for a way to loosen the bandits' tongues, realizing that they have neither a place for torture nor experience in such matters. Rain or cold sweat runs down Mujin's cheeks. He feverishly clings to the very word torture, trying to find at least some clue in his memory. While the surprised Juseng continues to guard the prisoners, Mujin suddenly turns and silently walks away, leaving his partner in complete confusion about what will happen next. Looking at his companion's back, Juseng clenches his stick and exclaims a confused question, trying to understand where and why Mujin went at such a critical moment. Against the backdrop of dark water, a wooden box emerges, divided into sections, and in each cell lies a mysterious bundle of fabric. It hides dangerous contents. Mujin intently examines the supplies of aconite, a deadly wolf poison he took just in case, knowing that in the right proportions it turns into an instrument of pain. Cup-shaped palms under the downpour, the youth collects rainwater to prepare a potion, stubbornly telling himself that he absolutely does not want to become an executioner. The master's hands skillfully mix the ingredients in a small vessel, stirring them with a needle. This dose should be enough to scare the bandit captain half to death. While Mujin, sitting with his back to everyone, conjures over the poison, Juseng comes to a false conclusion. His friend was afraid of responsibility and retreated before the enemy. The tied-up bandits lying on the ground watch this scene with hope, while Chang Sanch confidently asks what strange game these strange youths have started under the foundation of the house. Suddenly, the tip of the needle appears before the bandits' eyes. A shining liquid drips from it, releasing an ominous purple smoke that instantly poisons the surrounding air. Mujin laughs sinisterly, explaining to the captive, if he is not afraid of steel, then he will definitely appreciate the poison, from which the veins burst in everyone who felt its touch. The thin needle held between the youth's fingers glows with an otherworldly light, and a thick purple fog envelops the scene, making it look like a real nightmare. Through the veil of poisonous smoke, Mujin's gaze becomes inhumanly bold. He describes how agony will tear the enemy apart and declares that this pain is worse than any wound. Pointing the tip directly at Chang Sanch's pupil, Mujin coldly asks again if the captain has finally developed the desire to reveal everything he knows. Facing death up close, the bandit desperately tries to bluff and shouts that this green youth is in no way capable of mastering secret poisoning techniques. Inside, Mujin shudders with doubts about the dosage, but outwardly remains unshakable, cunningly offering the enemy to check the power of his secret weapon himself. In the next moment, the boy's hand sharply plunges the needle straight into the bandit's chest, and horror freezes on Chang Sanch's face from the inevitability of what just happened. The tied captain tries to get up. His body is seized by a strong convulsion. He still manages to croak that he feels nothing, but suddenly his voice abruptly cuts off. Sanch's eyes widen from unbearable pain, his eyebrows knit in agony, and he chokes on his own blood. It gushes from his throat like a fountain. While the captain collapses dead onto the ground in a pool of blood, his accomplice, with a bump on his head in complete shock, starts screaming and calls for his leader, trembling with fear. Once formidable Chan Sanch now lies helplessly in the mud, twisted in pain, showing the other bandit the full seriousness of young Mujin's intentions. Mujin's face contorts with genuine horror as he sees the effect of his mixture. His eyes widen, absorbing the shock of what he himself has encountered. Chan Sanch convulses with fever, and hideous dark purple veins resembling poisonous cobwebs rapidly spread across his skin and the whites of his eyes. The bandit captain's consciousness fades, his eyes roll back, leaving only grayish whites, while the purple network corrodes his face, indicating a critical condition. Chan Sanch's bound body helplessly twitches on the dirty ground with a needle in his chest, while the poison continues its destructive dance through every millimeter of his tense muscles. Mujin freezes, watching how his hands betrayingly look at the world. From behind, only his slumped shoulders and raised hand are visible, as if frozen in a moment of the deepest spiritual breakdown. Confusion is visible in every feature of the young man. His gaze darts from one victim to another, filled with the frightened realization that the situation has completely spiraled out of control. Mujin's fingers tremble incessantly. He barely holds the thin acupuncture needle, which has just become the instrument of unbearable torment for the fierce bandit. Under the massive piles of the old house, where the sound of the downpour cuts through the silence along with the gasps of the dying, Mujin thinks with horror that the life of Captain Chan Sanch has finally faded. While the leader's body with the motionless needle in his chest freezes on the wet sand, his partner in complete despair calls for the captain, trembling at every sound of the storm. Mujin sharply transfers his rage to the second bandit. With a death grip, he bites into his throat. The captive's face contorts from lack of air and fear. Pressing the prisoner, the young man grits out a warning. Now that he has seen the effect of the poison, it is better to tell everything voluntarily to avoid the same fate. In Mujin's eyes burns a true fire of anger, not a drop of pity. He demands an immediate answer to the only important question: where is the little girl hidden? The second bandit finally breaks down. His face turns gray from deadly fright, and drops of cold sweat mix with rainwater on his trembling cheeks. In the foggy, rain-covered forest, the captive's confession is barely audible. The child is hidden in a cave far from strangers' eyes, under the reliable protection of darkness. A wide dirt road, washed out by merciless rain, leads straight to the gloomy mouth of the cave, above which tree roots hang, and from the depths seeps a faint, anxious light. Through the dense curtain of cold downpour, the gloomy outlines of mountains and forest thickets are barely visible, while Mujin realizes that he has deprived himself of life both with the sword and with medicine. The wide dirt road leads to the mysterious cave entrance, overgrown with thick greenery, and from its depths a faint light breaks through, contrasting with the gray rain. Before their eyes rises the gloomy mouth of the cave, from which a mysterious golden glow flows. It beckons the heroes to enter and leave the bad weather behind. Mujin and Juseng in hats and cloaks freeze on the threshold and peer into the long corridor, where torches on the walls cast their long, anxious shadows on the wet ground. Mujin confidently raises the burning torch under the low vault of the earthen grotto, and bright tongues of flame burst from the darkness, illuminating the rough walls of the underground passage. Armed young men slowly advance inward, and Mujin bitterly thinks, for the sake of saving his loved ones, he had to become a killer, even if once it turned out to be a mistake. The figures of friends continue to walk through the endless underground corridor, tightly gripping their weapons and the torch that snatches faces from the darkness, filled with determination and doubts. Juseng casts a look full of sympathy at his comrade, while he reproaches himself for what he has done, and bright fiery sparks fly around them from the blazing torch. Mujin's face is frozen in deep contemplation. His head is heavily bowed down, and around him swirls a glowing blaze that only intensifies the weight of his inner struggle. The young man shudders from his own thoughts against the dark wall, feverishly trying to convince himself that the death of the enemy with the scar was just an unfortunate dosing error. Continuing to move, the friends recall the bloody past of Chang Sanch, how he boasted of killing many people, and come to the conclusion, such scoundrels definitely deserve death. Under the low vaults of the cave, Mujin confesses, the fatal dose of medicine could have been a mistake, but he does not regret for a moment the death of the one who brought only sorrow. Mujin insists they need to find Sasan as soon as possible and get out of here as quickly as possible, because wet clothes stick to the body and cause a disgusting sensation. Juseng walks focused beside his partner, intently looking into the darkness of the dungeon and silently nodding at every word of his friend, preparing for any danger. Suddenly, Mujin's face becomes extremely alert. He freezes under the stone vault, feeling something bad that immediately quickens his heart. Realizing that there is no turning back, the young men break into a run and heavy boots thud dully, echoing in the gloomy and damp corridor of the cave. Mujin suddenly slows down. In his gaze, anxiety and tension. An unknown threat forces him to hold his breath and peer into the impenetrable darkness. The corridor splits into two parts. From the left passage flows a vague light, and the right entrance yawns with absolute blackness, hiding the unknown within. Armed heroes freeze before the fork. They scrutinize every movement, trying to understand exactly where this dangerous path, lit only by their torch, leads. Listening to the smells, the friends note, one tunnel smells of stench, while the other seems clean, so they immediately set out to check one of the chosen paths. Juseng suggests to his partner to stay on guard and cover the rear, while Mujin himself goes on reconnaissance into one of the mysterious branches of the sprawling cave. Juseng sharply stretches out his hand to his friend's face, stops him mid-word, and whispers, "Freeze," because he heard the approach of someone unknown from deep within the tunnel. Mujin intently freezes with weapon and torch in hand, tense, staring at the floor and waiting for further instructions from his attentive partner. Jusin suddenly falls to the ground, closes his eyes and firmly presses his palms to the rough soil, trying to catch the slightest vibration from the footsteps of an unknown enemy. Pressing his ear almost flat against the damp earth, the boy tensely catches every echo rolling through the stones, trying to read the character of the sounds. Mujin freezes under the low vault, tightly gripping the torch with trembling fingers and anxiously asks his comrade how numerous the group of enemies approaching them is. Before their eyes stretches an endlessly long underground corridor. Its walls are barely pierced by sparse torches that snatch cold stone from the darkness. Jusin sits on the damp ground, his face contorted from nervous tension, cold sweat running down his cheeks, while he warns in a trembling voice about the inevitable appearance of the enemy. In the middle of the narrow passage, two figures in heavy boots freeze and intently peer into the depths of the tunnel, where in the flickering light of the fires an angry crowd of bandits is already clearly outlined. Jusin instantly rises and takes a firm combat stance on the earthen floor, decisively gripping a heavy stick with both hands for a future counterattack. Mujin, whose face twisted with rage and suspicion, slowly draws a sharp sword from its sheath and coldly states that the situation has become critically dangerous. On the uneven vaults of the corridor, illuminated by torches, grotesque and gloomy shadows of bandits begin to flicker. These swiftly advance from the depths of the dungeon towards the youths. Mujin's gaze burns with anger. He raises the blade tip upwards and promises himself to take as many of these vile creatures to hell as possible before he falls himself. The young man makes a swift combat lunge, literally cutting through the air with a sharp leap, while his sword gleams in the semi-darkness, preparing for the first deadly clash. A pack of pirates armed to the teeth shouts threats and waves crooked sabers. They inevitably approach the heroes under the pressure of the low stone vaults of the cave. In the furious fight, Mujin presses on two enemies at once, strikes the sword lightning fast in the air and crimson drops of fresh blood fly in all directions. The boy's eyes glaze over with rage. The sharp pain from the received wound burns his body. But in a moment he calms down and realizes the bloody scene was only a product of his agitated imagination. Mujin stands and grips the hilt with trembling hands, while behind him spreads an alarming red light, and a thought pulses in his head. Such a desperate plan will only doom them. The torchlight on the cave walls catches the sinister shadows of the attackers. They grow, gain clarity, and fill the entire space of the underground passage. The hero again imagines himself in flight, enraged eyes, preparation for the last throw, where every move must be measured to the millimeter to survive in this uneven battle. He thinks about how to turn Jack Bong's fake strikes into real paralyzing lunges, hoping to withstand the pressure if the enemies attack in successive waves. In Mujin's dream unfolds the picture of a perfect fight. He defends himself with incredibly fast movements, and the bloodied bodies of bandits one by one fall at his feet, suffering defeat. The young man calculates attack options from different sides, realizing certain techniques can be dangerous because the enemy is capable of pushing him back into a dead end. A terrible picture emerges in his thoughts. The enemies tighten the ring, and he receives numerous penetrating wounds, bleeding in the air. This means a complete and irreversible end. The real world responds with a resonant thud. A crowd of armed pirates relentlessly presses forward through the illuminated tunnel, rapidly closing the distance to the youths with each heavy step. Mujin prepares for a real clash near a torch burning on the ground. His body involuntarily shudders as he feverishly searches for a way out of this deadly trap. Steam bursts from his mouth, his eyes burn with determination, and in his thoughts fights the realization. He does not know how to fight a crowd, but begging for mercy from these beasts never. The heavy gate in reed sandals echoes dully off the earthen floor of the cave, announcing the arrival of someone extremely strong, confident in their own impunity. Ahead of the bandits steps the one-eyed leader with harsh hair and scars, brazenly mocking the youths who broke into Chan Sanch's lair without permission. The one-eyed pirate stands firmly on the ground, tightly gripping a massive and terrifying axe in his hands, promising everyone who stands in his way a swift and painful reckoning. The scarred face of the one-eyed bandit twists with rage as he hoarsely demands whether these are the same overconfident fools who dealt with his sentries. Mujin's hands against the bright yellow glow of the torch clutch the sword hilt with a death grip. He prepares for a swift lunge that will leave the enemy no chance. Sweating profusely, Mujin coldly cuts off empty talk is unnecessary because the bandit will soon die anyway, although in his soul he understands there are far more than 20 enemies. The one-eyed leader, surrounded by a crowd of armed pirates, brazenly grins, showing that the youth's threats only amuse his battle-hardened gang. Mugen freezes with his back to us, looking at a solid wall of angry, hostile faces that block their only path to salvation in this damp dungeon. The pirate with the eye patch bursts out with a coarse laugh, mockingly suggesting to his subordinates to take down the audacious youths before the main leader of their criminal den arrives here. The air around suddenly bursts with flashes of violet energy, deafening with loud pops, signaling the start of a real magical confrontation. A pack of heavily armed bandits, sensing numerical superiority, launches a massive assault, filling every free inch of the narrow corridor. Mugen and Juseng stand shoulder to shoulder in battle stances, surrounded by whirlwinds of violet glow pulsing in time with their tension-accelerated heartbeats. In a moment of movement, Mugen's face becomes unrecognizable. His eyes blaze with altered, otherworldly light, and his expression turns stern and merciless as if the god of death himself looks through him. Fingers grip the sword in a combat position, and the last echo of fear in the youth's mind fades, yielding to a single cold decision-to fight to the end. With one sharp motion, Mugen cuts through space. The blade raised and he swiftly bursts into the ranks of the bandits, turning his rage into deadly steel. In the whirl of battle, the boy realizes a harsh truth. To survive today, he must kill mercilessly, striking blow after blow in an endless rhythm of death. Executing an incredible leap, Mugen flashes his sword and the hot blood of enemies splatters in all directions, those who did not even have time to realize the scale of the threat. For a moment, the hero's focused face freezes as a thought rushes through his mind. In the heat of battle, he inflicted a much deeper wound than he initially intended. Mugen's figure becomes the center of bloody chaos. Wounded pirates scatter around him, and the air thickens with crimson drops flying with every one of his movements. One of the pirates freezes aside, watching with hidden anxiety and surprise as the young man skillfully deals with his experienced accomplices. Mugen spins in a frantic dance of death, managing not only to attack but also to swiftly defend against new waves of river bandits attacking from all sides. Through the haze of enemy blood flying into his face, Mugen understands. Any pause now means instant death, so he continues his frantic fight. A huge bandit jumps out of the darkness, raises a heavy weapon above his head, and threatens to split the young man in half with one mighty blow filled with animal rage. Mugen briefly catches a glance and sees the furious Jusen nearby. His presence gives strength to endure this exhausting, bloody underground battle. Another attacker, receiving a devastating blow of incredible force, flies deep into the tunnel, crashes into stone walls, and explodes with a loud crunch of his own broken bones. Jusen fiercely bursts into the thick of events, skillfully wielding his staff and scattering enemies in different directions, no chance for a successful counterattack. The trio of pirates standing behind watch with fear and distrust as Jusen acts surprisingly professionally, turning their comrades into a pile of helpless bodies. The one-eyed leader with a disfigured face fiercely watches the duo of heroes, involuntarily admitting, these guys are much stronger and more dangerous than he had imagined. Mugen and Jusen freeze in the middle of the gloomy corridor, faces twisted with anger, bodies tense in combat stances, ready for another bloody clash. For a moment, the rage on Mugen's face changes to sincere surprise as he hears Jusen's sharp, commanding call, immediately gather together and act as one. Jusen boldly grins and slyly asks his partner if he might decide to play the lone hero and senselessly die because without him, the search for So-sun is doomed to fail. Mugen barely smiles at the corner of his mouth, and in this confident grimace, unwavering faith in his own strength as he retorts, "Who said I am going to die?" Reminding about the debt of 5 silver coins for a lost bet, Mugen friendly calls Jusen a poor bastard and promises that he will not go to the other world until he takes his money. The one-eyed leader, together with his accomplice, rushes into a run, screaming madly and calling the gang to press the youths from all sides, not giving them a single second to rest. An enraged crowd of pirates armed to the teeth rushes like an avalanche through the narrow tunnel, filling everything with the clatter of steel and the anticipation of a swift reckoning over the heroes. Stepping over the bodies of already defeated enemies, the friends tightly grip their weapons and tensely await the next wave of attackers. They have already raised their blades for a strike. In the whirl of a new clash, Mugen and Jusen act in concert, delivering precise, devastating blows, and the bandits fall one by one onto the damp floor of the dungeon. While Jusin holds back the pressure of one of the pirates, Mujin with a sharp lunge pierces the chest of another attacker with a cold blade. His weapon helplessly falls from the limp fist. Mujin's face blazes with furious rage. He raises his sword above his head and lets out a thunderous cry that echoes off the walls and instills primal terror in the hearts of his numerous enemies. Jusin does not lag behind his comrade. His voice also tears through the silence of the cave, and the heavy club crashes down on the pirates' heads with a dull crunch, leaving them no chance to defend themselves. The air in the confined corridor space trembles from the continuous rumble, the ringing of metal and heavy blows, merging into a symphony of a fierce underground battle. The crowd of bandits led by the one-eyed leader has closed in around the youths. Their clothes are already slashed, and from the blades of enemy weapons, thick and warm human blood barely audibly drips onto the floor. The bloody tip of Mujin's sword and the battered end of Jusin's club freeze in the air above a pile of mangled enemies, the price of their desperate breakthrough. Sweating heavily, the boys breathe hard and exchange wary glances, feverishly calculating whether they will have enough luck to break through this endless horde. A numerous pack of pirates led by their leader approaches almost up close, tightening a living ring of steel around the heroes. It seems impossible to break free alive from it. Mujin's gaze becomes intensely focused. He dismisses all extraneous thoughts and keeps his attention only on the enemy's movements and his own breathing rhythm before the decisive moment. Under the flickering light of torches, the sweaty faces of friends become even sterner as they intently peer into the eyes of the crowd, which is already preparing for the final, decisive attack. When the youths stand back to back among the bodies of fallen enemies, the cave is suddenly torn by a polyphonic shout of pirates. They tremblingly announce the arrival of their chief. In the light of the flames, the back of a pirate's head is outlined a thin braid, and on the bald spot deep scars that speak of many deadly battles he has survived. Before the heroes stands a burly giant with short hair and eyes glowing with wild fire, and from his enraged mouth clouds of steam burst into the cold air. Mujin freezes from sudden fear. He feels his hands trembling and in complete despair thinks about what new monster has just emerged from the underground darkness. The frenzied face of the new enemy resembles an enraged buffalo. His superhuman strength and burning gaze promise the youths nothing but a quick and painful death. The giant head of the bandit looms over the entire corridor space, and his heavy breathing stretches into the thick fog rising from the damp and cold ground of the cave. The massive hand of the pirate freezes over the cold stone floor of the corridor where a body lies in a pool of blood. Rough fingers touch the still warm wound, smearing with crimson. The giant slowly licks his bloodied fingers, savoring the metallic taste. He snarls fiercely, recalling everyone who naively tried to challenge Zhang Sanch. In the semi-darkness of the caves, Mujin and Jusin clutch their weapons, their faces burning with fury and tension as they stare at the figure of the monster that calls itself their death. The pirates' eyes blaze with wild fire, and the silence of the corridor is shattered by loud, mad laughter. It echoes off the walls, penetrating the youths to their very bones. Such is the feeling of confidence in it. Against the backdrop of the cave's high vault, the boys' figures look very tiny. In their eyes is a mixture of anger and primal fear of the force blocking their way. Drops of sweat run down Mujin's focused face. He feels the heavy energy of the enemy pressing on his shoulders. This pirate definitely possesses top-tier, first-class technique. Bugai grabs a huge axe and breaks the silence with a contemptuous remark. He addresses Jusin, calling him nothing but a miserable scoundrel talks too much. Jusin jumps up, his eyes burning with beastly fury. He makes a lightning strike with a stick, shouting that for such ignoramuses his fists will be the best medicine. The giant figure Zhang Sanch towers under the vault, and Jusin's attack is met only with mocking laughter. The boy struck, and the giant did not even flinch. The fighters' hands merge in a wild dance of weapons. Amid the whistle of steel and blows, they manage to exchange shouts, figuring out who among them is truly weak and who is a master. Mujin sharply turns around, and anxiety distorts his face. Overlapping the noise of battle, he desperately calls Jusin, trying to warn about deadly danger. Jusin makes a desperate lunge and swings the stick for a devastating blow. At that moment, Mujin rushes to his aid, realizing he cannot defeat the giant alone. The pirate's axe draws a heavy arc in the air. Jusin spins like a top, barely dodging, while Mujin with a sword in hand bursts into the fight to cover his comrade. The pirate's bestial snarl widens even more as he swings the axe again. "Want to die? Your will," he growls, ready to crush the insolent boy with one blow. The pupil of Jusin expands as soon as the awareness of the closeness of death comes. These words of the enemy strike no worse than weapons, urging the heart in a frantic rhythm amid a bloody fight. The steel of the sword clangs against the blade of the heavy axe. Mujin manages at the last moment to cross weapons with the enemy, taking the devastating blow meant for Jusin. Jusin freezes for a moment, his gaze confused and wary. He breathes heavily, realizing how thin the line separates them from defeat in this damp corridor. The fight flares up with new strength. The pirate swings the axe while the beaten Jusin and focused Mujin look for a gap in his defense, making quick and dangerous strikes. The giant's eyes blaze with inhuman excitement. He pants contentedly after each clash, savoring the pain of his opponents and his own advantage in this brutal game. A sudden kick flies into Jusin's stomach. The boy is thrown back like a rag doll, knocking Mujin, who is trying to flank the pirate, off his feet. Jusin bends in pain, heavily crashing his back into his comrade. Both young men barely stand on their feet, and dust rises beneath them from the powerful blow that just passed. A gigantic figure with a bizarre braid at the nape of the neck steps forward heavily. Zhang Sanch confidently closes the distance, holding an axe ready for the final strike. Mujin and Jusang take battle stances again. Their bodies are enveloped in radiant energy, swirling like a whirlwind around them and lifting the boys for one last desperate throw. The pirate's face turns into a mask of pure madness. With an inhuman smile, he brandishes a massive double-sided axe before him, confident in an easy victory. In the flickering torchlight, Jusang presses his hands to his chest, trying to quell the pain. Mujin does not take his eyes off the enemy, who is inevitably approaching them in the darkness. Mujin's face blazes with anger and drops of sweat cloud his eyes. Gripping the sword hilt, he feverishly weighs. The strength of this giant is incredible, but he is still far from the skill of the old teacher. In the boy's memory, the majestic image of Yuchun emerges with a battle staff in his hands. His focused, barely noticeable smile breathes unwavering confidence, which his students need so much right now in this dark cave. Mujin freezes in a low fighting stance, preparing for a decisive attack. The teacher's instruction clearly comes to mind. With a short weapon, one must get as close to the enemy as possible and finish everything with one quick strike. Mujin's gaze sharpens like the blade of his sword, despite the fatigue and sweat streaming down his cheeks. He hears the pirate's hoarse voice. The latter ferociously admits that it has been a very long time since he had so much fun during a fight. The enemy's gazes cross like blades in tense silence. The pirate leader disdainfully suggests the boys attack again, and Mujin realizes a simple strike won't defeat such a monster. A giant figure of a pirate with a heavy axe looms over Mujin like an insurmountable rock. His eyes blaze with wild fire, and the young man with a sword prepares for the next, perhaps the last encounter. Mujin momentarily falters at the enemy's audacity when he tears the silence with a sinister laugh. "If you do not come to me, I will come for your head myself," the giant growls, stepping forward. In the torchlight, the pirate's face burns crimson with fury and thirst for blood. He lunges into attack, madly promising to be slow so the young men can feel every moment of their approach to death. Mujin reacts instantly, lightning fast. He launches a thrust against the enraged enemy. His sword cuts the air, becoming an extension of his arm in this deadly clash amid the cold stones of the corridor. Enveloped by a turbulent stream of inner energy, Mujin fiercely parries the devastating axe strike. Every muscle in his body is tense to the limit as steel clashes with the raw strength of the burly pirate. The frenzied Mujin barely keeps up with the enemy's movements, stunned by his inhuman speed. The wind pressure from the axe literally tears the skin off, and the giant's chaotic blows cannot be predicted by any logic. The pirate with a funny kitty on the nape turns into a real whirlwind of destruction. With incredible ease, he spins a massive axe around himself, building an impenetrable wall of deadly steel. Mujin focusedly parries every attack, feeling the weight of each clash with the axe. He stubbornly tells himself, this bandit is only a shadow of true strength, and he will never catch up to the greatness of the old man. In the narrow corridor of the cave, a fierce battle erupts between Mujin and the pirate chief. Suddenly, Jusin bursts in like a whirlwind from the darkness to Hellfei's battle staff, slicing the air with a whistle beside his friend's sword. The figures of the young men merge into a swift movement. They try to surround the enemy. Jusin, shouting, snake style, 4 strikes, bursts into the fight, making Mujin wonder where his partner gets such incredible fearlessness. The pirate jumps high up and prepares a devastating strike from above to crush Jusin, but the boy instantly raises his stick, taking the full weight of the attack under the flickering flames. While Jusin holds back the giant's onslaught, Mujin rapidly closes the distance, keeping his sword ready. He knows every second of hesitation could cost his friend his life under the blows of that cursed axe. The tense face of Mujin reflects deep concentration during another attack. Suddenly, he realizes a terrible truth. This bastard is not just fighting, he is openly playing with them like a predator with its prey. The giant, with a contemptuous smile on his face, swings the axe with only one hand, showing complete superiority. His beastly gaze fixed on Mujin and Jusin, who are catching their heavy breath before his might. During the fierce clash, Jusin fails to react to the enemy's quick maneuver. A powerful knee strike hits right in the chest, knocking the air out of his lungs and throwing the boy onto the cold floor. In Mujin's imagination, a giant black cat playing with a small white mouse appears. He understands that now they are just toys, and one's raised by a real tiger who will surely show their sharp fangs. Before his eyes again appears the stern image of Yuchun. His eyes shine with wisdom and strength. This memory gives Mujin the determination not to give up and to keep fighting even in the darkest moment of the duel. Mujin grips his sword tighter and takes a fighting stance again, holding an unwavering gaze. In his mind, there is only one thought: he will definitely find a way to defeat this monster no matter the cost. Sweat floods his eyes, but Mujin focuses even more intensely on the target. He is ready to improvise and literally bite his way to victory if ordinary techniques cannot stop this raging mountain of muscles. While Jusin tries to get up after a painful blow, Mujin decisively advances on the pirate. Each of his steps echoes in the cave, and the sword in his hand becomes the last hope for salvation in this bloody trap. Mujin Rivkum charges into attack, raising his sword for the decisive strike as footsteps merge with the roar of battle. Every move is very second, hastens the moment of truth in this clash of characters. The pirate leaps into the air, raising his axe for a devastating strike, but Mujin coolly analyzes his style. He sees the enemy's strikes are uniform and predictable, but the pause between swings leaves a chance for a counterattack. The giant wildly swings his weapon, spinning a zone of death around himself. His movements are lightning fast, but Mujin has already begun to wait for weak spots in this iron storm of steel and fury. "I will make you open up," Mujin grits through his teeth, focusing to strike the enemy right in the torso. He knows he must force the pirate to raise his hands to pass with the same single victorious sword strike. Suddenly Mujin freezes in surprise, watching Jusin's strange maneuver. The wife suddenly wedges herself between him and the pirate, doing something completely unpredictable and confuses both fighters. The frenzied Jusin lunges into attack, gripping the club tightly with both hands, shouting the names of his most powerful moves throughout the cave about a strike on the sealed path and a devastating kick to the skies. The enraged Mujin watches this scene with bitter skepticism. He understands that loud names do not help because no strike reaches the target, and Jusang only needlessly exposes himself to the counterattack. The pirate's stature seems even more massive, literally fills the entire corridor space. Thick steam billows from his mouth and his eyes glow with an otherworldly fire, making him resemble a demon from the very depths of hell. Jusin does not stop, makes another attempt to reach the giant. He tears at the limits of human capabilities, so fast that the hems of his clothes fly upward, cutting through the heavy dungeon air. Mujin closely watches every move, analyzing the enemy's tactics. Anxiety overwhelms him. This huge pirate effortlessly blocks all attacks, leaving the guys no chance of success. In response to Jusin's attack, the giant unleashes a lightning-fast series of blowspart of the battle staff shatters into splinters. Behind, clutching his sword, Mujin is already rushing to save his partner. Another offensive by Jusin ends in complete failure. He receives a devastating counterattack from the pirate and helplessly flies back, barely managing to regroup to avoid crashing into the sharp stones of the cave walls. Mujin rushes headlong into the attack, seizing the initiative while the enemy is distracted. Jusin's face twists into a grimace of pain and shame from the temporary defeat. Mujin grits his teeth and rage burns in his eyes. Mujin's hand confidently draws quick circles with his sword, forging a protective barrier from steel. The giant figure of the pirate with a braid at the nape looks truly threatening. Mujin desperately maneuvers, trying to dodge the giant's heavy blows. The air around the fighters literally whistles, sliced by the furious speed of their weapons. Mugen moves on the edge of a foul. His sword cuts the air so that the echo of the strike bounces off the vault. The pirate's beastly face distorts with a victorious scream as he raises his axe above his head. Mugen's face twists from a sudden realization. The cave fills with sharp sounds of clashes that tear the air. The giant pirate's axe draws a wide arc in the air, leaving a blurred trail behind. At the moment of the fall, Mugen manages to curl up and land on his back directly on the cold floor, gripping his sword firmly with the tip upwards, ready to face the enemy even in such a disadvantageous and dangerous position. Mugen's eye aims at the target with extraordinary precision. He shouts the name of his move, Sugar Maple Strike, and directs all his remaining energy into a single decisive attack. Loud blows thunder again under the high vaults of the cave, mixing with the cries of the fighters. Each next step becomes heavier than the previous one, and the cost of a mistake grows with every second of this duel. The pirate leader leaps up like an enraged bull and rushes toward the wounded Jusen, swinging his axe, intent on finishing off one of his enemies with a devastating charge. Jusen, with his last strength, tears a high jump, catching the stick with both hands. With a desperate scream, he tries to strike vertically from above, hoping to stop the enraged giant. Mugen, positioned below, tensely watches Jusen's flight through the dim corridor. He realizes this moment is their only chance, so he is ready to support his friend's attack with his weapon. Frightened Mugen holds his breath and watches his friend's desperate attack. He sees Jusen flying straight into the beast's jaws, disregarding any defense for the single chance to strike. For a moment, a bold, victorious smile flashes across Jusen's face. He is confident in his maneuver, and this spark of triumph illuminates his tense features just before the clash with the enemy. Mugen's gaze is filled with horror. He sees every move of this deadly fight in slow motion. The boy's heart pounds against his ribs as he realizes how high the price of this moment is becoming. The pirate bursts into the space between the youths, swinging a heavy axe that sparks against the stones. Above him, Jusen swings a stick in a high jump, and Mugen is already flying to help. Jusen's fingers dig into the smooth wood of the battle staff. The wood yields, and the veins on his hand stretch tight. In the decisive swing above the monster's head, he puts all the fury and strength of the youth. Jusen's weapon whistles as it cuts through the heavy, damp cave air and turns into a blurred streak. This flight of the stick seems inevitable, like a verdict about to fall on the pirate's head. Jusen's face twists into a grimace of wild scream as he loses his weapon. Without stopping, he lunges at the enemy with bare hands, ready to sink his teeth into the pirate's throat with sheer fury. On the back of the burly pirate's head, a rough scar is clearly visible, crossing the skin near the stubby braid. He cold-bloodedly watches Jusen approach and does not even flinch at his scream. Two opponents stand face to face. The pirate wildly shouts the battle cry, Ma Change. Mugen, with a defiant look, echoes this shout and accepts the deadly challenge. At the moment when Jusen is almost touching the enemy, the pirate sharply kicks his leg up. A powerful strike with the sole flies straight into the boy's chin, and his flight is cut off by a cruel crunch. Jusen's head jerks sharply backward from the terrible blow, and hot blood spurts from his broken nose. His gaze momentarily clouds, but his body still continues to lunge forward by inertia. The boy's face distorts from a mixture of burning pain and uncontrollable rage. Sweat mixes with blood and runs down his cheeks, and in his eyes flashes a true beastly fury that knows no fear. Despite the pain, the enraged Jusen tries to kick out the pirate's leg in the next jump. His movements become fast, and Kaetich desperately clings to every second of initiative. The giant stands firmly on one leg while the wounded youth tries to block the raised leg meant for a strike. The scar on his shaved nape looks even more distinct in the flickering torchlight. Mugen leaps into the air and slashes a gleaming arc above the pirate's head with his sword. He seizes the moment when the enemy is distracted by Jusen and launches a devastating strike from above, putting all his hope into it. Jusen clings with a death grip with both hands to the giant's right forearm. He hangs on the pirate's arm with all his weight, trying to bind his movements and prevent him from swinging the axe again. The pirate bursts out with a loud, evil laugh, staring wide-eyed at the audacious young man. So, the poor guy from the hemp field is actually capable of something, he laughs, enjoying the thrill of the deadly duel. While Jusen is forcefully pulling his hand with the axe down, blocking the swing, he shouts Mugen the order to attack. This is his chance, his breach in the monster's defense, for which too high a price has been paid. Mugen maneuvers with incredible speed, dodges a possible counterattack, and prepares the final strike. "Attack!" he sharply asks again, already raising the sword blade for a deadly blow. Mugen's gaze becomes icy and focused amid this bloody chaos. He understands, Juseng won this chance at the cost of his own life, so now he cannot afford to falter even once. Mudzena's boot presses firmly into the uneven stones of the cave, preparing for the final thrust. This movement must be faster than Thotto turned the accumulated energy into a devastating attack force. The boy's hand with the sword moves so fast that the blade seems transparent. "Even if I die, I will not stop," pulses in his head as he rushes straight into the epicenter of danger. Juseng still desperately holds the pirate's hand, giving him no chance to swing the axe. Opposite, Mugen makes a sharp lunge and directs the tip of his sword straight into the enemy's heart. Mugen's concentration reaches its peak. He bets everything on the Galgi technique. Every nerve in him is taut like a string, freezing in anticipation of the moment when the steel finally finds its target. In the torchlight glow, the final scene unfolds. Juseng swings the axe down, binding the giant, while Mugen strikes with a lightning blow. This moment freezes in time, soaked with the scent of blood and ozone. The pirate's face is cut by an ominous red glare in the last second. His slanted eyes narrow tightly, and his beastly features contort as he finally realizes the impending danger. Focused, Mugen flies into the whirl of battle. Hot drops of blood scatter around. Steel against steel, the youth's sword cuts into the pirate's heavy axine. Bloody splashes. The giant's face tore upward convulsively, frozen in an angry, grotesque grimace. Beside him rages Juseng, his fists cut through the air amid the red fog of the fight. The severed head of the burly pirate falls heavily, drawing the last arc in the air. The cave corridor shuddered as the leader's head rolled right to the feet of the one-eyed pirate. The severed head froze on the dirty earthen floor as a silent reproach to the survivors. The one-eyed pirate panics, cold sweat floods his eyes at the very thought of escape. The warriors stand in battle stances, and their shadows are reflected on the walls in the torchlight. "Will you really give the treasures to these kids?" the pirate shouts, trying to gather the remnants of the gang. Mugen's face is tense. He already sees that the pirates are also exhausted to the limit. "Grab them!" A desperate cry of the one-eyed pirate echoes through the darkness of the cave. Even at the limit of his strength, Mugen will stand until his last breath. The crack of wood, Juseng instantly opens the box and plunges a whole bunch of needles into the potion. Surprised, Mugen watches as his partner rushes at the enemy, clutching the poisonous weapon in his hands. Juseng's fist is tightly clenched, and deadly steel gleams fiercely between his fingers. "Technique of 1,000 needles," the boy roars, scattering poison stings with a wide, warlike swing. Mugen is simply shocked. Is it really possible to invent names for non-existent techniques on the fly? A cloud of needles rises into the air, but this has nothing to do with true martial skill. Sharp tips pierce the bodies of confused pirates, instantly paralyzing them in place. Juseng shines with pride while the enraged Mugen insults him, calling him an idiot. Mugen suddenly falls silent, trying to understand what is really happening. The pirates watch in horror as their comrades fall into wild convulsions and seizures. Friends freeze in fighting stances, staring at the bodies writhing on the cold ground. Mugen is silent for a moment, staring at the enemies twisted by a strong attack. The pirates on the ground are struck by fever. Foam flows from their mouths and thick blood floods their noses. The one-eyed man froze before the crowd, feverishly wondering if the needles are the hidden weapon. Mugen boldly clenches the needles in his hands, warning, "This poison kills instantly from a single scratch. If you want to attack, go ahead, but I'll make sure half of you die on the spot," the young man throws. The one-eyed pirate is confusedly silent, trying to decide whether to continue the fight. Mugen calmly asks the pirates what difference the dead boss makes to them when there are so many treasures around. He continues the conversation, stating that they are not interested in gold, they only need the kidnapped child. "Don't tell me you came here for these rags." The one-eyed man can't believe his ears. The guys silently and intently listen to the pirates' shouts, not taking their eyes off the enemies. The one-eyed man asks in surprise, could it be that they came this way not for gold but for the poor? While Juseng watches the pirates, Mugen demonstratively turns around and sheathes his sword. The one-eyed pirate is literally shaking with anger at such contempt from the boy. "Do you really think we will believe that?" he shouts at Mugen's back as he walks away. Mugen becomes alert. He is already planning something and confidently walks away from the gang in the other direction. "Don't believe it your business, but keep in mind, the price for pursuit is death." Near the crossroads, Jusin lights the way with a torch and Mugen signals, it's time to part ways. A band of pirates led by the one-eyed man froze, watching the boys with gloomy looks. I will kill anyone who follows me, Mugen throws over his shoulder, so choose wisely. The frightened pirates huddled together and peered into the darkness of the tunnel where the heroes went. The one-eyed man and his men stood still, not daring to take a single step toward the youths. They are scared and confused, yet they continue to stand as if rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the pirates burst into motion and rushed forward, fussing over who would be the leader now. Mugen and Jusin swiftly dove around the corner, holding their breath so as not to be noticed. The friends cautiously peek out from behind the earthen wall, maximally alert and ready for anything. Jusin's face suddenly changed, heard something extremely important. Mugen sharply turned, following his friend, and his face instantly became serious. They both caught the same sound. A little girl in a dark dungeon cell tightly grips the bars, calling for her father through tears. Through the light clouds, sunlight breaks through, and under the sky, someone's incredibly happy laughter spreads. A poor man with eyes full of tears of joy tightly holds his daughter, whom he no longer expected to see. Under the old bridge, several families cry with happiness, tightly embracing their children whom they managed to save. Jusin says goodbye to the families. People bow their heads low, not knowing how to thank their rescuers. A happy boy cheerfully waves goodbye, watching the little children and their parents. Mugen intently looks at his friend's pinky. Blood seeps through the bandage, the price of Jusin stopping the axe with his bare hands. Jusin's finger, wounded and wrapped in a bloodied rag, silently reminded them of their desperate act. Passers-by turn to the bloodied and torn youths while Mugen thinks, what a trick with the axe, like teacher, like student. What are you going to do next? Mugen glances at his partner with a slight smile. They climb the tavern stairs under the surprised looks of the cleaner, and Mugen suggests traveling together. We can't stay here, Jusin says seriously. It's unknown how the righteous faction and old Komen Noj will react. Mugen jokes as if Jusin has become a real cheeky ragamuffin, but traveling together is no longer a request, but a fact. So who pays for the food, drinks, and new clothes? Teases Mugen, but in response hears only a firm, you. Mugen laughs good-naturedly, calling his companion a real freeloader he has comfortably settled on his neck. Suddenly both freeze in place, as if rooted, seeing someone they did not expect at all. By the table with the bowl sits Yu Chun. Judging by your appearance, you had a good time without me. Is the sword still intact? We weren't having that much fun, shout the friends, running up to the old man and asking where he was wandering with the silver. Yu Chun's face becomes focused. He had to assess the situation and is sincerely glad that Hong Jusin is alive. The evening sky covers the city, and below, passers-by eagerly gossip about the conflict between the factions and the poor union. Morning brings new rumors. The fortress head is dead, and they say it is the work of the young blacksmith from the Dan clan. By the shore of the great water where giant ships are moored, sailors only chatter about pirates and the mysterious blacksmith. The crowd flows down to the pier and rejoices. Now the bandits will lie low and the roads will become calmer. The shining morning sun illuminated the majestic island city, spread between two mighty rivers under the protection of high walls. The herald on the deck loudly shouts across the entire port, the ship is departing for Nakian. A giant ship sets sail from the harbor, while rumors of Chan Sanch's death spread through the city. Mugen and Jusin, against the backdrop of sails half a moon, savor freedom and travel. The young man tosses a pouch of money, recalling that fierce battle that brought such fruits. Merchants and the blacksmith did not skimp on gold, they gave thanks for liberation from Chan Sanch's tyranny. Mugen draws his sword under the sun, realizing strength is always needed and does not wait for an invitation. If he had even for a moment abandoned the black peony technique, he would have lost even to ordinary pirates. Under the endless starry sky, Mugen cuts through the night chill, honing the skill of one of the moves. Jusin watches the training and thinks about how to maintain balance during the rocking on the way to Nakian. The ship cuts the night diagonally, and Mugen does not close his eyes. 11 sparrings after Jeunefin made him stronger. Each sword stroke under the stars brings him closer to the goal, to become one with the weapon. Sunlight floods the deck while the young man makes another sharp strike in his daily training. Suddenly Mugen freezes amid the roar of the waves. He clearly heard someone's rhythmic claps. Unknown male hands confidently clap, breaking the silence of the sea night. Folding his hands in greeting, a young man stands on the deck as if he just stepped out to admire the moon. The man looks around in surprise at the stranger, who introduces himself as Nam Gunmen and asks for a duel. The handsome young man Namgun Men, the eldest son of a great family, returns home on a ship now as a martial arts master. He gazes at the city's outlines, scolding himself for a weak debut in a world where he defeated only minor bandits. Suddenly, the boy notices a familiar silhouette and instantly recalls a woman whose gaze did not weigh on him with the burden of family expectations. Before his eyes appears a beauty with a fan wrapped in magical light. She looks indifferently and majestically somewhere into the distance. Enchanted, Namgun understands she was special, and to melt this ice he had to give his whole self. A white bowl on red silk, in which a lonely flower petal unexpectedly froze in the shape of a delicate heart. He literally flew in the air, scattering cherry blossom petals before the girl who calmly sat at the lavish table. When he gave the blooming branch, he felt absolute freedom from the chains of family until he appeared on the horizon. The beautiful stranger with a fan freezes against the backdrop of a sprawling cherry tree like an exquisite painting from ancient legends. The idol is shattered by Mujin. With wild eyes, he will beg to give the branch like medicine for a man poisoned by food. Namgun helplessly watches as the audacious invader tries to lure the precious gift from his beloved. The young man's face twists with rage, and in his thoughts he has already branded the insolent supplicant as a mad child of the flowers. Now on the deck, he hides his anger behind a polite mask, coldly offering Mujin to meet in an honest duel. Mujin freezes in confusion, not understanding why this noble gentleman suddenly so eagerly rushes into battle. Namgun's gaze becomes icy. He does not just want to fight, he craves revenge and the complete ruin of his enemy. Mujin's fingers tightly grip the hilt of true steel, preparing for a sudden clash on the ship. The night sky is reflected in the eyes of the girl holding a fan and watching intently the silence before the storm. In contrast to the enemy, Namgun's hand confidently raises only a wooden training sword for future retribution. Mujin doubts the fairness of the fight, but Namgun insists. He says he chose such uneven weapons for himself. Namgun makes a swift lunge, mocking the doctor who got a chance to become only a bright decoration of his finale. Yuchun and Juseng listen, puzzled to the beauty who for the first time asks about Mr. Namgun Men, whom they do not know. Swords clash under the night stars, and Mujin says that from now on his fate is entirely in the hands of his opponent. The boy realizes he is in trouble because the legendary heir is simply trying to impress the woman with his blood. Mujin sees an ominous gleam in the stranger's eyes, the same as in the most problematic patients of his hospital. Preparing the strike, he decides to hit only with half strength to lose honorably and not to provoke this madman any further. A swift dance unfolds on the deck. Mujin and Namgun exchange lunges, cutting the air with steel and wood. Mujin moves incredibly fast, his body becomes almost elusive, and his gaze focuses only on the blade. Namgun stands firm, calmly watching every swing of the real sword that draws arcs before his face. He mentally brands his opponent as an amateur. His predictable lunge to the shoulder evokes nothing but boredom. Namgun firmly presses his boot into the deck, deciding to teach the boy a lesson so that he at least fights off the mountain bandits. The noble warrior's fingers confidently grip the wooden hilt, preparing a refined and devastating counterattack. Crossing weapons, Namgun prepares to use the softness technique, Endless Sky, to elegantly tame Mujin's brute force. The tips of both swords meet in dangerous proximity. Namgun only waits a moment to catch the enemy's movement and cut with a strike. Swords merge into a furious motion, where every millimeter of the trajectory is calculated by the experienced mind of the elder son. Namgun prepares the final pass and is confident. His wooden weapon will easily change the direction of the real blade of the doctor. Suddenly, the air is split by a crackle. The severed tip of the wood flies aside, and Namgun realizes in shock the strike was too powerful. The wooden sword shatters into pieces. It did not withstand the direct collision with the cold steel in the hands of the novice. The steel blade passes dangerously close to the body. Namgun understands. The next moment it will pierce his shoulder through. Cold sweat blinds Namgun's eyes, and a panicked thought twitches in his head. Does this freak even know how to stop a sword? Mujin continues to tear forward wildly, like a force of nature that can no longer be stopped or returned to calm. Mujin's sword, with a dull sound, plunges into the deck boards, cutting off a piece of Namgun's expensive clothing on the way. Mujin's eyes are full of fear and regret. He sincerely did not want to injure his opponent, only tried to maintain balance. The picture of defeat, Mujin froze with his blade lowered, and Namgun, having lost control, clumsily fell near the board. Mujin approaches the fallen opponent, hides his weapon, and warmly apologizes for the fight having turned out so risky. To everyone's surprise, Namgun sharply raises his palm and silently stops the flow of excuses from his unexpected aggressor. Balancing on one hand in a stance, Namgun calmly says that such things happen in his family and the wooden sword was simply rotten. Easily pushing off the deck, he stands up while Mujin continues to scold himself with the old training weapon. Mujin suggests stopping this madness, but Namgun, as if in a trance, eagerly swallows the sharpness of the stranger's sword and reaches for continuation. Now in Namgun's hands shines real metal. He asks for another round, rejecting the chance for a dignified retreat. On the guard of his new sword shines a special peacock emblem, a symbol of high status and deadly threat. Mujin, with obvious fear, stares at the sharp steel in Namgun's hands, asking again if he really wants a real duel. Clenching the hilt, Namgun assures that he will not use internal energy, although in his thoughts he prefers at any cost not to become a laughingstock. In his imagination, the beauty is already mockingly hiding behind a fan, and this fear of shame pushes the warrior to a desperate step. The young man makes sharp lunges, preparing to demonstrate the famous Samban technique and the true advantage of his clan. His face is tense to the limit. He almost begs for this fight to restore his own pride in his own eyes. Surprised by such pressure and Namgun's fanatical devotion to his feeling, Mujin finally agrees to the duel. Under the deep blue sky, two blades rise up, marking the beginning of a serious clash on the deck in the middle of the sea. Mujin is maximally focused, instantly calculating the trajectory of the enemy's blade to timely raise a block. Namgun is also making complex calculations, but his goal is much sharper. He strives for total victory over the opponent. The swords finally cross, sparking flashes that momentarily blind both martial arts masters. The steel blades press against each other with force, building tension that makes the very air around tremble. Suddenly, the incredible happens. Mujin's blade, like a hard diamond, literally begins to shatter Namgun's exquisite weapon. The noble warrior freezes in shock, looking at the mangled metal and shouts indignantly, striking through the ruined, expensive sword. In uncontrolled rage, Namgun stomps his boot on the deck with force, unable to accept such a disgraceful defeat. Mujin continues moving, gripping his weapon tightly, though the initiative in this fight has already completely passed to him. He delivers another strike, but in his eyes is silent fury. How could this have happened to the master's sword? Suddenly, Namgun's figure is wrapped in clouds of blue energy contrary to all previous promises of fair play. A brief fear flashes in the youth's eyes. He himself did not notice how he broke his promise, giving in to emotions. A powerful wave of inner strength spreads across the deck, knocking Mujin off his feet and pushing him far back. Regaining consciousness, Mujin bitterly reminds the great warrior that he swore not to use secret energy techniques. Lowering his weapon, Namgun awkwardly apologizes, attributing his rudeness to a family habit of fighting to the last breath. Irritated, Mujin snaps. A promise carries weight, and only a miracle saved them both from bloody consequences. He decisively sheathes the steel, finally calling to put an end to this senseless and dangerous spectacle. Namgun stands still and, finally agreeing, thinks that for today, duels and shame are quite enough for him. To himself he counts. 3 times tonight he made a fool of himself and even hid behind the family's honor to save his own face. Mujin reflects he endured these whims only because of the opponent's status, but in the end only ruined the sword. Namgun looks with horror at the chipped blade and realizes, if his father sees it, a punishment is inevitable. Before his eyes appears a stern father, a burly man with fiery eyes and thick eyebrows. The heir of the family leans over the mangled sword and barely whispers into the void, "Father will definitely kill me." Mujin, already about to leave, turns around in surprise over his shoulder, hearing this cry full of genuine despair. Namgun's face is full of true horror. He begs for mercy, feverishly calculating whether he has stumbled upon a truly divine blade. Cold sweat runs down the young man's forehead as he gazes spellbound at the mysterious weapon that so easily overcame the steel of his clan. Namgun's gaze is fixed on the sword in Mujin's hands against the backdrop of the night deck. It now seems to him something supernatural. Mujin calms his opponent, saying the fight was strange, but from the very beginning the conditions favored only the noble warrior. Trembling the sword in its sheath, the boy suggests simply forgetting the incident and considering everything that happened a senseless accident. The sailing ship slowly cuts through the dark waters under the starry dome, leaving 2 warriors alone on the deck with their thoughts. The silence is broken by an unexpected proposal. Namgun, holding his breath, asks Mujin if he would sell his priceless sword. Mujin only shakes his head. He says this weapon is too special to him to have any monetary value. Namgun bows his head low in respect, thanks for the duel, and wishing good night turns to leave. Mujin watches the beauty walking arm in arm with Namgun and decides to stay as far away as possible from this strange man. Left alone on the deserted deck, Mujin triumphantly raises the sword up and enjoys the moment of his unexpected advantage. Namgun enters the cabin with a gloomy face. A cunning plan is already maturing in his mind, which bodes nothing good. A week passes, and under the clear blue sky, the ship finally arrives at the port, preparing to disembark the passengers. A quiet morning in the harbor is pierced by a desperate scream. Mujin realizes that his faithful companion, the sword, has vanished without a trace. Yuchun and Jusun rush to the scream, their faces frozen in complete confusion about what could have happened in the cabin overnight. Mujin kneels down, his body twitching with rage, and only one curse escapes his lips, directed at the treacherous Namgun. The boy's angry gaze becomes almost beastly. He feels how the audacious betrayal of the guest burns his soul from within. Meanwhile, the real sword, carefully wrapped in old rags, is securely hidden from prying eyes in foreign hands. Namgun speeds away from the pier at full speed, his hooves kicking up clods of earth and raising clouds of dust. The kidnapper's face flashes with brazen joy. He tightens the reins and madly whispers about his new divine blade. Evil and triumphant, Namgun believes that his debut in the world of martial arts will be the beginning of a great and invincible legend. The silhouette of the majestic metropolis is sharply outlined against the proud mountains bathed in the gold of the morning sun. The first rays touch the masterful architecture, illuminating the still deserted and quiet city streets. A massive gate towers at the entrance, guarded vigilantly by two steadfast guards. The iron gates are closed, and the two guards strictly watch every movement around. A lonely rider slowly walks on the cobblestones, his figure cuts through the morning silence of the city streets. Near the feeding trough, the man jokingly reproaches the horse. With such an appetite, his belly will soon burst. The groom diligently scrapes a layer of dirt from the animal's croup, hoping that Mayon's successes will save him from the elder's punishment. Namgun stands before the wide stairs to the palace, his travel clothes covered with spots of dust and mud. The entrance to the grand hall is decorated with a terrifying dragon skull, symbolizing the unbreakable power of this place. The young man sharply throws his head back and feels the weight of the stolen sword and the greatness of the ancient artifact behind his back. Stopping at the threshold, he hastily brushes off the dirt, trying to tidy himself up a little. The boy nervously blows on his palms, gathering courage before the extremely important conversation. The door suddenly opens, and Namgun decisively bursts inside, calling for his father. In the half-darkness of the palace, a masterfully towering dragon statue coils around a stone column. Three influential men interrupt their conversation and intently look at the young man reporting on the return from Cyanku. Bowing a knee in a respectful gesture, Namgun lowers his head before the elders. The sword of Mujin, wrapped in an old rag, lies on the floor, hiding its true power. The boy picks up the bundle and with a note of anxiety declares that he must immediately show something to everyone present. Stretching his hands forward, he shows the sword as if it were the most valuable trophy of his entire life. The father's face instantly hardens. He understands that the news truly cannot tolerate any delay. The clan head raises his head and asks his son, "Is the prey really worth interrupting the council of the highest elders?" Namgun does not move, holding the sword in front of him like a shield against his father's anger. The young man's hands noticeably tremble with fear, while the heavy palm of the man rests on the hilt of the stolen weapon. The night sky compresses the majestic building, which glows with lantern lights in the darkness. Mujin and Yuchun ascend the stairs, conversing about the son of the third spirit of the sword in whose honor the banquet rumbles today. The figure of Jusun slowly climbs the stairs, staying slightly behind Mujin and Yuchun. The friends approach the gates, behind which a grand celebration of Namgun's success blazes in the square. The figures of Yuchun and Jusun emerge before the entrance to the square, filled with a noisy crowd. Mujin rages when the doctor reminds him that this boy simply brazenly stole his sword. The square shines with multicolored fabrics, immersed in the atmosphere of a large-scale national festivity. Namgun, in festive attire, confidently stands among the people and enjoys the attention of the guests. The Trinity steps onto the square and watches with contempt as the thief boasts about the theft. While Jusun studies something, Yuchun assumes that the boy simply lied to his father about this sword. Yuchun notes such a crowded celebration is a great opportunity to publicly catch the thief red-handed. The focused doctor asks if they have enough strength to confront the elite master Muramu. The wary Mujin suggests taking the weapon later so as not to spoil the festive evening for the people. Yuchun laughs at his naivety and declares, it's time for them to become mad dogs. The head of the Namgun clan stands in a circle of his close associates right in the middle of the celebration. Yuchun explains proud clans fear not defeat but public shame to be humiliated in front of everyone. Suddenly, a loud shout breaks out from the crowd. An unknown man waves energetically at Yuchun. Smiling Namgun Jinya with a silver bullet on his head sincerely greets his old acquaintance. Jinya waves an empty sleeve and the doctor ironically asks if the hand that was once cut off still hurts. The old man snorts. The doctor did not kill him, he saved him from rotten poison by simply cutting off the hand. In response to the question about the companion, Yuchun calmly replies that Mujin is his colleague on the journey. Jinya's face instantly fills with fear as soon as he hears that Mujin has business with Namgun. A loud clatter breaks the air, calling to welcome the great chief and Master Mayan. A heavy boot confidently steps onto the laid-out red carpet amid admiring shouts. The majestic Namgun Jinchun walks across the square, accompanied by a dignified retinue. Namgun Mayan walks ahead of his father, solemnly holding a luxuriously decorated box in his hands. A crowd of festively dressed people filled the entire square, gathered for a grand celebration. The clan head stands on the podium before a large box and thanks everyone for participating in the festival in honor of his son. The divine sword and its sheath was displayed for public viewing, and the steel gleamed in the rays of light. The crowd listens to the clan leader's story about the luck of the inexperienced Namgun, who found this artifact on his first journey. Young Namgun, with a petrified, shy face, listens to his father's speech while he calls the guests to the celebration. A joyful crowd of men raises heavy glasses full of strong drink and bursts into loud laughter. Jinchun raises his cup and calls on every guest to join in, to glorify the clan's greatness today. In the square, people shout slogans wildly, praising the young master as a true fighter for justice. The clan leader stands next to his son, who is preparing to drink his portion of the ceremonial drink. Young Namgun, holding a glass, notices Jinyu, who is tensely talking with Yuchun and Mujin. Yuchun and Mujin watch Jinya closely. He is already noticeably shaking with fever from the lie he heard. Embarrassed, Jinya barely whispers that he cannot believe such a vile and terrible lie from his own nephew. The old master tells Mujin, if his brother finds out the truth, he will personally destroy his son's core. Dr. Yuchun asks in surprise if the father is really capable of punishing his own blood so harshly, and not an enemy. Yuchun explains, for the Namgun clan, honor is above all, and the leader will not close his eyes to a crime even for his son. Stern faces of the father and son Namguns froze in the rays of festive lights, symbolizing the steadfastness of traditions. Mujin imagines the figure of a young man in chains against a bloody background, where the clan's prestige must be paid for with life. Mujin thoughtfully considers, the clan leader is a true tyrant, but the sword must be returned at any cost. Namgun the younger shines with satisfaction, unaware of the terrible fate awaiting him after the truth is revealed. Mujin freezes for a moment, thinking about what will happen to the boy when the secret of the find comes to light. Suddenly, Namgun Jinya's hand firmly grabs Mujin and sharply pulls him aside from the noisy crowd. Namgun Jinya tightly squeezes Mujin's hand, begging him to close his eyes to the nephew's guilt and promising generous compensation. Yuchun abruptly bursts into the conversation and orders Jinya not to talk nonsense. Such requests to the young man sound like a direct threat. Jinya's face contorts with fear as he is pressed by the authority and logic of the old doctor. Yuchun's eyes blaze with fierce fire. He asks how the Sword Clan can demand that a warrior forgive the theft of his weapon. Confused, Jinya stammers and realizes Yuchun's companion is not just a traveler but a true master of martial arts. The figures of Mujin, Jinya, and Dr. Yuchun froze in the middle of the festive square in a tense confrontation. Jinya again rushes to the distressed Mujin, begging him to reconsider the decision and not lose the boy. The old man almost cries and explains that Mayan committed this sin only to finally earn his father's recognition. Yuchun silently watches the celebration while Jinya continues to apologize to the stunned Mujin. Jinya speaks with remorse about karma, admitting, Mayan's sins and deeds are solely his personal responsibility. Mujin listens attentively as Yuchun cuts in. Jinya should think not about his nephew, but about the honor of the entire Namgun clan. On the stage, unaware of the approaching storm, stands the clan leader next to his heroic son. Yuchun sternly interrogates Jinya. Does he really want to see himself as the future head of someone who builds the clan's greatness on lies? The doctor decisively pushes forward through the crowd and orders Jinya to no longer interfere in what must happen. Mujin and the frozen Jinya silently watch Yuchun, who confidently strides toward the epicenter of the celebration. Yuchun sharply crosses the square, followed by Jusen, who continues to calmly stuff his mouth with chicken. The crowd of guests parts as Dr. Yuchun relentlessly approaches the stage, holding a sword on display. The clan leader and his son look surprised at the stranger. His footsteps echo too loudly and boldly. Yuchun's boot rises for the next step, and a powerful wave of violet energy spreads from the soul. The doctor in a trance, eyes glowing, and each heavy step makes the ground tremble from supernatural power. Mujin, with wide-open eyes, watches the incredible display of strength of his companion. Namgun Jinya lowers his head, realizing the catastrophe is already inevitable and the truth is about to explode before everyone's eyes. Yuchun's next step strikes the cobblestone like a hammer. The air around vibrates with tension. The festival guests are horrified, never understanding who this mighty master is. His gait crushes the will of everyone present. The crowd scatters in all directions, making way for Yuchun, who heads to the stage, surrounded by the glow of destructive energy. Jinchun's face fills with anxiety. He feels a power that rivals the best masters of the celestial realm in greatness. Yuchun boldly greets the clan leader and declares that he has come to take the sword, rudely interrupting the ceremony. Namgun Mayan instantly breaks out in a cold sweat. The words confuse him, and he feels the ground slipping from under his feet. The guests freeze, following Yuchun's pointing index finger. It is directed straight at the displayed weapon. Yuchun loudly declares that this sword is the soul destroyer, and it belongs to another youth, not the thief on the stage. Mujin stands in complete numbness, not believing that the doctor dared such an open and dangerous provocation. Mujin shouts in despair that Yuchun has completely lost his mind. He dared such a bold prank. Clan head Namgun Jinchun tells Yuchun that he truly justifies the title of eccentric doctor. The clan head's face burns with rage and concentration. What the hell is going on here? Namgun Myeon seems to have frozen. His body is seized by a slight trembling wave from inevitable horror. Namgun Jinya towers like a wall, while Mujin desperately rushes forward. Yuchun grins with a daring smile. It's time to reveal the cards before everyone present. The doctor begins the story. Our dear Namgun Myeon obtained this sword during his first journey. Mujin suddenly interrupts the doctor's speech, jumping right in front of the great clan head Namgun. The young man folds his hands in a respectful gesture and declares that he is ready to personally explain everything. The clan head looks condescendingly and coldly, preparing to listen to every word of Mujin. The younger Namgun looks miserable, drenched in cold sweat. Mujin weaves a story about a stolen family treasure, a sword that cuts through human souls. Namgun Jinya is stunned. Behind him, the crowd bursts with surprise and whispers. Jinchun is silent. His gaze becomes sharp like a blade as he analyzes the story. Mujin begs for help to protect the lost relic of the famous Tang family. Tension hangs in the air on the stage. The confused Mayan sits at the table and Mujin demands his sword. Mayan is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Why is this guy uncovering his shameful lie? The boy does not take his eyes off his father. Soon the clan leader's decision will determine his future fate. The leader slowly leaves the stage, heading towards the doctor and Mujin. The air thickens. A mighty hand rests on the sword's hilt. Jinchun decisively draws the weapon from the chest. The metal whistles through the air. The blade bursts out of the scabbard. The blade flies just millimeters from the faces of Yuchun and Mujin. Mujin freezes in surprise. A wild, primal fear is frozen on his face. With a sharp movement, the clan leader flicks the sword right at the men's feet. The weapon clangs as it strikes the stone and gets stuck between the square's tiles. Yuchun just smiles. What fun! The clan leader himself has joined the celebration. Mujin and Yuchun ask the leader in surprise, can the boy prove that the sword belongs to his family? Jinchun is furious. If there is no proof, Mujin will bear severe responsibility for his lie. The young man feels the piercing gaze of the leader and realizes, without proof, he is just a corpse. The steel sword stands motionless between the stone tiles of the square. Mujin feverishly considers what his teacher would do now, looking at the reaction of Dr. Yuchun. He hopes that Yuchun will suggest a way out, but the doctor seems to deliberately want Mujin to manage on his own. The young man looks at the weapon. He has already lied about the relic, so he needs to make an identical sword. Suddenly Mujin's face brightens from a sudden and very important thought. Clan leader Namgun boldly continues to stare intently at the boy, waiting for an answer. Yuchun is stunned. Mujin claims that the sword has a secret Tan technique it activates in fire. The clan leader shrinks back from what he heard, not believing his own ears. Mujin seriously explains, his sword is pregnant and is supposed to give birth to a child in 5 days. Silence reigns in the square. The crowd, the doctor, and the clan leader are frozen by this news. Suddenly, the festive square erupts. People start laughing loudly at this story. Mujin hears the laughter and realizes that the story about the sword's child was clearly unnecessary. The crowd and heroes suddenly fall silent. They freeze, holding their breath, waiting for Jinchun's response. The clan leader asks Yuchun whether he is a guarantor and if he confirms Mujin's words. The face of clan leader Namgun becomes truly grim and tense. Yuchun calmly stands next to the boy and confidently states that he confirms his speech. The doctor boldly adds he can joke but never stoops to lying. Clan leader Namgun barely restrains his pride after such a statement from Yuchun. Glances mixed, crushed Myeon, surprised Mujin, and thoughtful Namgun Jinya. The chief announces, go to the forge but without the sword child. In 5 days you will both lose your heads. The night forge breathes fire under the dark sky, while Yuchun calmly rests nearby. Mujin drags firewood under the reproaches of the doctor that the story about the pregnant sword was a mistake. Dr. Yuchun, against the backdrop of the night sky, says that the story could have been anything, even about feeding the sword soy milk. Mujin drags firewood and, responding to someone's words, says, better to be a mad dog than a fool, and the doctor teaches how to make others pay. The glowing mouth of the furnace in the forge breathes fiery heat. The anvil in the forge, to which various tools are attached. Dr. Yuchun continues to lecture Mujin, directly calling him an absolute fool. Mujin says that he is a generous person, and the principle an eye for an eye does not suit him. Yuchun explains to the stunned boy, you cannot respond to good with evil, but you also cannot pay good for evil. The face of Dr. Yuchun against the purple sky, he irritably continues to lecture. Mujin naively insists that Namgun Jinya and Myeon will probably be grateful to him. Imaginary forest, Yuchun explains that by responding to evil with good, Mujin will only get hyenas behind his back. Imaginary image of an angry hyena with fiery eyes and bared fangs, ready to attack. Imaginary pack of wolves surrounds a slain kin. Yuchun says that foolish intentions in this world end with steel and blood. Picture of a smithy near the forest, and from the darkness behind it peers a beast's face with a fanged jaw. Mujin has a surprised look until Dr. Yuchun sharply pokes him in the chest with his index finger. Angry Yuchun pokes Mujin's forehead with his knuckles, forbidding him to risk his back for imaginary kindness. Mujin stands at the entrance and the doctor settles into a chair and warns about a series of disorderly affairs. Yuchun's stern look, good or evil must be returned, otherwise you yourself will become the one who regrets. Imaginary picture of a dead wolf from which blood is dripping. Smithy under the night sky, Dr. Yuchun sits nearby and Mujin is already entering the work inside. A large crowd of surprised men 5 days after the festival. Sword with a peacock-shaped stamp in the hand of the head of the Namgun clan. A severed piece of the sword of the head of the Namgun clan falls to the ground with a clink. The second severed piece of the sword of the head of the Namgun clan flies after it. The embarrassed face of the head of the Namgun clan. The hand of the head of the Namgun clan gripping the family sword. A surprised crowd watches as the severed tip of the Namgun sword strikes the floor. A crowd of astonished men repeatedly insists that the sword of the Three Peaks was cut. The head of the Namgun clan and Namgun Jr. watch the duel. 2 men from the Namgun clan entrusted with inspecting the swords. One man's hand grips the intact Mujin sword, while another's holds the Namgun clan sword severed by a third. In the square opposite the podium, a man from the clan declares that both swords are divined, that both are genuine. The astonished face of Namgun Myeon, he thinks that one sword must be a fake, but this one seems to have truly fathered a child. The clan master says sharpness and balance are perfect and these swords are twins, forged by the same master. Mujin with a proud and satisfied expression on his face. The face of the clan head Namgun, gathering his thoughts while Myeon watches his father. The clan head loudly announces to the entire square that, as was said, these are twin swords. The clan head points with his index finger at Mujin and says that the true mother of the swords is there. Young Namgun attentively watches everything that is happening. Mujin holds a sword raised up in one hand. A man from the Namgun clan holds a sword stub opposite Mujin. Mujin's blade cuts the clan sword near the hilt and he says, "The mother is here." Mujin's hand triumphantly raises the sword up. Mujin, with a proud expression on his face, shows the sword to everyone watching. Myeon's downcast face, he does not understand how, but admits Mujin has indeed proven his right to the blade. Mujin agrees all deeds must be repaid, as a dog finds a place for its puppies. Mujin extends the sword and thanks Namgun the Younger for taking care of the relic. Mujin, with a friendly expression, asks Namgun the Younger to take good care of the sword. The bloated Jusang eats chicken legs, while Yuchun wonders how he managed to get so fat in 5 days. A cozy evening courtyard in front of Mujin's house. He talks with Yuchun, they recall what happened and admit that everything went well. Mujin confesses that he was preparing for death and Yuchun teases him his trembling knees betray him. Yuchun and Mujin rest on beds in a spacious, bright room. The teacher says that this time they were lucky, but they must not relax. Mujin grips the sword, agrees with the mentor, and promises to be vigilant. Satisfied, Mujin holds the weapon at the ready until Yuchun suddenly adds, "The story is not over yet." Yuchun continues the instruction with a serious face. He says that service always moves both ways and now it is time for them to collect their reward. Mujin and Yuchun sit on beds in a neat room. The student awkwardly asks what exactly the teacher means. Suddenly both flinch, the door of their dwelling unexpectedly knocked. The patriarch of the Namgun clan and his son, Namgun Mayung, enter Mujin's room. The stern, unwavering gaze of the head of the Namgun clan. Namgun Mayun stands nearby, hunched, crushed by shame and staring fixedly at the floor. In the middle of the room, the patriarch of the Namgun clan addresses those present with apologies. He admits the guilt of his inept son who ran away, taking a sword with him. Confused, Mujin looks at the clan head and Yuchun. The patriarch calms the boy, assuring him that the son has already confessed everything. The clan head holds a second sword forged by Mujin. He says, now that the truth is revealed, he must pay all the debts. Yuchun watches silently, while Mujin cautiously asks the patriarch what kind of payment he means. Mujin freezes in anticipation as the clan head asks his son if he remembers the fate of the servant woman who stole a silver ring 2 years ago. In the tense silence, Namgun Jr. answers in a quiet voice, that woman had her hands cut off. Namgun Mayan stands next to his father in Mujin's room, completely oppressed and broken. Yuchun and Mujin attentively catch every word of the patriarch, sensing danger. The face of the clan head fills with rage. He announces that he has made a final decision. Mujin is horrified when the patriarch suddenly draws the sword from its sheath. The head of the Namgun clan raises the sharp steel to kill his own son. Namgun Mayung freezes before his father. Despite the mortal threat, he is ready to take the sword strike. Memories flash before the boy's eyes. Little Namgun trains with a wooden sword. His life is continuous, endless exercises with weapons. Little Namgun in the castle with a toy sword recalls. Games were training, and training was life itself. To be faithful to the way of the sword and perfect in every movement was the fate chosen for him by his family. The mentor watches the group of boys closely, among them the young Namgun Mayung. The path of the future patriarch was forged in strict traditions, rules, and iron discipline. The stern gaze of the head of the Namgun clan. His son learned to endure everything, exhausting training, harsh restrictions, and painful whipping. The imaginary image of little Namgun Jr., exhausted to the limit, and he screams in helplessness. The figure of Patriarch Namgun who turned his back to his son. This cold, impassive back of the father tells little Namgun only one thing: he is a complete disappointment. Close-up of little Namgun's face. He is tired, scared, and screams into the void. The square of a large city where under the teacher's supervision a crowd of boys trains. Namgun Jr. believes he must become a great patriarch no matter the cost or the methods he uses to achieve it. A kaleidoscope of memories, a child with a wooden sword, a youth fleeing on horseback with a stolen blade, and the present moment under the raised blade of his father. He stole a sword, and though it was cowardice and dirt, he believed that strength justifies everything, and for the acquired weapon he should be respected. The figure of Namgun Jr., frozen in anticipation of his fate. The face of Namgun Jr., a focused gaze, the thought spinning in his head that all his beliefs are nothing but miserable excuses, but it is precisely because of them that he was able to move forward. Imaginary image of Patriarch Namgun, with eyes burning with rage, he raises a sword over his own son. Imaginary frightened Namgun Jr. stands before his father and awaits his punishment. The mortally frightened young man sees the father's blade is almost touching his hand, but Mujin stops the strike with his sword, pressing it into the scabbard. Terrified look of Namgun Jr. The moment when Mujin's sword blocks the clan patriarch's strike right next to the boy's hand. Seen in the room, Mujin stops the patriarch's sword, and the head of the Namgun clan asks Mujin why he acted that way. The stern face of the patriarch, he insists, a crime committed by the hand must be paid by the hand. Does Mujin not agree? Sweaty but focused Mujin replies to the patriarch, Namgun Jr. simply made a mistake. The stern gaze of the clan head, he asks Mujin if he knew the truth about the sword theft from the very beginning. Mujin boldly answers, one must pay proportionally for actions. It does not matter what exactly Namgun Jr. pays, with the main thing is that he atones for what he has done. The focused and sweaty face of Namgun Jr., he watches every movement. Focused Dr. Yuchun attentively listens to the conversation between Mujin and the patriarch. In a neat, bright room, Mujin suggests to the patriarch and his son not to escalate this problem any further. A man's hand sheathes the sword back into its scabbard. The focused but already calm face of the head of the Namgun clan. He nods to Mujin and admits, the boy spared his son's hands, helped the clan hide the disgrace, and returned the priceless weapon. The patriarch says that Mujin has done 3 great services and asks what the reward will be. A representative of the Namgun clan, Mujin and Yuchun walk down a long palace corridor. Namgun Jr. bows deeply to the floor, extending his hands forward. He swears that one day he will repay Mujin for his generosity. The face of Namgun Jr., tears streaming down it. The figure of Mujin walking through the palace following a member of the Namgun clan. The companion is surprised and asks if it is true that the boy managed to forge the swords in just 5 days. Mujin, Yuchun, and the Namgun clan member enter the next hall. Mujin asks where he learned about the sword work. The man replies that he only guessed he saw red palms and rust under the youth's nails. The man walks ahead, and I notice him nodding to the fact that the world is huge and full of talents. He sincerely thanks Mujin for the invaluable help to Namgun Jr. Mujin walks down the corridor and skeptically thinks that the word talented definitely does not apply to him. Behind, as always, Yuchun ambles leisurely. Mujin imagines Namgun Jr. bowing and recalls his promise to repay. He wonders if these words are serious and concludes, they have already gotten everything possible out of this story. Walking through the palace, Mujin recalls Yuchun's negotiations with the patriarch, access to the weapons storage, rare medicines, poisons, and the right to duel the head of the clan. The patriarch agreed to everything. A member of the Namgun clan walking ahead says, not sure for certain, but maybe Shaolin is already waiting for Mujin's arrival. The trio crosses the palace courtyard. The escort says that since his childhood, Shaolin has been looking for masters capable of fine handiwork, as if there is something that the monks themselves cannot handle. Yuchun asks if it is about wooden figures, since that is a unique thing in Shaolin. He adds that the monastery is on the way to Luoyang, so they will visit there at the first opportunity. Majestic stares before the forged doors, near which the guard stands still. A member of the Namgun clan invites the guests to enter to receive the first part of the reward. Mujin's face is filled with admiration. What he sees impresses him so much that he barely whispers, wow. A spacious hall filled with shelves. The escort asks the guests, first to carefully inspect everything and only then choose one item. Yuchun and Mujin look over the shelves with interest, where the clan's treasures are kept. Mujin turns to the mentor and asks which technique he is trying to find. Yuchun's hand pulls a book with a strange title from the shelf, The Art of the Monkey That Flees. Imaginary Mujin holds this book and his face freezes in complete disappointment. Did he really work so hard on swords just for the monkey? The dissatisfied young man directly tells Yuchun that he expected swordsmanship techniques or some divine method, not this. Cheerful Yuchun laughs and, raising his index finger instructively, advises Mujin not to complain and to learn what is given. Ahead of them still await miraculous elixirs. Panorama of the magnificent roofs of the Namgun Palace. The echo of Mujin's voice spreads in the air. He finally agrees with the teacher's arguments. Yuchun drags huge packages with rare medicines and asks if Mujin managed to understand the content of the received book. Mujin confesses to the teacher right in the middle of the courtyard. He memorized everything by heart but did not comprehend a single word. Yuchun reassures him, this is enough, the main thing is to think about the text during training. Imaginary Mujin with a skeptical facial expression flips through a manual about a monkey that runs away, sincerely doubting that this will be of any use. Yuchun literally bursts out laughing. After laughing, he tells Mujin that before further explanations, he needs to eat something. Yuchun bluntly squeezes Mujin's face, forcing him to open his mouth, and openly mocks his helpless appearance. In the doctor's hand suddenly appears a strange, elongated purple berry. He insists that it is not only tasty but also incredibly useful for strengthening the body. Yuchun's gaze suddenly changes to a sly and mysterious one. With a predatory smile, he declares that this berry is actually a 7-step snake poison. The hand of Dr. Yuchun squeezes a purple pouch with snake poison. Worried, Mujin asks why he should swallow poison after studying the escape technique. Yuchun calls for silence and promises to make Mujin the divine doctor of Sichuan. Surprised, Mujin flinches from the doctor's sudden touch on his shoulder. Yuchun explains, a true master is capable of healing even without needles. Mujin reluctantly agrees and swallows the pouch with dangerous contents. Yuchun forcibly makes the student swallow the poison, not allowing him to spit out the pouch. Angry, Mujin shouts at the teacher, accusing him of attempted murder. The doctor says that now he will prepare pills from the poison so that Mujin can survive. Yuchun reminds, martial arts are needed by doctors only for self-defense and survival. Enraged, Mujin continues to furiously protest the forced poisoning. Yuchun recalls the fight with pirates, where poisonous needles allowed them to buy time. Mujin recalls terrifying scenes, pirates neutralized by poison. The doctor emphasizes, the art of poisoning is necessary for protection against any interference. A purple drop drips from Yuchun's finger. He equates poison to the composition of medicine in the body. Drops fall in a stream into the plate. The doctor says that the use of force depends only on the student. Mujin sits in the lotus position and attentively listens to the instructions of his teacher. Yuchun's hands grip 2 plates, one with a light liquid, the other with a purple one. Anxious, Mujin notes, these methods resemble the practices of dark sects. Yuchun declares that he will kill anyone who interferes with his healing of people. The stern teacher advises Mujin to choose practicality for the sake of achieving the goal. Yuchun asks if the student understood the essence of his lessons. Mujin confidently nods. Purple energy bursts from the doctor's palms. He calls the student to fight for life. Dr. Yuchun's hand confidently rests again on young Mujin's shoulder. At the moment of touch, Mujin feels irreversible changes starting inside him. Yuchun's silhouette with outstretched palms doubles. The doctor orders Mujin to focus on the energy center. A round island with the yin-yang symbol in transparent water. Mujin sits in the center, fully immersed in meditation. Mujin feels the teacher's palm on his back. Yuchun whispers, freeze even if the poison burns your blood. Panorama of islands in the head. The place where Mujin just sat is now completely empty. Mujin under the starry sky. Yuchun's voice, the stronger the poison's effect, the stronger the pill becomes. Suppress it with strength. Above, Mujin opens the jaws of a giant snake with fangs, the embodiment of the deadly effect of the poison. On Mujin's back shine the palm prints of the doctor. Energetic butterflies fly out from the student's body. A huge eye of a purple cobra close up. It watches every movement of the internal energy. Mujin is again on the island. A powerful wave of pure light radiates from him in all directions. Exhausted, Mujin hears the instruction. Expel the remnants of the poison into the danshan until everything calms down. The snake's jaws sink into bright energy, vainly trying to catch the butterflies flying through it. Mujin on the island, chained to the purple glow. Blue butterflies emerge from him. Focused, sweaty face of Mujin, he holds himself together with his last strength. From the island where the student sits rises a powerful, energetic whirlwind of purple-green colors. Several islands in blue water. From the farthest where Mujin is, streams pure bright energy. Mujin opens his eyes. He breathes heavily, completely exhausted after an exhausting meditation. Mujin felt his progress. Although Yuchun's training was harsh, he finally understood its essence. Mujin in his room hears a surprised question. How did he manage to train for 5 days in a row? Jusin looks at his friend worriedly and asks if he is hungry and what happened in the last few days. Mujin thought half a day had passed. He asks about Yuchun. He left without waiting for the fight with Namgun. Jusin demands to tell about Yuchun's cool pill. Mujin only mocks his friend in response. Mujin looks boldly at Jusin, and he considers it boasting, so Mujin promises to show strength in action. Mujin raises his index finger, warning his friend. Now he will see the real abyss between them. Surprised, Jusin froze, closely watching every movement of Mujin's hand. Jusin looks stunned as purple poison splashes from Mujin's fingertip. Mujin, with a bold look, extends his hand and holds his index finger right above the table in front of Jusin. Stunned Jusin stares at the pool of poison. Mujin mocks, "Did you see that poor guy? This is our difference." Jusin closely examines the purple liquid, recognizing by its smell and texture the effect of the poisonous pill. Yuchun peers through the door while Jusin greets Mujin with words that diarrhea now flows from his hands. Huge gates at the entrance to the large city. Carts roll along the forest road and Mujin and Yuchun walk behind, talking about rest in Luyang and a treacherous snake. They walk along the road and tease each other. Yuchun says that orthodox sects often die in vain. Yuchun walks beside the disciple and says that the status of a prestigious sect is not always a blessing. The doctor promises to take care of the disciple if he follows his path, but Mujin doubts the paths of others. Mujin with a black eye after a slap. Yuchun assures that living experience and survival are more important than rules. Dr. Yuchun sternly questions Mujin whether he understood everything as a disciple. Yuchun walks beside and the escort shouts that this is the last settlement on their way. Stop in the village. Jusin dreams of dumplings in the tavern and Mujin complains about the lack of money. The carts have stopped. Yuchun, Mujin, and Jusin sit at a tavern table right on the street. Exhausted sick man with trembling hands and disheveled hair asks the drovers about the goods. The drover agrees to leave 3 sacks while the sick man runs after the promised drink. The heroes watch the man who promises to quickly return for the sacks. Mujin sits near Yuchun at a table and suspiciously watches a strange local resident. Mujin examines the symptoms: paleness, sweat, shortness of breath. He guesses the man has heatstroke. The figure of the sick man, who barely stands on his feet under Mujin's watchful gaze. Mujin wants to warn the teacher but notices Yuchun's hand trembling with chopsticks. Close-up Mujin's face is intensely focused and tense. Dr. Yuchun is feverish, his gaze flickers away. Mujin shudders in horror. These are signs of Osaksan disease. Wooden building with a sign, residents of the Nam family. Gloomy settlement in the evening twilight, where buildings are tightly pressed against each other. A group of people in a dark room, wrapped in rags like mummies, intently sorting something at a long table. On the table stands a sack with multicolored ingredients, and nearby lie packets and piles of unknown substances. A bandaged hand covered with blisters crushes unknown ingredients in a mortar. Mixtures of different textures are scattered around. A gloomy, almost lightless room where wrapped figures work in tight quarters. Sun rays break through the windows into the workshop where mummy-like people incessantly grind powders in mortars. One of the workers suddenly falls to the floor and clutches his stomach. The others freeze for a moment, breaking away from their work. Against the background of the work noise, only the man's wheezing is heard, lies helplessly on the boards. Through the gaps in the cloth on the unfortunate man's face, terrible blisters and bloodless eyes with dark veins are visible. A burly stranger confidently enters the room from the street. The bandaged hand on the floor twitches weakly to the sounds of the death rattle. A man with long mustaches indifferently orders the workers to throw the body into the pit and burn it. They obediently agree. Last shot, the hand motionless on the floor, covered with painful blisters. Multicolored minerals against the dark sky, the ingredients of the 5 minerals powder, which gives the rich an illusion of happiness and warmth. A pill on a bloody red background. Constant use corrodes the body, drives one insane, and leads to death. This is a deadly poison. A focused expression on Mujin's face. Finally, he understood what exactly it was about. Yuchun, Mujin, and Jusin stand in front of a building. Here is the base of those who manufacture this dangerous powder. A building with a sign. Jusin tells Yuchun the settlement thrives thanks to the Nam family. Is it worth intervening if everyone around is satisfied? Yuchun explains this powder sucks out life and festers the flesh. Those who spread it are as worthless as Dr. Yem. Jusin's angry face. The mention of Dr. Yem ignites furious rage in him. An enraged Yuchun with burning eyes. His goal is to destroy the scoundrels, and he doesn't care that they saved this worthless place. Heavy doors open. The determined trio stands on the threshold. Yuchun nods and adds that he seems to already know who the main culprit of this incident is. A burly bald man with a scar. He says that they were advised by the merchant Yan and invites them to the master's inner chambers. The bald man leads the heroes through a neat yard. Other people are visible nearby. Yuchun, Jusin, and Mujin walk through the territory of the residents. Mujin is maximally focused. He noticed something very important. The faces of strangers with hostile, unfriendly looks. Mujin understands all the servants are martial arts masters, and Jusin is glad that a bag of gold opened the door for them so quickly. Mujin asks Yuchun about the plan. He suspects that the owner of the residence is in cahoots with the Black Path, which Dr. Yem mentioned. Calm Yuchun replies they are weaklings, easy to handle, but it's not worth raising a fuss prematurely. Worried, Mujin listens to Yuchun's instructions. The guys should go in first and he will follow them. Focused, Yuchun follows the young men. Mujin sweats from tension. He wonders if the teacher is making them bait against a master of the highest level. Mujin's trembling hand on the door, he hesitates. Will they attack immediately or should he greet them? But he decides to copy the teacher's fierce grimace. Mujin, with a stern look, bursts inside and shouts, "Give me powder for 1 gold coin." Something falls to the floor with a crash. The frightened face of Mujin at the moment of the strike. A sack filled with packets of powder on a light purple background. A smooth-faced man with long mustaches and warts warmly calls the guests and extends a sack of potion. Mujin and Jusang froze before the master. Mujin expected weapons, not goods. The master says he heard about the youths from the trader Yan. He praises their bravery and good taste. The mustached man enthusiastically talks about the high quality of the product and adds a bit of powder for free from the establishment. Mujin feigns thanks, sorting through the package while anxiously pondering where teacher Yuchun has delayed. The master flatteringly promises long-term cooperation and assures that he has refined this formula for 5 years. The face of the mustached man, who suddenly hears a loud shout, "To us, Ryambu." The figure of Dr. Yuchun in the sun rays, his clothes flutter in the wind. He recognized the master. The enraged doctor demands that the master lay out all the goods, threatening to forcibly shove the poison down his throat. The sweaty face of the mustached man, he also recognized the doctor, and this memory terrifies him. The frightened master froze. The cold blade of the sword was pressed to his throat. Yuchun fiercely looms over the enemy. He promises to make a new hole in the master's neck if he tries to escape. Yuchun holds the mustachioed man by the chest. He begs for mercy under the watchful eyes of Mujin and Jusin. A servant behind the door reports the delivery of powder. Yuchun forces the master to order, "Leave everything at the entrance." 3 large packages with dangerous minerals lie on the floor near the door. Nam Ryambu trembles on the floor. He justifies himself. He brewed the potion only to save the hungry peasants. Mujin and Jusin observe the scene. Yuchun says that such scoundrels always find excuses. In the room, Yuchun threatens with a sword. The master must either eat it himself or immediately destroy the goods. The trembling master pitifully laments that these powders could have been sold for a whole chest of gold. Yuchun advances with the blade and asks, could money really be more precious to the master than life? The mustachioed man falls to his knees before the packages. He begs for forgiveness and promises to burn everything immediately. A flask with a combustible mixture. The powder is poured with liquid and sparks are struck with flint in the hands. The miserable face of the master, sparks and flames that consume his goods flicker in his eyes. The master's hands with long mustaches hover over the packages. The powder burns out and crumbles to ash. Mujin watches the bonfire. The rotten remains smoke and Yuchun still keeps the mustache under the sword's aim. Sweaty Mujin thinks the powder is finished, but what about the master so they are not exposed? Will the teacher want to act quietly? Close up, a sword in a strong man's hand. Mujin and Yuchun interrogate the master. Who else knows the secret of making powder from 5 minerals? The mustache desperately shakes his head, swearing that the secret is known only to him. Would he lie under the sword? Mujin, Jusin, and Yuchun stand over the fallen master in his luxurious room. Angry Jusin shouts, who will believe this inhuman scoundrel? The teacher will never allow to live anyone who profits from deaths. The master's trembling hands pressed against the floor. He begs for mercy, choking with fear. Yuchun looks at the prisoner and suddenly agrees. He tells the master to get lost. The resident's master froze on the floor, not believing his own ears, and looks confusedly at the men. Bewildered Mujin froze in shock at what he heard. He did not expect Yuchun to simply let the criminal go. The host's face glows with joy. He asks again if he is really allowed to leave alive. Yusin hurriedly gets to his feet, showering the doctor with gratitude. Yuchun moves swiftly, his face focused. He makes a lightning strike. The sword blade pierces the body of the resident's master, a moment of fatal blow. A bloody stream splatters on the room's windows, staining the glass red. Yuchun coldly remarks he ordered not to get up. Trash has no ears, so it has nothing to hear orders with. The resident's door with a sign. The heroes exit, realizing they must disappear before the commotion starts. The evening sky landscape, the last rays of the sun gild the treetops. At the forest edge, the trio shares a modest dinner. Mujin admits that for a moment he believed in the teacher's mercy. Yuchun replies that he would never spare one who trades in death. A rest on a forest clearing. Yuchun continues, once the master had little potion, but then he got involved with the Black Path to trade chests. The doctor raises his index finger, trash attracts trash. Soon they would have turned into a criminal gang like the Citadel on the Yangtze. Yusin supports the teacher. Dr. Yem and Master Nam are worse than the poorest, they cannot be considered human. Yuchun agrees the poor are more honest than such degenerates, but from now on, the young men will increasingly have to encounter such subhumans. Yuchun's face is angry and wary. He felt a threat behind him. Silhouettes of 4 bandits wrapped in rags appeared on the road. The frightened Mujin and Yusin stand next to the tense teacher. Yuchun dryly says, guests for dinner arrived earlier than expected. Mujin and Yusin look stunned as the doctor lunges in a moment. Only Yuchun's energy trail remains in the clearing. 4 sinister figures in tatters approach the boys. The bandits, wrapped from head to toe, only their eyes gleam in the darkness. They are followers of the Black Path. The terrified Yusin and Mujin shout, the Nam family has already sent for our souls. The puzzled Mujin hears Yuchun's order. Today they will practice the sword that pierces the heart technique on these guests. The figures of the Black Path bandits are getting closer and closer. They crave revenge. The figure of Dr. Yuchun is in swift motion. With one swing, he knocks off the head of the first bandit. Mujin and Yusin, holding sticks, freeze, staring at the body and head flying in different directions. The enraged face of Yuchun, his gaze became beastly and merciless. The frightened bandits in masks recognize the enemy. This is the eccentric doctor, not just an old man, they growl. A clearing with a bandit's corpse, Yuchun in a fighting stance, and the guys are already rushing to help. 3 surviving enemies try to escape. Yuchun gives a command over his shoulder. He takes the center one and the guys each take one. If they mess up, a harsh lesson awaits them. Mujin and Juseng with a battle cry rush into the attack. The figure of Dr. Yuchun, he runs with all his might after the retreating bandits. One of the 3 robbers runs with all his might through the dense forest. Mujin swiftly pursues the enemy, jumping over obstacles, following his tracks. Sweaty Mujin, bursting into a run, marvels at the bandit's speed. Is he a beast? How can he be so agile? Mujin rushes through the forest, realizing he has never run so fast. It seems he is already catching up to the target. The bandit exerts himself fully, trying to slip away from the pursuer. Mujin catches up to the enemy. He is grateful for the purple cloud step technique, although he previously considered it pointless. Mujin's memory, Dr. Yuchun shows the book The Monkey That Runs Away, and Jusin trains with them following it. Mujin does not stop and chases further, finally convinced of the usefulness of the techniques from the book about the monkey. Mujin focuses on capturing the enemy. He fears Yuchun's anger and Jusin's mockery if he fails. Mujin and the bandit simultaneously turn at a sudden scream. The boy tries to understand who it was. Focused Mujin scolds himself. Because of thoughts about improvement, he almost lost the target. He must hurry. The bandit sharply turns and delivers a treacherous blow to Mujin. Mujin flies off unsteadily. He cannot maintain balance after the unexpected attack. A clearing, an armed bandit in a fighting stance stands opposite Mujin, who is rising, gripping a sword in his hands. The bandit mocks the angry boy. You are just a nobody compared to that doctor, though you managed to dodge my sword. The robber draws a blade from its sheath, admitting that Mujin's reaction speed surprised him. In the middle of the forest clearing, the bandit warns Mujin, you shouldn't have interfered in this fight. The bandit's face in the mask burns with rage. Prepare for the worst, you cross the path of the Nam family residence. Mujin analyzes the enemy. He almost hit. He is stronger than ordinary bandits, but does he surpass the leader from Yangtze? The bandit calls Mujin a rattling and says, nothing personal, I was just paid for your head. The figure of the robber froze in a tense pose before the decisive attack. At the very beginning of the fierce fight, the bandit delivers a series of lightning-fast sword thrusts. Mujin skillfully parries the attacks, pushing his movements to the limit of his own capabilities. Mujin's focused gaze, he senses danger. Something is wrong here, completely wrong. The bandit's wild beastly gaze blazes through the slits of the mask. Mujin's imagination sketches the bandit's figure with dots. He sees unprotected zones and senses a trap. Mujin closely watches the enemy and notices. The robber leaves his sides and neck exposed. The young man studies every step of the opponent, calculating the strategy for the next fight. Mujin recalls pirates, and this bandit also provokes him to attack. His sword is much better than others. In the heat of the duel, Mujin admits this swordsman is used to acting too cautiously only against weak enemies. The bandit's eyes rage. Mujin asks if he only knows how to run away from the doctor, and the robber laughs boldly. Mujin, in a defensive stance, understands the enemy's laughter is too confident, and it is impossible to avoid attacks forever. A fierce clash, the bandit makes a low lunge, trying to cut Mujin's legs. Mujin leaps into the air, skillfully parrying the robber's sword strikes mid-jump. The great plan, the blades of two swords clash, sparks fly. Mujin instantly breaks into a counterattack, repelling the bandit's aggression with his technique. The beastly gaze of the enemy clashes with the swift movement of the blade in Mujin's hands. A series of lightning strikes, the forest fills with the ringing of steel and the noise of fierce battle. Mujin's fingers grip the handle tightly as he performs a cascade of incredibly fast movements. The tip of Mujin's sword whistles as it slices through the air right above the opponent's head. The frightened bandit barely manages to tilt his head and slips away from the deadly sword strike. The bandit makes a lunge, but Mujin gracefully slips away from the blow in a swift turn. The bandit through the mask hisses words, "And you swing that iron quite well, brat," hiding his own anxiety. Mujin realizes his advantage. The enemy did not feign weakness. Mujin's own skill has grown beyond recognition. The boy's focused gaze, while he is confused, "I must act and finish this fight." Suddenly something sharp cuts through the air at a furious speed and rushes toward Mujin. Mujin notices flying daggers. He dodges, but one knife still grazes his side, leaving a wound. Mujin's gaze instantly clears with sharp pain and the realization of the enemy's treachery. The bandit sharpens a new knife and Mujin is thrown into a fever. "You knew a few tricks, but the poison in your side is already working," the enemy snarls. A large plan of Mujin's wounded side. A sinister dark spot spreads around the cut. Mujin's face at the moment of terrible realization. The daggers were poisoned, and everything begins to blur before his eyes. The bandit in the mask, sword in hand, mocks, "This is salamander poison. In 15 minutes you won't move. I promise it won't hurt." The robber swings for a decisive blow, but Mujin grits his teeth and hisses, "I wish you would die yourself before then." The bandit throws a new batch of poisonous daggers. Mujin understands the enemy is forcing him to move, so the poison spreads faster through his body. Deadly steel flies straight at Mujin. The boy thinks, "I don't care. After the poison of the seven-step snake, this is just child's play." Mujin's appearance changes. His eyes become beastly, and his whole body turns into a battlefield of toxins. Imaginary image, a poisonous salamander against the backdrop of an endless black starry sky. A host of imaginary salamanders rushes through the violet cosmos toward a distant planet. Hundreds of poisonous creatures circle in outer space, tightening a ring around the planet. From the darkness emerges the eye of the seven-step snake, huge, filled with mystical light. The giant snake's jaws open and instantly swallow all the poisonous salamanders. Mujin's pupil contracts into a vertical slit like a reptile's. His vision clears. The boy sees everything clearly again. The bandit in the mask, raging uncontrollably, attacks Mujin again with a sword. The robber's face is twisted with surprise. "Did you swallow the bizarre pearl? Why are you still standing?" Mujin's hand grips the sword hilt with a death grip. He prepares for the final thrust. "Are you curious how I do it?" Mujin asks and cuts into the attack like lightning. The bandit jumps up, trying to strike Mujin from above. Mujin sees the enemy's upside-down face. "Inside me is the core of a seven-stepped snake. Your lizards don't even tickle me." Mujin's altered, coldly determined gaze at the moment his sword pierces the bandit. The wounded robber falls to the ground, raising a cloud of dry leaves. The bandit's leg freezes motionless next to a puddle of his own blood, quickly spreading. A clearing, falling, the bandit throws his last knife, but Mujin calmly watches as the enemy dies. Mujin stands over the defeated, his gaze still otherworldly and dangerous. The bandit's hand feverishly grips the poisoned dagger. He does not believe he lost to a worthless one and raves in delirium. Overcome with despair and pain, the bandit stabs the poisoned blade into his own body, choosing death. Mujin watches the fallen bandit. He shouts a curse and stabs himself with the poisoned blade. Mujin freezes in a defensive stance, tightly gripping his sword and not taking his eyes off the enemy. Mujin's questioning gaze, he tries to understand the logic of the opponent's actions. The wounded bandit writhes in fever on the ground, clutching a dagger in his hand. The tired Mujin supposes the bandit tried to soothe the pain with salamander poison, but death is already inevitable. Mujin's thoughtful, deep gaze is fixed on the dying enemy. The face of the bandit in a mask, begging for mercy through unbearable torment. The fever-ridden bandit begs for help, but Mujin silently turns around and walks away. Mujin suddenly halts, hearing something extremely important. Faces of saved people emerge in Mujin's memory, mingling with bloody scenes of retribution against pirates. Mujin recalls the fierce battle on the river and the tragic moment of Hun Jian's death. The bandit takes his last heavy breaths as his whole life flashes before his eyes. A kaleidoscope of visions, joyful poor people, the stern Dr. Yuchun, and a pirate killed by poisonous needles. Next in Mujin's memory appears the image of the mighty pirate leader Zhang Sanch. The bandit dying in the clearing groans again, and Mujin still turns toward him. Threatening with a sword, Mujin approaches the enemy, who is trembling violently. Mujin's hand slowly descends onto the bandit's wound. The boy's palm covers the injury, releasing a powerful purple energy. The bandit's body is covered with dark streaks. He thanks Mujin, acknowledging that he is not just a kid. On the clearing lies the lifeless body of the robber, whose last word was thank you. Mujin focusedly counts something on his fingers when suddenly he hears a reproach for his lateness. The boy bends his fingers, and before him appear the surprised faces of Yuchun and Jusin. Against the backdrop of the twilight purple sky, the serious face of Dr. Yuchun is clearly outlined. Mujin decisively clenches his fist and asks if they plan to search for the Black Path's lair. Dr. Yuchun closely watches Mujin, whose gaze suddenly changed completely during the count of the killed. An unknown man with a tattoo on his neck examines another robber lying on the ground after the battle. Both are without masks. Yuchun, Mujin, and Jusin move on, exchanging barbs about the listless appearance and junk, and since then Mujin counts every saved and taken life. The moon pierces light through violet clouds in the night dark violet sky above the treetops. Dr. Yuchun, Mujin, and Jusin make their way through the night forest, lit only by moonlight. Mujin walks through the forest counting on his fingers how many lives he has taken and how many he managed to save. The figure of Dr. Yuchun confidently strides through the night forest. Yuchun watches Mujin and notices he is in shock because killing many people can break a young healer. Mujin, with a backpack on his back, looks around intently as if sensing danger. Yuchun asks Mujin, wasn't the bandit too strong since his clothes are torn? Mujin replies that he simply trampled the enemy. The serious, attentive gaze of Dr. Yuchun, he silently listens to the boy's dialogue. Jusin teases Mujin about the torn clothes and jabs. He studies martial arts only from books. Jusin, against the backdrop of the violet forest, offers Mujin to rely on him if he gets scared of the Black Path shelter. Angry Mujin begins to draw his sword, while Jusin continues mocking his imagined weakness. Mujin and Jusin start a boyish fight, but Yuchun sternly demands, "Fools, shut up immediately." The moon pours light on the night forest, and a small settlement lights are burning in the huts. The heroes break out of the purple thicket of the forest and look at the buildings ahead. Mujin and Jusin, despite everything, continue exchanging biting jokes. Dr. Yuchun listens to the boys and with relief concludes, there is no need to worry about them. View of the night settlement with several huts squeezed by dense forest. The guard of the Black Path, who is firmly settled right in the thick grass. Yuchun covers the guard's mouth and delivers a lightning-fast fatal blow. Yuchun with a sword passes by the killed enemy, and Mujin and Jusin follow him to the huts. A large clearing under the night sky, through which the trio quietly makes their way to the settlement. Mujin creeps through the tall grass and whispers to the teacher, asking if enemies will surround them. Focused Yuchun calms the boy and says that these bandits are just small fry exploiting the village. Yuchun asks if Mujin is scared and he declares that he is not scared, he is brave. Jusin boasts even more. Yuchun slaps both on the back of the head and says that they are still fools, far from real warriors. Yuchun with a serious face explains that to kill, a strike to the heart or throat is enough, so they need to focus on reconnaissance. Yuchun insists that Mujin and Jusin must be destroyed, only the leadership or the powder supplies, without wasting time checking tattoos. Mujin's focused and warlike gaze. Yuchun with a stern look gives the order to move forward. Mujin, Jusin, and Yuchun scatter across the night, clearing in different directions for reconnaissance. A landscape of a small settlement under a purple night sky. Mujin rushes headlong to one of the settlement's buildings. Mujin enters the building and instantly assesses the situation. Mujin looks into the window of the room and immediately sees it is a supply warehouse. Mujin watches as Yuchun and Jusin reach other buildings, while the doctor climbs the hill. Mujin, sword in hand and backpack on his back, crouches in the tall grass. Mujin carefully pushes aside the thick grass with his hand to reveal a possible threat. Mujin touches the grass and notices a stranger anxiously asking, "Who's there?" Splashes of blood fly upward against the backdrop of the night purple sky. Alert, Mujin hides again in the dense thickets. Mujin dashes across the open area in front of the next building. Mujin and Yuchun peek through the windows and see people lying on the floor. Yuchun and Mujin near the building suddenly freeze. They caught something important inside. The figure of Jusin against the backdrop of a huge wooden barn where the light is on. The heroes peek through a crack at bandits discussing the accidental murder of Nam Ryingbu, a martial arts master. The face of a man being brutally beaten inside the barn. A burly giant with knocked-out teeth shouts at the man, accusing him of organizing this chaos. The victim curls up on the floor, covering his head with his hands from the blows of the enraged giant. A big guy lifts his leg over a man who begs for mercy and denies any guilt. Mujin watches as the leader promises to expose the man's lies as soon as his people catch the killers of Nam Ryingbu. A dark-skinned big guy with knocked-out teeth and a beastly look listens intently to something. The frightened face of a dark-skinned man who shouts fiercely, "Who are you?" Dr. Yuchun with an icy gaze sharply attacks the big guy. Dr. Yuchun's hand delivers a series of lightning-fast blows to the bandit. The bloodied and trembling face of a man who was just hit hard by the big guy. While the man on the floor trembles with fear, Yuchun asks, "What does it mean that the merchant Yan is behind everything?" The figure of Dr. Yuchun against the night sky. "I want to ask the merchant a few questions." Jusin, Merchant Yan, and Dr. Yuchun from the sword drips the bandit's blood. An enraged Yuchun asks Yan, "How many people here know the recipe for the powder of 5 minerals?" Merchant Yan trembles with horror and answers, "Only Nam Ryingbu knew." Mortally frightened Yan froze in place, staring at the tip of the sword near his torso. Yuchun squats opposite Yan and touches his ear with the sword. "Are you sure, or are you just accusing the deceased?" In the barn, Juseng and Mujin watch Yan's interrogation, who insists that only Nam Ryingbu knew the recipe. While Juseng and Mujin stand guard, Yan tells that the ingredients were immediately sent to the Nam family's residence, into a deep and dark cave. Mujin guards the barn and Yuchun decides to destroy the cinnabar mine and kills the merchant Yan. The landscape of the morning blue sky and treetops pierced by the first light. Mujin and Juseng stand before the entrance to the deep mine, a pile of old branches through which wild vegetation breaks through. From the open palm of Dr. Yuchun bursts dark purple energy. Yuchun enters the mine first, clearing the path through the debris with magical energy. Mujin says the air is poisoned, but this mine will harm no one else. Landscape of a high mountain covered with dense forest under bright sun. The foot of the mountain, where among the forest thickets the entrance to the mine peeks out into the mine, which is now tightly blocked with coal. Yuchun walks among the trees, immersed in thoughts, while behind Mujin secretly watches the yawning Jusin. Under the clear sky along a wide road through the forest and mountain landscapes walk Jusin, Mujin, and Yuchun. Mujin, Jusin, and Yuchun exit the forest and step onto the endless green meadow. In the middle of the meadow stands a solitary tree. The heroes decide to stop here for a rest, considering this place safe. The boys head through the meadows to the sprawling tree standing ahead. Mujin's and Yuchun's swords are leaned against the tree trunk, and a backpack lies nearby. Yuchun stretches under the canopy and says that they need to keep watch at night. Jusin offers to guard first. Under the tree, Jusin informs Mujin that he found something interesting in the enemy's shelter. Jusin shows a blue-violet mineral. Mujin recognizes meteorite iron from it. Something incredible can be forged. Mujin examines the valuable iron, while Yuchun, half asleep, thinks that for him it is just ordinary metal. Yuchun tries to fall asleep, but still listens to the excited conversation of friends about the find. Dr. Yuchun smiles inwardly, considering the boys still children, and finally falls asleep with relief. A huge tree in the middle of the meadow sheltered the figures of Mujin and Jusin. They were talking, and between them the sleeping doctor. Jusin demands a share of the future profit, and Mujin jokes that he only thinks about food. Mujin and Jusin shudder in fear when Yuchun suddenly jumps up and fixes an anxious gaze. The figure of Dr. Yuchun instantly rises. He is already ready to draw the sword from behind his back. Mujin and Jusin tensely watch every movement of their mentor. Yuchun's hands confidently draw the sword from the scabbard fastened behind his back. Yuchun focuses on the danger, while Mujin and Jusin freeze. A mute question is fixed in their eyes. Mujin asks what happened, but Yuchun orders silence, sensing that someone is approaching. The doctor's hands grip the sword hilt tighter, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Mujin and Juseng watch the teacher warily as he gives the order, "Prepare for battle." In the middle of the foggy meadow under a tree, Jusang and Mujin sit on the grass, while Yuchun freezes in a fighting stance. In front of the tree, strange legs in boots with a leopard pattern emerge, and they stop right opposite the trio. The eccentric Yuchun listens carefully to the strangers, pondering who decided that he wants to die. Yuchun tells the bandits it is they who seek death by selling the poisonous powder of 5 minerals. The leader in leopard skin draws a sword, raging at the doctor's words about permission to rest. The bandit says he doesn't care about murders and trade, the main thing is to be paid for protection. Mujin and Jusanta take a stance while Yuchun wonders how the leader got fat on others' leftovers. Dr. Yuchun calmly advises the bandit not to lose his head over such trifles. The bandit swings an axe and shouts that Yuchun's death will allow him to raise the price for services. The scarred leader's face contorts with uncontrollable anger. Yuchun attacks swiftly, mocking, "Even old beasts are smarter than this fool without a core." A fierce fight unfolds, flashes of energy and lightning-fast clashes between the doctor and the leader. 2 young armed accomplices rush to aid their leader. Mujin prepares for battle, stunned by the enemy's strength. The teacher has for the first time ordered to take them seriously. Mujin's face is covered with sweat from tension and rage during the enemy's advance. A young bandit in striped leather launches a series of lightning-fast circular axe strikes. Mujin fiercely repels the enemy's heavy attack, barely holding back the pressure. Mujin's gaze becomes intensely focused, despite a momentary fright from the enemy's power. A stream of strong energy throws Mujin backward and hurls him several meters. The bandit in striped leather attacks with magical streams and does not let the boy rest. Mujin finally touches the ground with his feet, trying to steady himself after the flight. The boy realizes even the repelled strike broke the distance and threw him so far back due to colossal power. Mujin sees the enemy's beastly snarl and understands he is stronger than the leader Yangzi. The bandit takes off into the air, spinning the axe so fast that the blade becomes invisible. Mujin barely stays on his feet, resisting the pressure of the enemy energy pressing down on him. The striped bandit continues his deadly axe dance, relentlessly advancing forward. Mujin maneuvers desperately, shifting positions, shielding himself with the sword from endless attacks. Mujin studies the enemy's style, quick lunges and powerful slashes, all characteristic of a first-class warrior. The striped bandit attacks Mujin again swiftly. Mujin continues his assessment. Despite the giant blade, the enemy's defense remains flawless. Mujin realizes the opponent's weak spot and sharply pushes off the ground. The bandit in the striped hide makes the next lightning-fast lunge. Mujin goes on the counterattack. He feels a real chance for victory. Mujin's hand confidently grips the sword hilt. The bandit's face is distorted by a fierce, beastly glare. Mujin resolutely attacks the enemy with a bare blade. Mujin changes stance, preparing to strike from bottom to top. The bandit with an axe in his hands freezes in a fighting stance opposite Mujin. Mujin boldly introduces himself as Mujin Tang, although his hand trembles from the colossal difference in their value. Bandit Yakun with a cat-like gaze asks Mujin about his military rank. In the meadow, Mujin teases Yakun about his coldness, while at the same time noting the incredible speed of this enemy. The striped bandit intently spins the axe, preparing for the final blow. Mujin assesses the enemy. He is stronger than Jusen, but a precise strike to the heart evens the odds. The frame captures the moment of a lightning-fast and deadly movement. Mujin orders himself to focus, realizing any mistake means the end for him. Sweaty Mujin outlines a plan and rushes forward swiftly. A fierce clash between the striped bandit and Mujin. Maximally focused, Mujin waits for a moment of calm after a large wave of enemy attacks. The imaginary silhouette of Mujin against the purple sky cuts through space with a single movement. Determined, Mujin compares the fight to ore forging and acupuncture, preparing to strike the enemy's nerves. Concentrated, Mujin combines knowledge of medicine and blacksmithing to find a path to victory. The figure of a striped bandit with a sharply twisted, confused gaze. Mujin's focused gaze at the very moment of a swift attack on the enemy. Mujin swiftly attacks the striped bandit, delivering an upward strike with thoughts of self-improvement. The bandit misses the strike and realizes Mujin's chaotic movements were a plan to force the enemy to open up. The striped bandit swings an axe and Mujin, sword in hand, skillfully slips away from the blade, staying dangerously close. Close-up of Mujin's face in the moment of technically dodging enemy attacks. The enraged bandit with cat-like eyes contemplates Mujin's phenomenal sense and the need to destroy him. The bandit attacks in a jump, and Mujin strikes upward with his sword with a determined, altered gaze. A series of sharp strikes from the striped bandit. Mujin cold-bloodedly parries them with his blade. Mujin's leg in a men's boot, holding a stance for the next maneuver. The sinister look of the bandit, whom Mujin anticipated by an inch, the sword was already behind his back. A men's boot forcefully pushing off the ground for a swift lunge. The striped bandit charges again, roaring about Mujin's end, while he confidently deflects the attack. Another bandit assault Mujin skillfully slips away with a backward jump. A moment of aggressive attack from the striped one and suddenly a sharp, striking counter-thrust from Mujin in response. Mujin's memories of helping a sick boy and his work in the forge flare up again in his mind. The clash of opponents, during which Mujin pierces the bandit's body through and through with his sword. Mujin's gaze full of triumph and composure at the moment of decisive victory. Drops of blood scatter in the air and slowly settle on the green grass. Bloody traces on the ground and the fallen striped bandit collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Imaginary image of Mujin with a raised sword against a purple sky, flooded with streams of turquoise energy. Wounded body of a striped bandit with a huge bloody wound across the torso. Mujin towers over the bloodied body of the defeated enemy. A long bloody trail from a strike. This is what Mujin called the peak movement technique. Mujin tightly grips the sword hilt against the backdrop of blood-soaked grass after the duel. Mujin thoughtfully listens to Yuchun, who is knocked off his feet by an honest sword victory instead of the expected poison. Dr. Yuchun talks with Mujin, sitting on the body of a killed, burly bandit in a leopard's skin. Mujin asks the teacher how the difficult fight was. Yuchun confidently points to his skills and says the matter is in the poison. Dr. Yuchun's foot near the corpse of the bandit, lying face down in a pool of blood. Mujin and Yuchun, against the backdrop of a bright sky, discuss the nastiness of killing someone whose life they once saved. Thoughtful face of Mujin close-up. Serious look of Mujin. Yuchun says that human morality does not apply to such animals as this bandit. Master Yuchun thoughtfully adds, if Mujin learned the true purpose of his journey to Luoyang, he would be horrified. Yuchun pulls on his hat and tells Mujin that it is still too early for him to know the reasons for the visit to Luoyang. The figure of Dr. Yuchun in a hat with a sword on his back, against the backdrop of a misty forest and mountains. Confused, Mujin watches Yuchun, who orders to tell Jusin, let him prepare for the journey. Jusin sits on the grass under a solitary tree, with his head lowered and a sad look downward. Mujin with a backpack urges the unharmed Jusin forward, but he, crushed by defeat, is also upset because of the teacher's help. A tear rolls down Jusin's face. He regrets that he never found a strengthening elixir for himself. Mujin and Jusin walk through meadow grass, jokingly asking Yuchun where to find the legendary Great Recovery Pill. The figure of Dr. Yuchun ahead of the boys, walking through the meadow and maintaining a friendly conversation. Yuchun says that the pill will not be given to Jusin, but they will stop exactly there in Shaolin. A majestic beige arch with an inscription against the background of green trees, illuminated by bright daylight. A majestic arch with an inscription at the top, Sun, Peak Shaoshi. A crowd of people passes by a merchant while a voiceover tells about Shaolin. Jusin watches with admiration as a group of shaved monks in yellow-red attire passes by him. Yuchun, Mujin, and Jusin walk further. The boy asks if there are really only men here, and the teacher complains about old-fashioned laws. Yuchun confidently declares that they have come to put an end to the old problem with wooden people, and teases Mujin whether he can handle it. During the climb up the cliff, Mujin says that the lack of knowledge about mechanisms will not prevent him from healing them, and Jusin dreams of a reward. The trio continues to climb the slope with difficulty, chatting lively without stopping. Resting in the greenery, Jusin leans his stick against a stone near Mujin's belongings, who laughs that he will be the one working, not Jusin. Jusin stretches sweetly near the water wheel while Mujin jokes that his skill in begging for elixirs is the height of begging. At the rest stop by the river, Yuchun explains to the students, small restoration pill is one of the most valuable and rare elixirs in the world. Jusin beams with joy and begs Mujin to share the pill, but he slyly agrees to give only a tenth. Suddenly Mujin's gaze becomes extremely focused and alert. Water continuously pours from a bamboo pipe onto the structure of a large water wheel near the bridge. Mujin freezes on the bridge and scrutinizes the mechanism of the water mill. The boy leans over the railing and looks under the bridge, where the gears are turning. Having reached the shore, Mujin begins to study the strange system of bamboo pipes in detail. Mujin marvels at the precision of the gears and does not understand why this device needs to stretch so far into the mountains. Standing on the riverbank, Mujin continues to trace the path of the pipes leading from the mill. Suddenly Mujin notices someone is running swiftly towards him from the pipe system. An angry girl with a crust in her hands rushes at Mujin, shouting curses and demanding that he get away. The sharp crust whistles through the air as the girl tries to strike the boy. Mujin miraculously manages to jump back and dodge the deadly metal blow. The girl releases a powerful stream of energy and strikes the ground with the crust. Mujin is thrown backward. Tripping over a stone, Mujin's foot slips and he loses his balance. Yuchun and Juseng on the opposite bank watch the fight with surprise. Mujin flies headfirst into the river, while the attacker stands angrily at the very edge of the shore. Emerging from the water, wet Mujin shouts angrily, trying to understand the reason for such fury. Mujin freezes, right in front of his face stops the sharp tip of a pickaxe. The girl threateningly swings her fist, not restraining her anger. The blue-haired girl in white and red clothing shouts fiercely, accusing Mujin of breaking her mill again. Mujin raises his hands up, denying his guilt, but the girl, enveloped in energy, insists that she remembers him well. Yuchun and Juseng barely hold back laughter, watching as Mujin fails again. Mujin stands up, wrings out his wet hair, and justifies himself by the complexity of the local mechanisms. The girl with the pickaxe on her shoulder growled angrily for the boy to get away and not waste her time. Leaning on the shore, Mujin looks after the girl, who threatens him with retribution if he returns. The girl, angrily clutching the pickaxe, walks away with wide steps. While Yuchun and Juseng gather themselves, Mujin crawls onto the shore amid the mockery of his comrades over his failures with women. Dr. Yuchun calls to stop the quarrels, and the audacious Juseng reluctantly yields. Wet Mujin goes crazy because of Juseng's mockery, and he just keeps laughing. Irritated Mujin throws his backpack over his shoulder and prepares to leave. Against the backdrop of the blue sky, a water wheel spins. Yuchun urges the boys on the road. Sunlight cuts across the wide stone stairs and pours onto the majestic gates of the Shaolin Monastery. Monk Chang Uk greets the guests with a friendly pose, jokingly offering Yuchun to atone for his sins. Mujin reflects on the greatness and spiritual power of the monk, believing that he deserves the highest level of mastery. Mujin looks stunned at the fact that Yuchun has such an influential friend among martial arts masters. The young men introduce themselves to Chang Uk. Mujin assumes the monk's power is visible in his strong physique. Yuchun friendly places his hand on the monk's shoulder and replies, it's already too late for him to repent. The boys follow the masters, admiring the high level of martial arts of both men. Yuchun mentally gets fiercely annoyed by Chang Uk's lectures, considering him too stubborn. Chang Uk firmly shakes the doctor's hand, checking his strength, and continues the conversation about atonement. The tense monk falls silent as Yuchun raises a clenched fist to his face. A picturesque view of neat courtyards and houses inside the Shaolin Monastery. A group of travelers led by Chang Uk walks down a shaded alley deeper into the monastery. Chang Uk inquires about the purpose of the visit and asks if these young men are Yuchun's disciples. Yuchun denies, claiming that the boys are his full-fledged partners. The doctor says they have arrived to provide an important service to the monastery, impressing the monk. Yuchun boldly declares that they are ready to repair the legendary wooden dummies. Focused, Chang Uk reports that the monastery has decided to destroy the dummies for a new training ground. Yuchun, Juseng, and Mujin freeze at the unexpected and distressing news. Entering the building, the stunned doctor tries to find out who made such a decision. From deep within the room comes a stern refusal. The matter of the dummies does not concern outsiders. An old monk in yellow and red robes against a brick wall. His face is tense. He has devoted his whole life to the wooden puppets, but in vain. Mujin and Juseng listen to the monk's story by the table, while Yuchun stands by the window. The monk recalls how masters from all sides tried to bring the dolls to life. Flashback: the sect leader meets a crowd of carpenters and strategists near the entrance. They all wanted to receive a reward, but no one could even fix a hand. Close-up fragments of a wooden hand of a mechanical little man. In a clean room, the monk continues the story while Yuchun carefully examines the interior. The elder complains, incompetent masters charged too high a fee. The monk at the table recalls swindlers who demanded advance payment, stole sacred scrolls, or simply ran away with the money, destroying Shaolin. The figures of Juseng and Mujin freeze in silence, listening intently, while Yuchun slowly walks around the room. The monk's face, he says that the pain from seeing broken dolls confuses the Buddha's path, so it is better to get rid of them forever. Yuchun looks intently at the monk. The elder asks if the doctor truly believes 20-year-old Mujin is capable of what blacksmiths cannot do. The monk rises from the table and thanks for the offer. He says the matter is settled and asks the guests to leave the room. The monk returns to his affairs, ignoring the guests. Mujin and Jusang watch him with disappointed looks. Yuchun takes a figurine from the game box and examines it. He glances at the hall guard. Skill does not always depend on age. Yuchun's hand squeezes the small figurine like a button. He insists that Mujin is living proof of his words. Yuchun, in front of the box with figurines, says that some things can only be learned over time, and talent is something completely different. The monk flips through the book, ignoring Yuchun's words. Jusin and Mujin look at the doctor, who asks for one chance. The monk freezes and sternly asks where exactly these young men could have learned to handle secret wooden mechanisms. Yuchun suddenly draws his sword and swings it over the room. Yuchun raises the sword over the box with game figurines. Mujin tries to stop the teacher, and the monk shouts for them to get out. Yuchun's defiant look, he says, this is not a mess but an opportunity to gain new experience that the monk does not appreciate. The old monk's face is covered with cold sweat from fear. Frightened Mujin watches the swift movement of the sword in the teacher's hand. Yuchun challengingly cuts the game box, assuring the monk that he will definitely like this result. A shot where Yuchun's sword blade cuts the wooden game box in half. A series of lightning-fast swords strikes on the fragments of the game box. Frightened Mujin catches a chopped piece of wood midair. The monk froze in shock, and Mujin stands next to a piece of the box in his hands. The eccentric Dr. Yuchun hides the sword and orders Mujin to show what he is capable of. The face of the puzzled monk and the surprised Mujin, who does not understand what exactly he needs to show. A small red brick building with columns where the elderly monk lives. Mujin skillfully wields the chisel, recalling how he saw a similar technique on the way to Shaolin. A multitude of wooden splinters fly into the air. The refined figure of Buddha, around whom wooden fragments still scatter. The elderly monk froze in surprise. Mujin carved the statue of Vairocana in just 10 minutes. Yuchun, Jusin, and Mujin listen to the monk. Mujin hides the knife in its sheath. The agitated monk calls the master's appearance a blessing of Buddha for the temple. A pink-gray house at the foot of the mountain, with a stone path leading to it. Heavy doors open, and light pours into the dusty room. Yuchun stands at the threshold of a room that has not been shown to outsiders for 7 years. Mujin and Jusang examine the unfamiliar room with interest. A hall full of wooden mannequins in urgent need of repair. Mujin thoughtfully studies the wooden people who are capable of walking on their own. Dozens of mechanical mannequins stand in the spacious room. The monk says that there are no instructions in the librarianly combat scrolls. The figure of an elderly monk who sincerely wishes the guests success in their work. Mujin bows farewell and watches the old monk with his eyes. Yuchun, Jusang, and Mujin begin inspecting the wooden figures in the hall. Mujin notices that each mannequin has its own unique structural features. Mujin plunges into deep reflection on the complex structure of the mechanisms. Yuchun wonders why in 300 years no one has managed to repair these simple statues. While Yuchun talks about the reward, Jusin tries to push the wooden figure. Mujin doubts the realism of the doll's movements while Jusin tests one. Jusin tries to find a hidden mechanism by touching the mannequin's head. Jusin's hand sharply hits the wooden man in the face. Mujin and Yuchun flinch at Jusin's sudden scream. Jusin's face turns blue from pain. He says the mannequin hit him back. Mujin looks puzzled at his companion, trying to comprehend what he heard. Detailed view of the internal structure of the mannequin's leg during movement. Jusin lies on the floor while Mujin analyzes the connection between the hit and the leg's reaction. Mujin's hand hits the wooden mannequin's head end. Suddenly, a strange resistance is felt under the palm. Mujin's sweaty and frightened face. He notices the mannequin coming to life and radiating energy. The wooden man instantly reacts to the slap and immediately delivers a counterattack to Mujin. Stunned and frozen gaze of Dr. Yuchun, who is watching what is happening. Jusin freezes in place and looks at what happened, with mute horror in his eyes. Mujin is thrown backward by the powerful blow of the wooden man at high speed. The mannequin stands with an outstretched arm, around which pulses the remnants of energy. Whirls of mysterious energy rapidly spin around the legs of the motionless wooden mannequin. Yuchun helps Mujin to stand up. Both are shocked that it was a real combat move. Mujin surveys the hall and realizes the other wooden dolls are also beginning to move. Yuchun agrees the task is so difficult that the reward seems meager, just not comparable to it at all. Mujin watches with surprise the hand of Jusin, who stubbornly calls friends to look. Under the floor of the hall, a cunning mechanism with gears is visible, which sets the mannequins in motion. Through a hole in the floor, the heroes see wooden parts similar to those cared for by the girl with the crust. The trio examines the intricate devices, assuming that this mechanism is already beyond the hall. Mujin asks Jusin to help while Dr. Yuchun tries to decipher the purpose of these devices. The guys grab the main pole, hoping that its rotation will make the mannequins come to life. Mujin's hand rests on the massive wooden shaft, checking its strength and stability. The main pole shifts from its place and activates the entire structure. Every part of the complex mechanism begins to move. Mujin and Dr. Yuchun freeze in tense anticipation, watching the hall's reaction. From the vibration of the mechanisms under the floor, all the wooden figures in the room start to tremble. The wooden mannequin's hand vibrates, releasing palpable clusters of pure energy around it. The wooden doll's limb sharply thrusts forward, repeating a combat move. One of the mannequins slowly raises its hand, clearly tracing the trajectory set by the mechanism. Jusin and Yuchun are stunned, and the excited Mujin exclaims that the device finally worked. The wooden hand's joint creaks as it rotates, showing the operation of hidden hinges. Suddenly, the worn-out hands of the mannequin detach and fall to the floor with a dull thud. Mujin gloomily looks at the fragments, understanding that these dolls are a living record of Shaolin technique. Standing in the middle of the hall, Mujin imagines the energetic silhouettes of masters of the past performing exercises. He thinks if he had seen these movements 300 years ago, he would definitely know how to fix them. Mujin carefully examines the wooden figure, trying to comprehend its internal structure. Mujin studies the wooden mannequin, looking at its complex construction from another angle. Jusin and Yuchun watch their friend. Yuchun asks if he can manage, despite Mujin's determined look. Mujin's face becomes defiant. He replies that he does not know the solution yet, but he will definitely find it. The hole in the floor reveals a view of the intricate mechanisms controlling the mannequins. A picturesque landscape, mountains under a bright morning sky with sparse white clouds above them. Mujin walks alone through a sparse forest toward a solitary building. Pensive Mujin recalls a monk who told him about Master Dan, who lives in a hut near the mountain gates. Mujin approaches the hut. Noticing a strange device nearby, he heads straight toward it. The young man freezes in amazement at his find. He realizes this device is like a mechanism that brings mannequins to life. Mujin studies the device with excitement. He is sure the clues are nearby because the device looks incredible. A close-up of the complex system of levers and parts of the wooden mechanism. Satisfied, Mujin holds a bar and a knife in his hands. He decides to replace the gear teeth to appease the owners. Mujin flinches at an unexpected shout. Someone accuses him of lying and invading again. An angry girl with a crust radiates powerful energy. With a fiery gaze, she swings at the boy. Frightened, Mujin retreats, clutching the bar in his hand. The girl screams that he is a scoundrel and has deceived her again. The angry girl rushes into attack. She fiercely orders Mujin to leave immediately. A frightened expression on Mujin's face finally recognizes the girl with the crust. Mujin runs away, clutching the tools in his hands. He shouts that she is mistaken and only wants to ask a question. Mujin explains on the run that he is looking for Master Danon, the advice of the hall's guardian. Chips fly around during the strikes. The girl attacks again. She screams madly that mentioning the guardian of the Hall of Prophecies will not save him. Dodging the blows of the crowbar, Mujin continues to work on the wood with the knife just as focused. The girl freezes for a moment with a surprised face. She asks again, did the guardian really give him permission? The chase does not subside. Mujin runs with all his might, carpenters on the go, and the girl rushes after him at great speed. Mujin suddenly turns, deftly snatches the crowbar from her hands, and rushes in the other direction. The surprised blue-haired girl examines the new gear that Mujin managed to carve during the escape. The focused girl holds Mujin's work in her hand, feeling the craftsmanship of this work. The new gear fits perfectly into the mechanism near the hut. The girl freezes. The young man works quickly and precisely. Mujin folds his hands in a greeting gesture. Holding the crowbar, he apologizes for the delay in introduction. Sweaty Mujin returns the tool. He states his name and asks again about Mr. Dan. The face of the blue-haired girl shows deep surprise at what she heard. The girl reaches for the crowbar. Mujin explains he is looking for an expert in wooden mannequins, the very one the guardian spoke about. The girl silently turns in another direction. Mujin watches her confusedly, not understanding what is happening. The blue-haired girl points to a hill in the grass. She says that Mr. Dan, her father, lies right here dead. The stunned Mujin listens to the girl. She says he need not worry if an expert on mannequins is needed. The girl looks confidently at Mujin and introduces herself. Her name is Dan Solian, and she is exactly the one he is looking for. Mujin wonders how Dan Solian knows about the wooden mannequins near her hut and asks how this girl can get into Shaolin. Dan Solian admits he has no access to the temple but assures Mujin that only she is capable of repairing the wooden people. In the clearing near the house, the girl asks Mujin to exchange secrets in return for his interesting story. Solian invites the stunned Mujin to visit a special secret place. Mujin looks around with excitement and asks the girl what these amazing things are. On the walls hang complex drawings and detailed blueprints of the internal mechanisms of the wooden men. Solian leads the guest through the workshop with devices, suggesting to the peer to communicate informally and relax. Mujin stunnedly examines the blueprints while Solian explains that she knows about his plans to repair the living mannequins. Satisfied, the girl holds Mujin's gear and promises to reveal secrets if he helps her with the sun. The face of Solan reveals calm anticipation, the reaction of the boy. The confused Mujin only bewilderedly repeats the word sun, not knowing how to react. Above the workshop roof against the clear sky, Mujin's surprised exclamation resounds. He asks the girl about the child. Solan tells a story about ancestor masters who for centuries passed knowledge about Shaolin guardians only to men. The shots show the master's sharp tool skillfully carving details of the future wooden man. An ancient ancestor of the Solan family is focused on crafting the first complex mannequin. A group of men assembles the mechanism for wooden warriors inside. The head of the wooden figure is crafted so skillfully that it resembles the face of a real person. The ancient master finishes work on creating the living, wooden mannequin. The head of another wooden man model looks more technological and resembles a robot. The mannequin slowly acquires mechanical features, moving further away from a human appearance. Solan shows the drawings of his late father and says he was kind, but lacked talent for mechanics. Mujin admits that he himself does not quite understand these records and asks if the girl herself figured them out. Solan carefully gazes at the gear in her hand. Mujin had machined it. The girl asks how he managed to create such a part and Mujin simply replies, "I just took and made it." Solan apologizes for her rudeness, explains that she often encountered fraudsters before and admits Mujin is a smart person. Mujin returns to the conversation about the sun, trying to understand what the sad Solan meant. Both continue talking in the workshop cluttered with devices and drawings. Solan gathers a stack of papers and says, her son should be repairing mannequins, but while he is not here it is her duty. Mujin's face distorts with fear after the girl's words about her plans for her future son. Solan says that after the death of her father and brother, she, having sworn on their graves, decided to continue the family business. Dan Solian spreads out his father's drawings and notes on the table. The blue-haired girl pulls Mujin to the table with parts, offering to tell the plan or her dream. Solian's shining face, she dreams of mechanisms, while her peers desire only clothes and cosmetics. The girl enthusiastically talks about wooden dolls, and Mujin is stunned by her struggle with an unsolved mystery. Mujin gazes at the drawings and thinks, the glory will go to Solian's son, not to her. Solian enthusiastically explains how she restores damaged wooden mannequins. Enthralled, Mujin watches the girl's self-sacrifice and jokingly compares her to a saint, an imaginary image of a majestic holy woman. Mujin holds a gear and asks why Solian needs these shackles if she will not see the fruits of her labor anyway. The evening sky and sunset piercing the mountains with the warm light of the old water mill. Mujin in the workshop asks Solian if she will regret the wasted time in her old age. A small wooden gear cracks in half. Frightened, Mujin looks at the fragments of the gear that fell apart in his hands. Mujin cautiously watches the girl, fearing she will notice his scared expression. The blue-haired girl laughs sincerely and loudly at the boy's reaction. Solian pats Mujin on the shoulder, recalling how she once considered her father a weirdo because of these toys. The figure of the father, who bowed his head before the superior glances of the villagers and the silent monks. Little Solian stands next to her father. Images of the majestic and impassive Shaolin monks. Little Solian cries, realizing that her children and grandchildren might share the same fate. On the work desk next to the drawings stands a miniature copy of a Shaolin mannequin. The girl takes the doll copy and resolutely declares that she will bring these mechanisms to life with her own hands. Solian squeezes the hand so hard that the small figure shatters into pieces. Confident, Solian says that the Dan family will become benefactors, not dependents of Shaolin. Stunned, Mujin listens to the girl's words about how she doesn't care about others' opinions. Solian goes out into the yard, leaving the confused Mujin alone in the workshop. Mujin freezes on the threshold and tries to comprehend what he has heard. The boy gazes into the details and admires how this strange girl devotedly dedicates her life to her goal. Mujin almost cries with delight, believing that this is the greatest path a story about family honor. Mujin folds his hands in a prayer gesture, vowing to help the heroic Solian in her cause. The enlightened face of Mujin, he has made a fateful decision. Surprised, Mujin accepts a cup of wine from Solian, who offers to drink to a good mood. Solian holds a cup in one hand and a large vat of wine on the other shoulder. Pensive, Mujin looks at the cup. Solian promises to explain the essence of things to him with each sip. The girl with blue hair joyfully offers to raise the cups. Mujin's enchanted gaze fixed on the image of Solian. The hands of Solian and Mujin clinking cups after the toast. In the evening in the forest, the sun sets. From the hut comes Solian's voice about the details of the inner walls of Shaolin. A night landscape with a gray-green sky, through which the light of the full moon breaks. The hut in Solian's workshop in the night silence, a light burns in the windows. The workshop walls are densely covered with drawings and calculations of Shaolin wooden mannequins. Sleepy Mujin is avoided after drinking. A note is stuck to his forehead. The floor is covered with formulas. Mujin, hungover, tries to remember at least something. Mujin, among scrolls and diagrams, exhales with relief, convinced he hasn't done anything foolish. Mujin gradually comes to his senses and assesses his condition. The young man rises from the floor and looks around searching for Solian. In the workshop, Mujin listens intently to the sounds of the night. Under the starry sky and the round moon, singing spreads in the night air. Mujin goes outside and sees the silhouette of a girl singing near the water mill. Splashes of water on the mill wheel mix with Solian's melodious voice. Solian sits by the river near the water wheel, singing and holding a cup of wine nearby. A girl with blue hair sings inspiredly, staring into the night distance. Moonlight floods the mountains and the bridge, on the edge of which Solian sits with her song. Mujin quietly sneaks up to the riverbank, where the girl's voice echoes. Solian sings with closed eyes, fully immersed in the melody. A single girl's figure on the edge of the bridge under the night sky. Solian's face with a blush on her cheeks and peacefully closed eyes. To the sounds of the song, Mujin returns to the illuminated workshop. Mujin leans against the workshop, trying finally to fall asleep. The drunken young man thinks about the fact that Solian was not born a hero either. Mujin recalls his father's words in the hospital yard, "He can go." Mujin imagines Solian's father's grave, reflecting on her freedom after repairing the mannequins. The gates of the Tang clinic, illuminated by the morning sun from Mujin's blurred dreams. Little Mujin with a black eye cries and tells his father that he does not want to crawl before the Tsink insect. Mujin's father cools a spoon in a bowl of water and explains that this restriction helps them learn medicine. A childhood familiar yard that appears in Mujin's dream. A young father in the clinic applies a cold spoon to his son's eye and says that patients with Tsinkin are their practice. Frightened, Mujin holds the spoon near his eye until the father suddenly lifts him up in his arms. The son sits on his father's shoulders, and the father compares their family to a tree that stretches higher with each generation up to the sky. The smiling father says that he himself will not become a divine doctor and asks Mujin to raise his hands up. The father walks through the yard holding his son on his shoulders, and little Mujin stretches his palms to the heavens with all his might. The child and father together raise their hands up. The father calls his son to become the best doctor to save people. Mujin on his father's shoulders imagines lifting his adult self even higher for the sake of saving lives. The image of adult Mujin standing on the small palms of himself as a child. Little Mujin carefully examines his father's face and eyes from his shoulders. A young father shining with happiness asks his son, does the Kinchin sect still seem so important to him? Mujin's face in the present tense. He wakes up and recovers from vivid dreams. Mujin sits on a mat in the middle of Solian's workshop and tries to gather his thoughts. The open window of the workshop, bright morning sun pours through it. Solian works focusedly sharpening the crust under the clear morning sky. Mujin from the workshop closely watches the girl's persistent work. Mujin's enchanted gaze directly at Solian. Sunny mountains and misty forest around Shaolin. Mujin has finally returned to the monastery. Angry Juseng and mocking Yuchun catch up with Mujin and ask about his night adventures. Mujin tells that he learned a lot of new things from Lady Dan, while friends jokingly poke at his egoism. Outraged, Mujin asks not to twist the facts because he and Solian only studied wooden mannequins. Mujin trembles with rage because friends throw rude jokes and insult Lady Dan's honor. Sweaty Mujin confirms Yuchun, nothing wasted in vain, and found important clues. Inspired Mujin assures that he will need a few months to complete the matter. Yuchun boldly suggests that the boy just wants to spend more time with Salian. Mujin mentally scolds the old man. Yuchun goes about his business, denying Mujin's opinion that his job is only to catch criminals. Inspired Yuchun, surrounded by bright energy, finally takes on the task he had long postponed. Happy Dr. Yuchun dreams of writing a book and compiling all his medical knowledge there. Salian's workshop under the bright morning sky against the backdrop of green tree crowns. Salian with scrolls asks Mujin about the doctor and is amazed that he also understands medicine. Mujin brazenly states that he would have interfered with the repair if he were not busy with matters. Salian assumes that Jusang and Yuchun are cheerful, but Mujin complains about troubles coming from them. Salian in the workshop fearfully asks Mujin if a few months will be enough for the work. Inspired Mujin explains that understanding the mechanism of wooden people will ease the repair. Salian examines the drawings and decides to assemble the experimental mannequin prototype by hand. Salian explains to Mujin how the energy of water mills should be transmitted to the wooden figures. Salian shows with hand and leg movements exactly how the mechanism should move. Mujin barely suppresses laughter while watching Salian's funny contortions of movement. An angry Salian shouts for him not to dare laugh. She is studying a complex mechanism. Salian does not believe Mujin, who tries to justify his laughter with a sudden cough. Salian asks Mujin to make 6 reduced parts for the prototype of the future doll. Mujin takes a carving knife and agrees to carve the wooden little men by himself. Salian's workshop and little house, immersed in greenery, shine in the bright sunlight. Salian's night workshop under the moonlight, through whose windows warm glow breaks through. Mujin joyfully exclaims, showing the newly assembled prototype of the wooden man. A small box pedestal with a handle that is supposed to control the movements of the wooden mannequin. Mujin and Salian gaze with admiration at the prototype, preparing for the first launch. Mujin's hand slowly begins to turn the handle. The mechanism comes to life. The small wooden man stands motionless on the table, waiting for the impulse. The complex mechanism of the mannequin, many small gears and parts assembled into an exact construction. The gears inside the small wooden torso slowly begin to rotate. A detailed view of the internal mechanism of the wooden man before the start of movement. Salian watches the doll prototype tensely, still frozen motionless. Surprised Mujin and Salian notice the first signs that the wooden device is starting to work. The small wooden prototype finally comes to life and begins to make its first movements. Excited Mujin shouts that the doll moves as Salian had predicted. Salian's hand carefully reaches out to the wooden doll that has just moved. Salian excitedly holds the moving wooden figure, a tiny copy of a human. A small prototype of a Shaolin mannequin moves its arms and legs briskly. Salian looks at the wooden doll that came to life with inspiration and wonder. Mujin watches with pleasure the fruits of their joint labor. A few days after creating the prototype, monks in the temple discuss rumors about repairing mannequins. Monks in yellow-red robes say that a boy has appeared perfect for such work. Mentor Jian Bok wonders why Mujin changed his mind and whether they will lose the mannequins this winter. Jian Bok imagines himself as an observer of the sun and asks if the master was really brought by a quirky doctor. Jian Bok is outraged by the doctor's interference, could be declared an enemy of Murim at any moment. Jian Bok reacts irritably to the remark that Yuchun sounds like a serial killer of innocence. Jian Uk, who has 6 spots on his forehead, defends the doctor and reminds that he only punished criminals. Jian Bok boldly leans back in his chair, recalling the severed hands of doctors and the theft of scrolls. 5 monks hold a tense discussion at a long table in the main hall of the temple. Zhang Uk asks, is there even one clan that still has not repaid Yuchun for his free treatment of the poor? Zhang Bok says with contempt that the gods judge differently and the doctor's apprentice is just as much a sinner. Zhang Uk objects that Mujin is not a doctor's apprentice, but Zhang Bok believes they are cut from the same cloth. The monks sharply turn at the commanding shout, enough, that sounded near the entrance. Guard Zhang Yul declares that creating a mannequin outside Shaolin is theft of martial arts. The stern face of Zhang Yul, who loudly instructs the other monks on how to properly follow the rules. Zhang Yul's hands manipulate prayer beads under the watchful and wary gaze of Zhang Bok. An elderly monk stands up and asks not to consider this theft but to continue the repairs. Zhang Yul agrees but insists, all further work must be done only within the walls of Shaolin. Salian with the drawings warns Mujin, they must avoid accusations of violating the vow. The focused Dr. Yuchun diligently works on his new book. The doctor's brush draws neat hieroglyphs on a clean sheet of paper. Panoramic view of a sunny town, squeezed between the majestic temples of Shaolin. Sweaty face of Jusin, he barely restrains an outburst of strong irritation. The crowd behind Jusin excitedly watches every move in the tense game. The dice on the red tablecloth freeze both show sixes. Excited spectators along with the nervous Jusin shout in unison, double sixes. The dice lie on the table, confirming the incredible result of the round. From the illuminated tavern under the night sky come shouts of joy and praise for Lord Hun. The building of Solian's workshop under the morning sun. From there, the girl asks if Mujin will really stop his daily visits. Disappointed face of Solian, she sighs heavily. Inspired, Mujin explains that he will make the parts here and assemble them on the temple grounds. Mujin in the workshop asks Solian if this work arrangement suits her. Happy Mujin looks at the blue-haired girl and asks again if she is all right. Pensive Solian silently watches Mujin. At the work desk, Solian says that the main thing is the result, and Mujin joyfully thanks God for her words. Confused, Solian listens to Mujin's story about the formidable guard and his lightning glance, which almost stopped all work. Bold Mujin asks the girl not to worry and promises to persuade the guard not to break their plans. Solian and Mujin discuss today's tasks, leaning over the drawings in the workshop. Mujin's face shines with joy and true happiness. Shy Solian only quietly sighs in response. Under the bright sky, Solian persuades Mujin not to rush and to focus on the precision of machining the mechanisms. The sun sets into the orange sky, illuminating the mountains and the neat buildings of the Shaolin temples. Joyful Jusin greets the poor and kindly asks if they have already eaten. The poor joyfully welcome him, note Jusin's energy, and ask him to share the meal with them. Jusin gratefully declines the food and says goodbye to the poor people. On Jusin Street, Jusin entertains children, skillfully demonstrating combat techniques with a stick. Jusin continues to play cheerfully and casually with the children. Surprised, Jusin hears, because of his popularity, people might confuse him with the head of the Denfin branch. The figure of Wang Bon with a strange hairstyle, who greets Jusin with words about today's great success. Happy Jusin thinks about how this settlement is always noisy and cheerful, unlike the strict Shaolin. A two-story tavern and the light from its windows falls on a cozy courtyard under the evening sky. The figure of Jusin, who came to visit the bustling tavern. Satisfied, Jusin surveys the lively atmosphere inside the establishment. The hall is full of people, tired travelers, wealthy merchants, and dice players from all over Jianghu. Gaming dice stand out strikingly against the bright red tablecloth. Armed with a stick, Jusin confidently walks through the hall past the crowd of gaming tables. Emotions were running high around, and Wang Bon told Jusin that gambling dens are the best place for begging. Van Bon smiles as he addresses the excited players, begging them for food. Jusin stands in the gaming hall with a stick, closely watching how other visitors play. Jusin's face shows sincere interest and concentration on the process. Jusin gets scared when a smooth, upset man approaches from behind and says he has been waiting too long for Mr. Hun. The fat man looks at Jusin with a pleading gaze, extends a handful of coins, and asks him to roll the dice on his behalf. Jusin carefully examines the money and recalls, it all started as a simple amusement when he came here following Van Bon. 2 dice fly in the air on the top faces, 2 sixes are clearly visible. An excited Jusin stands before the gaming table under the watchful eyes of an admiring crowd. On the red tablecloth lie 2 sixes. Jusin thinks that his incredible luck made people see him as a deity of gambling. The grateful man emotionally hugs the confused Jusin for the successful throw. The sweaty fat man holds his breath and watches every move on the gaming field. Jusin throws the dice with concentration. Nervous now, he is at the very center of everyone's attention. A long gaming table covered with money, and at its head sits an elderly man with an eye patch. Nervous Jusin recalls the rules. If the sum on the dice is 7 or less, the gaming house takes the bet for itself. Imaginary images of greedy players with predatory eyes, craving easy profit. Sweaty Jusin thinks only a result over 10 points allows the player to take half the pot. A man's hand throws the dice. Jusin knows, an 8 or 9 leaves 70% of the sum to the gaming establishment. A pile of money near the elderly man at one end of the table, the thrown dice at the other. 12 points grant the right to 90% of the pot. On the red cloth lie a 2 and a 5. Jusin convinces himself that the game is an unjustified risk. Jusin smiles at the crowd and, despite another loss, declares, it's worth trying again because he usually gets lucky. A fat man with a lump on his head squeezes a pouch of money, encouraging Jusin and asking him to make a new throw. Alert Jusin agrees to only 10 attempts, demanding confirmation from the fat gentleman. Sweaty fat man instantly agrees to Jusin's terms, begging him not to worry about the result. The full hall of spectators holds its breath as Jusin announces a new attempt and throws the dice on the table. Dice with a 4 and a 3 fly over the table under the anxious gazes of Jusin and the fat man. The players closely watch the dice showing a 5 and a 3. Sweat covers the faces of Jusin and his companion. The crowd cheers another unsuccessful throw, a 1 and a 4. The fat man looks exhausted and Jusin tired. The spectators openly laugh, while an elderly man with an eye patch calmly watches the game. The hand of the establishment's owner cold-bloodedly scoops all the money to himself with a special poker stick. Jusin thoughtfully spins in his head whether he can change the course of the game, feeling how luck has turned away from him. The trembling fat man realizes his pouch of coins is almost empty. Worried, Jusin sits at the table and does not dare to ask the trembling fat man about the state of his almost empty pouch. Jusin angrily throws the dice, convincing himself the man is to blame and there is no fault of his in losing other people's money. The anxious face of the fat man, who is trembling all over from tension. Imaginary faces of spectators with shining excitement in their eyes and dice flying onto the gaming table. In the gaming hall, the dice bounce off the cloth on one side of the table, while the man with the eye patch watches them from the other. Jusin's tense, anxious gaze is fixed on the game. 2 dice finally stop on the table, showing 2 sixes. The hall erupts with joyful cries. The fat man is beside himself with happiness, and everyone around is stunned by the double 6. Jusin is lifted onto the shoulders by the happy fat man and Van Bon, while the young man thinks that it's already time for him to run away from someone else's anger. Jusin, with a disappointed and angry expression on his face, tries to refuse the crowd's demands and stop the game. The spectators applaud Jusin and he immediately understands they are hypocrites for profit, so it's time for the poor man to disappear in time. Under the starry sky, the tavern beckons with lights, and inside Jusin stops the game, feeling that trouble is already near. Jusin's hand pours a whole pile of 1 coins into an old cracked bowl. Jusin gives the money to a poor man with a little daughter, sincerely wishing them to finally eat properly. While the poor rejoice at the coins, Jusin with a stick and Van Bon with 3 bumps on his head step aside. Van Bon is surprised by his friend's action and asks if he didn't regret giving away the reward earned from the game. Jusin calmly replies to Van Bon that he has never lacked money and will not let it be felt as a lack in the future. Van Bon calls Jusin a true follower of the sect and treats him to dumplings, which he specially saved for him. Jusin thanks his comrade and Van Bon goes about his business, hoping to see something interesting again tomorrow. Jusin stands in the middle of the street with a stick and dumplings, watching Van Bon leave. Jusin eagerly devours the dumplings with great appetite. Surprised, Jusin stops eating and, hearing an unfamiliar voice, "Youth," sharply raises his head. On the evening street, a plump man with a necklace and a mop on his back offers Jusin to predict his fate. The cheerful face of the stranger with a red nose, small mustache, and shining eyes. Jusin cautiously tries to understand the man's intentions, fearing that he just wants to take his dumplings. The man with the red nose introduces himself as Pen Chun. People call him the Great Poor Harvester. Jusin, with a dumpling in hand, guesses that he is a brother in the sect and introduces himself as the Red Poor. Pen Chun curiously asks the surprised youth if he still wants to know what fate has in store for him. Pen Chun smiles and says that Jusin has already become a fairly well-known personality. Landscape of Kunlun. Once Pen Chun was a respected Taoist with the gift of seeing heavenly fate. Young Pen Chun sneaks through the hills. He was destined to become a pauper, so he found himself on this path. Pen Chun in middle age. Over decades, he became the guardian of the sect with 6 knots. Gray-haired Pen Chun smiles. A new vision makes his old heart tremble with anticipation. Inspired Jusin with a dumpling. He admits he has no money to pay. Pen Chun offers Jusin to learn his fate for free. The young man agrees. Pen Chun firmly squeezes Jusin's cheeks and begins the examination. The elder approaches the youth's face. He had noticed Jusin already in the gaming house. Jusin looks as if he does not believe his own eyes, with sincere surprise. Pen Chun scrutinizes the boy's ears and teeth, not taking his face out of sight. The elder says that Jusin should have died as an infant, but fate strangely changed this. Pen Chun notices special irises in him. This pauper is doomed to great wealth. Great luck saved Jusin from death. The boy asks what else is visible on his face. Pen Chun touches the youth's ear. He promises him a glorious path without any hunger. Instead, Jusin offers a dumpling. The elder asks which branch the youth with 3 knots leads. Jusin introduces himself as the head of the jewel branch. Pen Chun suspects the boy is lying. The elder wonders if this youth knows that such fabrications will bring severe punishment. Pen Chun knows, for lying, a martial arts master can have their core or tendons destroyed. The elder recalls how Jusin gave all his recent winnings to the poor. A scene unfolds before the eyes. Jusin sincerely shares food with the needy. Pen Chun decides to forgive the boy. He hides behind the sect's name out of kindness. Jusin continues to distribute food to the poor, unaware of the elder's thoughts. Smiling Jusin against the sky, other poor people would have simply destroyed his core for such a lie. The old man holds a focused gaze. He wants to check if it is true that this boy is so lucky. Jusin contemplates Pen Chun's unexpected proposal regarding a bet. Pen Chun proposes. If he wins, he takes the stick, and if he loses, he teaches the technique. Jusin skillfully twirls the stick. He says he knows martial arts, impressing the elder. Pen Chun laughs. Now he truly sees. The young man possesses the basics of combat. The elder swears, with his secret knowledge, Jusin will become many times stronger. Pen Chun whispers to Jusin's ear that he is an incredibly powerful master. Jusin suddenly applies the technique, horizontal turn of the fawn. Jusin demonstrates the stick technique before Pen Chun, shouting a battle motto. Pen Chun carefully watches every movement of Jusin. Jusin continues to demonstrate skill in wielding the combat stick. Pen Chun sees only a copy of beggar's techniques without proper foundation and mastery. Jusin moves on to demonstrate the next complex stick technique. The leg of Pen Chun confidently stands on the flat road. With one sharp movement, Pen Chun instantly crushes the stones under his foot. A deep surprise and tension flare up on Jusin's face. Against the backdrop of the night sky, the image of a giant shining palm appears. The imaginary palm of Pen Chun easily stops Jusin's swift attack. Pen Chun raises an energy shield through which Jusin cannot break. Pen Chun smiles and carefully checks whether his opponent's strength has affected him. Realizing the deadly power of his opponent, Jusin confirms his own curiosity. Enchanted by Pen Chun's skill, Jusin asks to be taught and inquires about the conditions. Pen Chun tosses the dice and explains a simple rule: the higher sum wins. Pen Chun kneels and offers Jusin to make the first move. Pen Chun's hand skillfully throws the dice onto the ground. The dice freeze and show a total result of 4 points. Confident Jusin counts on an easy victory, so Pen Chun accepts the challenge. A tense moment of a gambling game between 2 opponents in the middle of the street. Both men squat, staring intently at the result of the throw. Jusin decisively throws the dice onto the cobblestones. 9 points come up. This is already a serious advantage for Jusin's victory. Triumphantly, Jusin announces to Pen Chun his imminent victory. Suddenly, sweat covers Jusin's face from the unexpected change in the situation. Pen Chun's fingers barely touch the dice with the winning numbers. Pen Chun withdraws his hand, and on the dice, instead of high scores, remain only ones. Outraged, Jusin accuses Pen Chun of cheating and altering the result. Pen Chun coldly states Jusin's defeat, 2-4. Angry and sweaty Jusin loudly shouts that this is unfair. Pen Chun with a sly smile remarks, with great desire bones can be replaced too. Jusin is surprised by what he heard, and Pen Chun mocks his ineptitude in life matters despite his skill in combat. 2 dice and they rolled ones. Focused Jusin recalls his endless losses and how 20 years of begging tied him to eccentrics. Imaginary Jusin reaches out to flip the dice as he wishes. Jusin hesitates on which number to change the result to and feels a strange fever in his body. Gripped by fever, Jusin reaches for the bones, feeling a frantic heartbeat. Sweaty Jusin cautiously tries to figure out where his condition came from. Cheerful Pen Chun appears in Jusin's imagination against the backdrop of a whirlwind of magical energies. Pen Chun explains to Jusin that he felt the deadly intent of an incredibly powerful martial arts master. Jusin's trembling hand still tries to move the bones from their place. The face of Pen Chun with a changed gaze at the center of the energy vortex. Frightened, Jusin realizes, if he touches the cubes, Pen Chun will break his arm and neck. Jusin's sweaty hand continues to tremble, frozen above the dice. Jusin with a fixed gaze understands, the only chance to survive is to lose. Smiling, Pen Chun says that now he is forced to take Jusin's knots as his prize. Pen Chun's hand confidently grabs the knots on the defeated opponent's belt. Satisfied, Pen Chun holds Jusin's belt with knots in his hand. Jusin's face burns with rage as soon as he hears the opponent hoping for his victory. Jusin will beg, return the belt in exchange, he will give any other item. Angry Jusin screams wildly, demanding Pen Chun to give back the knots. Pen Chun's hand tightly grips the taken belt. A satisfied and confident smile flashes on Pen Chun's face. In dense mystical clouds, Pen Chun declares the defeat of Jusin and the inevitable consequences. Jusin, with a trembling hand, tries to roll the dice under the cunning gaze of the enemy. Jusin, stunned by anger, demands the immediate return of his knots. Pen Chun reflects that the young man's right is to test fate again. Pen Chun walks away, warning, the inability to stop leads to trouble. Sweaty Jusin grits his teeth, saying he accepts this challenge. Pen Chun's figure recedes, he continues on his own path. A stone thrown by the enraged Jusin flies past Pen Chun's head at a furious speed. Trembling all over, Jusin shouts that he will not give up his knots. Pen Chun is amazed at the audacity of the one who dared to pose as the sect leader. He says another guardian would have long ago destroyed the core of this Jusin. Jusin is ready to die, but demands the immediate return of his property. Militant Jusin with a stick stands opposite Pen Chun in a whirl of energy. Pen Chun gives a last chance to throw the dice again. He ties knots against Jusin's right hand and core, throwing the dice. Pen Chun hopes for the remnants of the youth's sanity, for he has little time. Confused Jusin watches as the dice fall. The dice land on the ground, 1 and 3 came up. Armed Jusin and Pen Chun stand over the dice in a circle of dark energy. The ominous figure of Pen Chun in a lilac haze towers in the middle of the street. Jusin freezes before the dice and the opponent's grim silhouette. Pen Chun notices Jusin's murderous intent has become significantly stronger. Pen Chun's gaze twitches, he gathers white and lilac energy together. Jusin's body trembles with rage, gripped by a powerful dark aura. Jusin in fury knees buckle, and the elbow bends despite all attempts to maintain balance. Jusin's trembling hands and feet finally stop obeying him. Jusin tries to seize control over his body before the dice, understanding. Fear commands to flee, but he cannot lose the knots. Dice with the numbers 1 and 3 lie motionless on the ground. Jusin trembles looking at the dice, he knows he must throw them despite any consequences. Pen Chun with shining eyes mockingly asks, how much longer to wait for these 2 steps? Jusin breaks through the whirl of dark energy under the watchful gaze of Pen Chun's red-yellow eyes. Sweaty Jusin tries to calm the pain with a deadly intent and fiercely bites his lip to the blood. Jusin's trembling hand reaches with the last strength for the gaming dice. Pen Chun, in the form of a cloud monster from above, reproaches Jusin for the wasted chance. Under the crushing pressure of the cloud monster, Jusin stubbornly tries to reach the dice with his hand. Jusin's frozen hand gradually approaches its goal. Jusin touches the cubes and Pen Chun above him proclaims victory and promises to destroy the core and tear off the hand. Pen Chun smiles ominously, assuring that the injury will benefit the poor man. Pen Chun's frantic facial expression, his nose turned red. Large drops of bright blood fly past Pen Chun's crazy gaze. Frightened Pen Chun sees Jusin frantically biting off a piece of flesh from his own shoulder. Jusin's tense, focused gaze pure determination. Jusin's legs struggle to pass by the cubes scattered on the ground. Bloody Jusin kicks the cubes and falls toward his opponent. On Pen Chun's face, sincere surprise mixed with fear. During the fall, Jusin deftly snatches his belt with knots from Pen Chun. Confused, Pen Chun freezes at the moment Jusin takes his knots. Jusin lies face up with the belt in his hands, and nearby the cubes finally stop. Bloody Jusin lies on the ground, gripping the belt with knots with a deathly grasp. Pen Chun's legs are over the bloodstained dice, showing 1 and 2. Pen Chun is stunned. He had seen many overwhelmed by his aura, but such determination for fake knots is incredible. Jusin's hand tightly grips the belt, and nearby heavy drops of blood fall to the ground. Pen Chun looks at the dice and decides, such will deserves for him to become the boy's mentor. Bloody Jusin does not release the knots while Pen Chun above him contemplates his future fate. Pen Chun acknowledges Jusin's right to wear 3 knots and marvels at his own desire to become a mentor. Pen Chun carefully moves the clothing aside to examine Jusin's wounded shoulder. Pen Chun carries the wounded student on himself, secretly pondering his incredible luck and his own seer talent. The bloody dice that Jusin threw froze on the ground, showing 2 6s. Majestic stairs and the entrance to the Shaolin Temple against the backdrop of the morning sky and mountains. Jusin, with a bandaged shoulder, agrees to move together with the great poor harvest. In the Shaolin courtyard, Jusin tells Mujin and Yuchun about a dice bet with Pen Chun. Yuchun assures that the poor man is reliable and asks Jusin if he has reconciled with the past. Jusin replies that Master Pen Chun will not let him get stuck in the past. Jusin respectfully says goodbye to his friends, and Yuchun promises to pray for his successful journey. Mujin and Jusin friendly tease each other and promise to meet again. Jusin walks through the neat Shaolin courtyard, waving goodbye to his friends. Mujin and Yuchun silently watch their comrade leaving the monastery. The figure of Jusin confidently strides toward his new destiny. Yuchun goes to the temple while Mujin stands still, gazing into the distance. Mujin's face is filled with sad calm and bright hope. Jusin resolutely heads toward new deadly adventures. Shaolin Temple against the backdrop of mountains. 2 months have passed since the Red Pauper left the sanctuary. View from the roof of the temple, the repair of wooden mannequins by the masters is almost complete. Mujin with a basket of blocks walks through the courtyard. The leaves are turning yellow and Yuchun is finishing writing a medical treatise. Mujin stops in the middle of the courtyard, interested in something unusual. The boy closely watches an autumn leaf swirling in the air and reflects on the arrival of autumn. A picturesque landscape, a multicolored forest and the majestic Shaolin under the gentle sun. Mujin pulls a tree along the forest path. He hopes that Jusin is not hungry right now. Shaolin Temple on the mountainside, where the legendary wooden mannequins are kept. A monk in red and yellow robes confidently walks along the path to the temple. Monks argue near the entrance. Some worry about the appearance, others whether Mujin is a fraud. The elder calls for silence and reminds about the unquestionable trust the hall guards have in Mujin. A stern, stocky monk with thick eyebrows counts prayer beads in his hands. The guardian of the Hall of Commandments approaches the door and announces that they are opening it. Huge doors slowly swing open, releasing a hall with mechanisms outside. On the faces of the Shaolin monks, sincere surprise and excitement are visible. The crowd freezes, mannequins appear before them, perfect copies of humans. The monks whisper in amazement that this is exactly how the primordial wooden men looked. The Brotherhood talks about mannequins that look alive. Could the legend of movement not be a myth? Mujin steps over the threshold and assures those present that moving mechanisms are reality. Mujin, with a lever on his shoulder, enters the hall, accompanied by Dr. Yuchun. Mujin's face shines with satisfaction and inspiration for the work done. The monks still hesitate, suspecting deception or a conspiracy with Dr. Yuchun. Mujin proudly explains, these are not decorations, otherwise the work would have finished much faster. Holding the lever, Mujin shows the mannequins as the best tools for training. The boy places the lever back and prepares to start the complex system of mechanisms. Mujin sharply presses the lever, proclaiming the revival of the wooden warriors. A group of monks held their breath and, watching every movement of the young man with admiration, did not take their eyes off him. The internal wooden gears and fastenings come into coordinated motion. The monks watch the mechanical dance, a mixture of excitement and slight fear. The renewed wooden mannequins synchronously come to life. They begin to move their arms and legs. The wooden mannequins are remarkably similar to living people, frozen exactly in the midst of movement. The group of monks is stunned. They did not believe that these mechanisms could really move. Mujin's face shines with complete satisfaction from the result. The internal levers and mechanisms of the mannequins work in harmony, setting them into action. The wooden figures come to life and begin a new series of rapid attacks. The stunned Shaolin monks folded their hands in a prayer gesture and looked at the miracle. Mujin explains, to pass the training, one must repeat the mannequins' poses and move forward. He adds, you need to reach the end of the corridor without this energy, otherwise the mannequins will be destroyed. Mujin addresses those present and asks who will be the first to test the new technique. The monks argue uncertainly until someone behind decisively raises their hand. The challenge is accepted by a monk with characteristic warts above the eyebrow and above the lip. The volunteer stands before rows of wooden opponents that continuously advance. He prepares for battle, recalling how his skill grew among the monks of the 10 Commandments. Reaching for the mannequin, he remembers the times of stagnation when he simply vented his anger on an old tree. The monk with warts on his face enters a fierce duel against the first mannequin. He recalls his doubts, whether the old dolls, arranged not according to feng shui, hinder him. The monk approaches the target, trying to prove the complete futility of these mechanisms. The fighter's face distorts in a determined lunge against the wooden opponent. Suddenly, the wooden mannequin responds with a lightning-fast and unpredictable hand strike. The struggle continues. The monk with warts stubbornly attacks the moving target. The fight becomes increasingly fierce under the joint exclamation of surprised observers. The mannequin skillfully blocks the monk's strikes, responding to him with dignity. The enraged monk strikes with his palm, trying at all costs to overcome this obstacle. The fighter's powerful blow hits the wooden figure right in the face. Janbok hits the doll on the head and the crowd of monks loudly counts, 1. The next accurate strike by Chan Bok triggers a collective shout. 2. The excitement intensifies. The monks now shout in unison. 3. Chan Bok does not stop, continues the series of punches and counts. 4, 5. Yuchun and the mentor watch while Mujin rejoices. His plan is working as intended. Suddenly Mujin and Yuchun freeze. The mannequin deflects the attack and Chan Bok falls to the ground. The monks laugh and egg on Chan Bok so that he does not take it out on the wooden dolls that have not trained for 300 years. A group of monks applauds the mechanisms while Chan Bok rises from the ground with a new, determined look. Chan Bok freezes in front of the corridor with wooden mannequins, trembling with barely restrained fury. The abbot with marks on his forehead shouts at the frightened Mujin, fearing they won't hold back the enraged Jian Bok. A burly monk warns because of his egoism and long-standing hatred, Jian Bok might simply smash the wooden men. Jian Bok stands in the middle of the hall and laughs, loudly shocked that such incredible mechanisms actually exist. Jian Bok enthusiastically explains, these dolls are not just devices but a living puzzle and a moving scroll of martial arts. Jian Bok addresses Mujin, acknowledging that he has made Shaolin a truly incomparable gift. Spreading his arms, Jian Bok promises Mujin the most precious pill and asks what techniques are hidden at the end of the hall. Mujin reveals books found under the floor, the technique White Lotus Fist and the steps of the Buddha's shadow. The monks repeat the names of the moves in chorus, each time amazed they had never heard of such before. The overseer Jian Huan is the first to rush into battle, followed by the rest of the monks eager to test the strength of the dolls. The long hall is filled with 2 rows of wooden mannequins. They are already ready for the duel. Mujin, Yuchun, and a respectable monk with thick eyebrows silently observe the hustle in the hall. One of the monks joyfully shouts after receiving a hit, excited that the wooden little man hit the target. Happy monks savor the fight, rejoicing that the ancient dolls are finally back to work again. The monk with broad eyebrows holds a serious, focused expression and watches the training. Mujin is amazed, even the stern Jian Bok rejoices like a child. It's just a pity that Solian does not see this. After the match's end, a group of monks actively discuss their impressions and the strength of the mechanisms. The head monk suggests stopping the entertainment and giving Mr. Tan a chance to perform as a sign of gratitude. The abbot emphasizes, Mujin personally repaired these dolls, so he should be the first to evaluate the result. The crowd picks up the idea, people urge Mujin to show his skills and he confidently agrees. Under the watchful eyes of the brethren, Mujin takes the first steps toward the corridor with the wooden little men. Mujin freezes in a fighting stance, realizing that only he holds the secrets of the records he unearthed. Inspired, Mujin prepares for battle, hoping to show off a little of his skill before the others. With the shout forward, Mujin bursts into attack and launches a spectacular duel with the dummies. All the monks present held their breath and did not take their eyes off every movement of the young man. The gaze of the monk with large eyebrows becomes even sterner as he evaluates Mujin's technique. A group of Shaolin monks closely watches every movement of Mujin. Mujin passes by the wooden dummies, skillfully deflecting their strikes. Mujin overcomes the corridor with wooden figures, applying martial arts techniques. Mujin's outstretched hand testifies to his confident advance deep into the corridor. The monks cheer, counting the steps, 9, 10, while the stern monk with thick eyebrows watches closely. Mujin continues the duel with the mechanisms and reaches the 11th strike. The focused young man listens as the count approaches 12. Mujin moves through the corridor under the watchful eyes of the trial witnesses. Satisfied, Mujin stops. He has surpassed Chong Uk as planned, hoping that his trick was not revealed. Monk with large eyebrows announces, Mujin has advanced further than all the others. The mentor says that he could have reached the end if he wanted to, and Mujin feigns doubt. The boy is stunned. He realizes that the elder has seen through his plan. The monk reminds about the 3 Dharma commandments, prohibition of women entering, severe punishment for exiles, and bone cutting for violators. Shaolin disciples whisper anxiously, listening to the elder's stern speech. Dr. Yuchun and the monk with 6 marks on his forehead attentively absorb every word. The elder proclaims the 3rd commandment, learning from a false monk is theft punishable by death or mutilation. Frightened Mujin froze when the monk with large eyebrows ordered him to answer. The mentor sternly interrogates, who taught him the White Lotus Fist and the Buddha's Shadow Cloud Step. Silence fills the hall. The elder presses Mujin with uncomfortable questions in front of everyone present. Mujin suspects a trap, comparing the monk to a cunning spider, and casually rejects all accusations against him. Dr. Yuchun watches the interrogation of Mujin tensely. Against the backdrop of the training corridor, Mujin stands face to face with the stern Jian Yul. Hearing his name, Elder Jian Yul turns around in surprise at the voice behind him. Angry Jang Bok shouts, defending Mujin, who for months had personally repaired the wooden dummies. Jang Bok emphasizes the revival of mechanisms after 300 years is more useful for Shaolin than the legendary restoration pill. Mujin stands next to Jang Bok, who openly challenges Jian Yul and the other monks. Jian Yul turns to the crowd and asks if they share the opinion of the audacious Jang Bok. The enraged monk approaches closer, calls Jian Yul an idiot, and says these dummies will bring enlightenment to thousands. In the hall, the monks exchange glances impressed by the courage and arguments of their brothers. Dr. Yuchun catches the final argument. Mujin managed to restore the lost Shaolin fighting style. The figure of Jian Yul with thick eyebrows. Isn't it obvious that Mujin violated one of the commandments? Jang Bok frantically shouts at Jian Yul, "We must thank Mr. Tan. It is our moral duty as followers of Buddha." Mujin silently watches the monks dispute. Strict Jian Yul replies, "Your logic is understood, but the commandments are above all. We will reward Lord Tan, but the rules are unchangeable." Focused Mujin against the background of wooden mannequins. Mujin trembles at Jian Yul's words. "Along with the reward, we must cut his tendons." Irritated Jian Bok shouts, "You propose to apply both reward and punishment at the same time? That's absurd." Jian Yul with thick eyebrows pondered deeply. Tense pause, Mujin and Jian Yul froze, staring at each other. The burly monk steps forward. "I have known you since childhood, Jian Yul, but I did not expect such cruelty. I am disappointed." Dr. Yuchu carefully watches the events. Mujin tensely froze in the middle of the hall with mannequins. Monks protest, "If people find out about this, they will laugh at Shaolin as if it were a den of demons." Monks point fingers at Jian Yul, accusing him of injustice. Imaginary demonic faces fill the space. The hall doors suddenly open, and an unexpected guest appears on the threshold. An elderly monk with a staff and a long beard asks, "Why have you staged this disgraceful scene in front of the guests?" The calm and benevolent face of the respected elder, with a single mark on his forehead. Yuchun looks at the monk and thinks, the divine monk has finally completed his solitary training. Chan Bok runs up to the guest. "Sect leader, keeper of the Hall of Commandments, you are timely." The divine monk commands silence from everyone with a single glance. The elder enters the hall, a powerful radiant aura rises from him, and the crowd involuntarily falls silent. A surprised expression on Mujin's face from what he has seen. Yuchun and Mujin feel the majestic aura of the divine monk pressing down on them. The elder proclaims, "Punishment is the competence of the keeper of the Hall of Commandments. Others are forbidden to speak on this matter." The friendly, balanced expression on the face of the divine monk. A group of monks calms down and respectfully bows to the elder. Yuchun and Mujin closely monitor the order that has prevailed in the hall with the mannequins. Mujin hears that the elder only has the right to suggest punishment, and admires his wisdom and authority. Surprised, Mujin tries to comprehend everything that just happened. The hands of the monk clapping loudly. The divine monk leaves the hall, and the frowning Jian Yul announces a general meeting to discuss what happened. Mujin is sincerely surprised, while Yuchun looks extremely irritated and stern. The temple with wooden mannequins majestically towers against the backdrop of a distant mountain. The river flows evenly under the night sky next to the water wheel. A small bridge over the night river and the old water wheel in the moonlight. Solian sits on the edge of the bridge and watches the current in the lantern light. Solian joyfully greets Mujin and asks about the progress of the wooden mannequins. Mujin recalls the surprised monks and notices the girl's new hairstyle. Mujin tells how the mannequins knocked Master Jian Bok down in just 6 steps. Under the night sky, Mujin emotionally shows Solian the moves he saw in Shaolin. Solian says that their puzzle turned out to be too difficult even for the great masters. Mujin says that the farthest 11 steps away was passed by the monk of 10,000 powers. Solian burns with curiosity and looks Mujin straight in the face. Embarrassed by such closeness, Mujin asks if she is really that interested. Solian's face shines with admiration, as if she is surrounded by magical flowers. Mujin gazes at Solian and thinks how sweet she is in her inquisitiveness. Mujin demonstrates techniques and talks about the performance of the Dharma Hall guardian Jiang Achuan. Silhouettes of friends on the bridge near the water wheel in the silence of the night landscape. Mujin looks truly happy and inspired. Solian's face, lit by a lantern, suddenly becomes sad. 2 bright stars swiftly fall through the dense starry canvas. The full moon brightly hangs against the backdrop of the deep blue sky. 2 lonely graves of father and brother Solian and nearby memorial cups of wine. The Shaolin Sun Temple in the Autumn Mountains. Mujin recalls Salian. She refused to leave, choosing to repair the water mill instead of the wooden people. Monks in yellow-red robes wait their turn to enter the temple for the meeting. The meeting hall, at the head of the table the divine monk, and behind him stands the stern Chang Yul with thick eyebrows. Next to the divine monk sit Mujin and Yuchun. Further along the table are other Shaolin masters. Mujin silently watches as the hall gradually fills with monks step by step. Mujin recalls the night conversation. Salian had seen wooden dolls since she was 10, although the world will only encounter them now for the first time. Salian's dreamy face against the night sky shining with stars. Mujin flinches as a proposal to start the meeting sounds in the hall. Everyone present is gathered. Chang Yul announces they will discuss Mujin's punishment for violating the third commandment. The floor is given to the defense. The calm and friendly face of the divine monk with a mark on his forehead. Angry Mujin declares, after months of work he has earned trust, so he does not understand the essence of the accusations. Chang Yul with a stern face listens to Mujin's arguments. Shaolin monks attentively follow every word in the meeting hall. Dr. Yuchun sits next to Mujin and remains calm. Mujin directly interrogates the keeper of the commandment. Does he really believe that doll repair was just a cover for stealing techniques? One of those present rises from his seat and closely watches the tense situation. Chang Yul admits that he does not believe in the intention to steal the art for profit. Mujin is puzzled. If Chang Yul trusts him, then why does he still insist on punishment? Chang Yul replies mercilessly, so commands the commandment. Mujin's hand resting on the table noticeably begins to tremble with anger. Mujin shouts, doll repair forces one to learn Shaolin techniques. If this is a crime, then the temple has been preparing a trap for fools for 300 years. Chang Bok listens attentively to the speech, focused, with warts above his lip and eyebrow. Mujin's fists, which he presses against the table, clench fiercely. Mujin defends himself. Studying the lotus fist was inevitable. Could an ordinary carpenter have repaired such a mechanism? Chang Yul silently contemplates, weighing Mujin's strong evidence. A group of monks whisper among themselves. The words weigh on the heart. Tension in the hall grows. Chang Yul retorts, Mujin robbed the temple without studying the art with the master. Mujin understands it is already too late to join. A majestic golden statue of Buddha towers over the participants of the tribunal. Mujin helplessly bows his head, feeling feverish. Dr. Yuchun anxiously monitors his condition. Mujin's consciousness dims and Chang Yul's voice echoes again and again. The commandment remains in force. The figure of Chang Yul, who asks Mujin if this is all he is capable of in his defense. A divine monk with a dot on his forehead, against the background of the meeting hall. Mujin's trembling face, eyes closed, he has already prepared for the worst. Mujin opens one eye, hearing a strange formulation as if he had stolen martial arts. Dr. Yuchun touches the bowl on the table and suggests to those present to figure out what these words mean. Dr. Yuchun defends the boy and asks the monks what a thief could steal from a completely poor beggar. The gloomy Chang Yul replies to the doctor that it is impossible to steal anything from such a beggar. Yuchun raises his index finger and asks if a thief could fill his stomach with the beggar's non-existent lunch. The image of Yuchun, who confidently continues to defend Mujin. Chang Yul admits stealing what does not exist in nature is simply impossible. Chang Yul's heavy gaze, he catches the subtext in the doctor's words about stealing the non-existent. Focused Yuchun insists that yesterday no one even knew the names of these martial arts or their techniques. The burning, determined gaze of Dr. Yuchun. Yuchun stands next to Mujin and asks the monks how he could have stolen what never belonged to them. Yuchun snaps his fingers, releasing a phrase so that everyone looks at this situation from a completely different angle. Yuchun friendly hugs Mujin by the shoulders and asks what the difference is between reviving the forgotten and creating the new. The audacious doctor interrogates, did Mujin really steal techniques that were completely unknown even to the monks themselves? Yuchun grabs Mujin by the face, challenging everyone with his gaze, and suggests that it is the monks who are stealing the boy's art. The doctor pointed a finger at the monks and said that none of them performed the ritual to become Tan Mujin's disciple. Figures of Jiang Yul and the divine monk observing the speech. Mujin and Yuchun listen to Jiang Yul's response that the eccentric doctor is overstepping. Yuchun slams the table, declaring that the accusation is complete nonsense. Mujin did not force the monks to become his disciples. The face of the divine monk, carefully analyzing everything happening in the hall. Surprised faces of the group of Shaolin monks in traditional yellow-red attire. Wide shot of the meeting hall, Yuchun, Mujin, and all the present monks. Yuchun and Mujin realize that the situation has gone too far, and the doctor's audacity borders on madness. Mujin confusedly reflects on Yuchun's unexpected behavior and on what will happen to the future fate of the assembly. The divine monk knocks on the table and orders those who are for Mujin's punishment to raise their hands. Tense silence in the meeting hall, Yuchun, Mujin, and the rest of those present. Close-up of the divine monk's face with a characteristic dot on the forehead. Chanyul's hand raised up for voting. Chanyul votes, standing behind the divine monk and others present in the meeting hall. Mujin, Yuchun, and other monks closely watch Chanyul, who has achieved punishment. The divine monk asks those who believe that Tang Mujin should not be held accountable to raise their hands. Focused Mujin stands in the middle of the forest, and hands around him reach upward. The crowd of monks in the meeting hall unanimously votes against punishing Tang Mujin. The friendly divine monk announces the decision and addresses Mr. Tang, asking what reward he wants for repairing the wooden mannequins. Pensive expression on Mujin's face, he is thoughtfully considering the answer about the reward. Chanyul and the divine monk froze, waiting for the boy's answer. Mujin, against the backdrop of the night sky, feverishly thinks about what exactly to ask the monks for. Mujin's focused gaze, he recalls all his negotiation skills. Yuchun watches every movement of Mujin attentively and with obvious excitement. Mujin clenches his hand into a fist from nervousness. Satisfied, Yuchun hears the request for the Great Restoration Pill and mentally praises Mujin for the high stake. Confident, Mujin seriously declares that his price is the Great Restoration Pill. Mujin, Yuchun, and others stand in the hall during the tense moment of negotiations. Mujin closely watches the elders' reaction, waiting for their decision. The divine monk promises to bring the pill today and asks Mujin to wait in the guest chambers. The divine monk's hand pushes away the inlaid lid of the chest. A precious chest decorated with gold and velvet, in which lies the magnificent restoration pill. The divine monk with a flowing beard explains to Mujin that this is a remedy for effective rejuvenation. Humble Mujin listens to the monk. The energy of the pill must be directed to the central circulation so that it does not dissipate. Hands of Mujin gathering concentrated energy in the palms. Mujin in lotus pose, wrapped in thick clouds of yellow restorative energy. Mujin on a magical island with the yin-yang symbol, surrounded by strange plants and multicolored energy. Mujin has entered deep meditation. Sweaty and focused face of the young man during the meditative process. The monk touches Mujin's shoulder. The state is stable, but at night, instead of sleep, circulation must continue for assimilation. The divine monk with a dot on his forehead greets Mujin and wishes success in practice. Majestic view of the Shaolin Temple under a cloudless blue sky. Yuchun gathers the medical treatise and notes. Mujin is the only one who swallowed such a pill before reaching the realm of the summit. Mujin reminds that Yuchun advised to ask for a stronger pill and calls the doctor to pack things for the journey. Mujin advises Yuchun not to rush and to wait for the completion of the book while there is such an opportunity. In response to the boy's unexpected proposal, Yuchun's surprised look. Mujin pressures the doctor to wait until the work is finished. As soon as they set off, clashes with scoundrels will flare up again on the road. Yuchun is touched by the students' care and jokes. Didn't the pill change Mujin's heart overnight? Yuchun scares Mujin with his closeness, while Mujin justifies himself recalling the doctor's constant pranks and drowsiness. Mujin seriously adds that this book is Yuchun's life's work, and there are still sick monks in the settlement. Dr. Yuchun walks around the room, repeating that he has finally understood the boy's true motives. Smiling, Yuchun agrees to wait, although in his thoughts he complains about the difficult nature of modern children. Surprised Mujin with the hieroglyphs Demon of Lust on his cheeks, Yuchun secretly wrote them on him. Near the workshop, voices are heard. The girl is in shock. Mujin has not left yet, and he came to say goodbye. Mujin wipes the inscriptions from his face and sees Slyan packing her things to leave for the settlement center. Mujin listens attentively to Slyan. She no longer wants to stay in the forest hut and is ready to change her life. Against the backdrop of wooden mechanism diagrams, Slyan announces her final decision to leave this place. Mujin watches warily as the girl ties the last knot on her belongings. Mujin feels awkward. He gained the power of the pill, but Slyan's achievements will remain unnoticed. Slyan finishes packing her bundles on the workshop desk. The magical and gentle face of Salyan with a thoughtful gaze. Salyan suddenly approached Mujin, wiping his face, and asked what he planned regarding departure. Blushing, Mujin promises to visit her as soon as Yuchun finishes the book and he has time. The embarrassed girl lowers her gaze. Mujin asks if his frequent visits would bother her. a huge bundle of things, through the ropes of which Solian's pickaxe is threaded. Solian throws the things over her shoulder and replies to Mujin, she will wait and he will not bother at all. Solian's hand gently waves goodbye. The girl walks away from the workshop, carrying the bundle on her shoulder and cheerfully waving her hand as she goes. Mujin remains alone and thinks that the true hero is Solian. Mujin's upset and lonely gaze. The boy alone gropes with his gaze the deserted yard and workshop. Long-cut tree trunks lie lonely near the workshop. Mujin recalls Solian's words about wooden dolls she had seen since childhood. The boy sharply enters the empty workshop. The view of the town center, among the passers-by, stands out a small two-story tavern. Joyful Solian skillfully works in the tavern, holding a tall pyramid of plates. The figures of 3 monks slowly enter the establishment. Solian, as a waitress, attentively watches the monks who came to rest. The girl listens to the conversation about the 4th wooden mannequin and how it loses balance. Shaolin monks boast of successes, lively discussing the revival of technique by Master Tang. Lost in thought, Solian accidentally begins to wipe a monk's bald head instead of the table surface. The frightened girl snapped out of it and confusedly began to apologize to the surprised guests. Solian mockingly thinks to herself because she loses her calm every time she hears about the wooden people. A sunny day in the town, visitors enter the tavern and people stroll through the streets. A 2-story tavern bathed in light from the windows against the backdrop of a starry night sky. Tired Solian steps out into the night coolness, scolding herself for inattentiveness because of the rumors. Sion is surprised by Mujin's appearance, who jokes about her mistakes at work today. Mujin boldly reminds that he will not leave without saying goodbye, and his journey starts tomorrow. Solian's upset face against the deep evening sky. The girl listens intently to Mujin, who admits something touched him. The radiant Mujin approaches Solian closely and excitedly offers her to follow him to show her something. A small 2-story tavern under the starry sky, dark windows and an empty yard. A huge bright moon in the night sky, framed by dense stars. Solian and Mujin walk along a forest path, cutting through the darkness with a lantern. A familiar bridge over the river near Solian's hut. Crossing the bridge, Solian asks if they are going to her, and Mujin confirms the direction. Solian's anxious face, she questions Mujin about what exactly he has prepared. Mujin recalls sleepless nights at work, and Solian doubts whether it is worth following the man at night. Mujin insists that this must be seen today, and Solian reminds him about his departure tomorrow. The flashlight beam falls on the ground. Mujin says they are at the place and asks the girl to look. Solian's face genuine surprise. The beam of light cuts out a long closed box standing next to the workshop. Solian holds her breath, not believing her own eyes at what she sees. Mujin opens the box, begging Solian to look carefully and finally see the result of their work. A shot where Mujin slowly lifts the lid of the long box. Solian's eyes suddenly fill with bitter tears. In the box, an actual miniature copy of the hall with wooden mannequins from the Shaolin monastery. Mujin jokes about the guards and Solian sadly realizes, later this will have to be destroyed. The wooden mannequin moves exactly like a real one. Mujin asks if she likes his work. A lonely tear of Solian falls right on the head of the small wooden doll. Looking at the figures, Solian recalls her childhood next to her father and brother. A painful memory, little Solian and her brother burying their father. Solian remembers the moment when, after the death of her relatives, she was left completely alone. A memory of how she vainly tried to fix the wooden doll by herself. Solian imagines Mujin, who tirelessly worked on copies of the Shaolin mannequins. A landscape of the purple night sky, and autumn leaves swirling in the air. Solian trembles all over, not taking her eyes off the wooden copies. From painful memories, Solian's hands involuntarily dig into the damp earth. The girl sobs bitterly and Mujin, standing nearby, tries to calm her down. The hands of Solian, with which she desperately bites into the ground even deeper. Chunks of mud that the enraged Solian throws handfuls of into the box with mannequin copies. Solian throws dirt at the toys and behind her stands Mujin, stunned by such behavior. Through tears, Solian begins to laugh hysterically and at the same time with relief. Mujin's captivated gaze, finally, he understood the girl's feelings and the reason for her act. Mujin joins Solian and helps her break the box that she created with her own hands. Mujin's face radiates genuine excitement and delight at what they are doing. Solian stops and watches Mujin's actions with interest. Solian and Mujin together vigorously destroy the long box with mannequin copies. Both silently look at the pile of debris. Nothing remains of the box and the dolls. Cheerful Mujin stands next to Solian, who has already calmed down and now laughs along with him. From the depths of the dark night forest, ominous clouds of energy begin to swirl. Through the dense darkness, a mysterious figure closely watches Mujin and Salian. Chan Yul watches them from the forest thicket, his eyes glowing with an inhuman beastly gleam. The darkness of the night parts Chan Yul. Wrapped in a violet aura, he steps out of the forest to meet Mujin and Salian. Mujin and Salian freeze, staring at the approaching formidable figure of Horanik, the keeper of the Hall of Covenants. Mujin's face burns with anger. He understands, if Chan Yul reports to Shaolin, there will be no excuses. Chan Yul's gaze remains heavy and stern emotions. Panic-stricken, Mujin feverishly weighs his options, to flee or to fight, and worries about Dan Salian's fate. Mujin shudders when the silence is suddenly broken by Chan Yul's voice, Mr. Tang. Under the night sky in a clearing, three stand over the wreckage of a box with mechanical figurines. Chan Yul calmly fingers prayer beads and urges Mujin not to worry. Horanik seriously assures the boy that his concerns will definitely be taken into account. Glancing at the broken box of dolls, Mujin timidly asks what punishment might await. Chan Yul approaches closer and gently explains, he never intended to punish Mujin for this. Salian and Mujin tensely absorb every word of the mysterious guest. Chan Yul admits his position forces him to be strict, so Mujin's suspicions are quite logical. He says if he had wished harm, he would have struck back when Mujin just began crafting the figurines. Disappointed, Mujin asks in shock, so you have been watching me all this time? Chan Yul by the river explains he was only observing the students. Another monk would surely have punished for such a thing. Alert Salian listens as Mujin reproaches Chan Yul for the recent attempt at murder or maiming. Chan Yul sincerely apologizes and explains that the commandments are created for order, not to harm outsiders. Looking at his reflection in the river, he says that Horanik's duty is to act despite insults. Suddenly, Chan Yul's stern face is lit by a barely noticeable smile. Mujin freezes, looking stunned. He had never before seen a smile on this face. Chan Yul compares the world to a changing river, where Shaolin is just a raft that stays on the surface. Autumn leaves slowly swirl in the air under the endless dark blue starry sky. Mujin and Salian watch the leaves in fascination, listening to the wisdom of Horanik. Chan Yul raises his hand with an autumn leaf, noticing that the raft cannot avoid the power of the current. His fingers unclench, and the leaf slowly lands on the mirror-like surface of the water. Mujin and Salian silently watch Chan Yul, who is sat down right by the very shore. The fast night water picks up the leaf and carries it away through sharp stones. The three of them follow the leaf with their eyes as it disappears into the darkness of the river flow. Chan Yul and Mujin stand on the shore, immersed in the silence of the deep night. The figure of Chan Yul against the backdrop of stars. He explains that the founders created an anchor so that Shaolin would always remain unshakable. Mujin asks Chan Yul again about the three great commandments. Chan Yul explains, thanks to the 10 commandments, Shaolin does not seek power or profit, preserving the teachings through the ages. Shaolin temples among autumn mountains under a dark purple starry sky. Kind Chan Yul says they await the end of chaos, and the hall keeper is entrusted to watch over the inviolability of their anchor. Chan Yul, Mujin, and Salian on the windy riverbank look at an autumn leaf. Mujin asks if these vows will bind him too. Chan Yul replies, Mujin is a free leaf carried by the current straight to the sea. The whirlpool lifts the leaf that the monk threw into the water. The autumn leaf clings to the shiny surface of the river. Chan Yul among the leaves assures, the old Shaolin anchor does not intend to hold the free leaf. Mujin and Salian listen attentively to Chan Yul on the night shore. Chan Yul smiles, I am the Shaolin anchor. Mujin recalls his impressions from staying at the monastery. Mujin's face, before which memories of events in Shaolin flash. Chan Yul ponders when Mujin asks if this burden is not too heavy for one. Mujin intently waits for Jian Yul's response. Jian Yul places a hand on Mujin's shoulder. Does it really matter? Jian Yul's smiling face. At dawn, the fire from torches devours a box with wooden mannequins. Charred remains of wooden figurines in the box. Hills with the graves of Salian's father and brother. Autumn morning, a leaf floats down the river like a symbol of gained freedom. Red leaves fall onto the backpack on Mujin's shoulders. Monks gathered on the steps to see off Mujin and Dr. Yuchun. Mujin gratefully accepts a bundle for the journey from a monk. Mujin silently watches the farewell between Yuchun and the burly monk. Mujin looks carefully one last time into Jian Yul's gaze. Chan Yul wishes Mujin to be strong and to finally reach the sea. Mujin gratefully folds his hands in a farewell gesture. Monks bow goodbye to Dr. Yuchun and Mujin. The entrance arch of Shaolin against the backdrop of golden autumn trees. Shaolin disciples set out on a new path towards adventures. Mujin and Dr. Yuchun walk along a forest road under the gentle sun. Mujin's surprised look as he just heard something unusual. Solian suddenly appears before Mujin and Dr. Yuchun. Cheerful Mujin asks Solian if she came to see him off. Solian points to the bundle on her shoulder and says she is going with him because she is tired of everything here. Yuchun listens in surprise as Solian dreams of seeing hundreds of water mills in Sichuan. Anxious Yuchun listens as Mujin explains to the girl, Sichuan is much farther than it seems. Mujin frightens Solian with bandits and inconveniences, and she barely restrains her anger. Disappointed, Solian asks Mujin if it is true that he does not want to see her nearby. Mujin instructively notes that the path will be difficult and regular washing is impossible. A small stone hits Mujin right in the forehead. Angry Yuchun shouts that Mujin must take responsibility for the girl. Dr. Yuchun reflects, Mujin is still too inexperienced not to regret his actions. Outraged, Mujin shouts that he has done nothing to take responsibility for. Yuchun throws another stone at Mujin, muttering about his dullness. Enraged, Solian grabs Mujin by the collar and assures that she sold all her property for the journey. While they walk together, Solian suspiciously asks Yuchun who he actually is. The three companions walk through the forest, arguing about what role Yuchun plays in this journey.